In the northern part of Korea, in a largely uncharted region, a group of people in varied attire gathered together. The young man stood nervously at the back, watching. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached, holding 2 cups of warm water, and asked, "Hey, kid, first time joining an expedition?" Lee Chol gratefully accepted the cup, replying shyly, "I've been to dungeons and portals before, but this is my first time in an uncharted region. I guess that's why I'm a bit nervous." "Thanks." The man laughed heartily, easing the tension. "Better prepare yourself," he advised. The uncharted region is a hell of monsters. Untamed for centuries, ancient beasts are crawling everywhere. The young man turned, curious. "But the expedition leader this time is from Sung Mu clan, right? I heard he's the younger brother of the current clan head, so he must be strong." The man glanced over and replied, "Oh, that guy? Just a second son. Weak. He was even expelled from the clan." That man with dark blue hair and a grim face was none other than the 9th son of Sung Mu clan, Lee Chol. The man deliberately spoke loudly for Lee Chol to hear. Not only does he lack talent, but he also has no perseverance. At his age, he's only a 7th-rank martial artist. How can you trust someone like that? Lee Chol gripped his sword tightly, knowing anger would change nothing. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A man spoke with a contemptuous expression. "Let's keep moving." Expedition leader. Lee Chol looked at him indifferently, then lowered his head and replied, "Understood." Finally, they ventured into the uncharted region. A bad feeling gnawed at him. The Shadow Sword Team, the personal guard of the Sung Mu clan, doesn't feel like an ordinary escort unit. There's definitely something wrong with this mission. Years ago, Lee Chol had held hopes for his life. When he first felt the weight of the Sung Mu clan name. When he was chosen by a top-tier weapon in the sword selection ceremony. He believed that with effort and proving himself, he might one day be recognized. But that never happened. A doctor examining Lee Chol pointed at an X-ray and said, "Look here, I've never seen mana veins like this. They're unfit for magic or stable martial training." This shocked both him and his mother. The doctor continued, "With a body like this, young Master Lee Chol might not even reach rank 9. His father, overhearing through the door, turned away with a sigh. From the moment Lee Chol's peculiar condition was discovered, his selection in the sword ceremony was deemed a mere fluke. Still, he persisted with stubborn determination. Though they said he'd never reach rank 9, Lee Chol proved them wrong, achieving the title of 7th-rank martial artist by age 25. While this was a feat others in the clan accomplished as children, he was proud of his achievement. But the joy was short-lived. By age 30, Lee Chol was expelled from the clan. The only thing that kept him intact was the support of his eldest brother. For the next 10 years, he lived like a dead man, fleeing from everything. During the chaotic era, homeless people huddled together in a blizzard, burning newspapers or anything flammable for warmth. The uncharted region was expanding, and monsters were attacking more fiercely. Lee Chol was among those wanderers. He caught a piece of newspaper that blew into his face and read it. It reported that the Prophet Yin, the pinnacle of Korean martial prowess and head of Sung Mu clan, his father, had died suddenly. Footsteps approached, and a voice called out, "Ninth young master." Lee Chol, startled, he looked up. It was the Shadow Sword Team of Sung Mu clan. Confused, he thought, "How did they find me?" They handed him a piece of paper and said, "This is an order for you, young master." Lee Chol sighed in frustration. What a farce. This cursed bloodline won't let me go, even in death. He read the note silently. Lee Gun Seong has become the clan head. So, third brother took over? What about eldest brother? As he puzzled over this, they prepared to leave. "We'll return in an hour," one said. Lee Chol called out, "Wait, what happened to eldest brother?" They ignored him, and he grumbled, brushed off. As expected, he pressed further. "It's been 10 years since I held a sword. A 7th-rank martial artist like me, summoned for an expedition to the uncharted region. What does it mean?" One turned back and asked, "Are you refusing this order, young master?" Lee Chol calculated silently. "Refusing without a valid reason means death." He replied, "No, I accept." They left swiftly, and Lee Chol clenched the paper, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Back in the present, the group ventured deeper into the uncharted region. The young man suddenly froze, staring ahead, exclaiming, "Ruins? Why are there ruins here?" Others were equally shocked. To think such a well-preserved structure exists in the uncharted region. The Sung Mu clan members ordered everyone to proceed. They crossed a rickety bridge that could collapse at any moment. The surroundings were eerie. A dinosaur-like skull and thousands of corpses lay scattered on the damp ground. The young man, trembling, wondered, could these be the remains of an ancient monster? Suddenly, the eyes of a Shadow Sword member gleamed as if he'd found treasure. He ordered his team to advance, beginning their true mission. In an instant, the young man's head rolled, struck down by a Shadow Sword member. They began slaughtering the group they'd brought along without hesitation. The middle-aged man screamed in terror. "What the hell are you doing?" One of them wiped blood from his face and replied, "Didn't you all know? Your fate was always death. Consider it an honor to sacrifice for the clan." He then targeted the man, lunging forward, but before he could act, a sword pierced his chest from behind. Lee Chul, prepared for this, wasn't surprised. He demanded, "Who gave you these orders?" Though stabbed, the man calmly answered, "The order came from the master. Bring them here and kill them cleanly." He grabbed the sword piercing his chest, snapping it into pieces with a flick. His face darkened like an addict's, his wound healing rapidly. He said, "As long as you don't resist." Lee Chul. As the wound healed, another man, unable to stand idle, charged at the Shadow Sword team. Before he could act, he was kicked, sent flying. Lee Chul was knocked down by a blow. The man sneered, "Pathetic. I expected something from a Lee of Sung Mu clan. But you're just useless." In a flash, he leapt toward Lee Chul, delivering an elbow to his chest, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. Not stopping there, he pressed his foot down, kicking Lee Chul away with glee. Lee Chul's strength waned, his blood loss severe. He refused to die like this, sitting still to regain strength. He scanned for a weapon, spotting a dull sword nearby. He crawled toward it, thinking, a sword strong enough to slay a giant monster. Abandoned for years but likely still usable. As he grabbed it, something bizarre happened. The sword dissolved into smoke. Lee Chul, stunned, cried out, "Why?" A Shadow Sword member appeared behind him, sneering, "The Lee bloodline is this despicable. Still, as a descendant of Lee, I'll send you off properly." He slashed Lee Chul's back with a clean strike. Lee Chul collapsed in agony, his face expressionless. He lamented, "Heaven, you won't even give me one last chance? Will I really die here?" A life of struggle, escape, and failure. Suddenly, the worn sword reappeared, black mist swirling around, enveloping Lee Chul. He wished that if he could be reborn. The scene shifted, a light slowly emerging. He heard a voice nearby. "This child, is it Yu Dong's?" As he opened his eyes, he saw his late father and the butler standing nearby, talking. His father asked, "What happened to Yu Dong?" The butler hesitated. "When we found her, she was." His father coldly glanced at Lee Chul. Confused, Lee Chul thought, "But didn't father die? And he looks so young." Not just him, but the butler too. He reached out with his hands, trying to touch them, but reality hit him hard. Seeing his hands were those of a child, he panicked. "What's this? A child's hands?" Still grappling with confusion, it seemed Lee Chul had been reincarnated into the past. "Is this really me? What's going on? I clearly died. Is this the afterlife, or just a flashback before death?" Tae Sin looked at him and gave him a name. "This child's name shall be Lee Chul. Like the other children, entrust him to a wet nurse and assign members of the Shadow Sword team as his guards. Also, let him participate in the selection ceremony alongside the 8th child." The butler responded, "Right now, sir, but the youngest isn't ready. Besides, there's a few months' age gap between them." Tae Sin stared at Lee Chul. Resolute, "It doesn't matter." Lee Chul was stunned by his words. Soon after, they left, leaving Lee Chul, a newborn, alone in the room. He sighed in relief. Finally gone. "That's father. All right. Haven't seen him in so long." The pressure's real. He moved his tiny hands, trying to make sense of the situation. "What's happening? This is too vivid to be a mere flashback. And that conversation just now, was that real? I don't want to believe it. But, damn, have I gone back in time?" A few months after Lee Chul's return to the past, a significant day for the Sung Mu clan arrived. It was the selection ceremony. where the clan's children would reveal their talents through the weapons that chose them. His father had been selected by countless swords, becoming the greatest swordsman of his era. His eldest brother was chosen by swords, magic tomes, and talismans, earning fame for his exceptional swordsmanship and magic. This time, the participant was none other than Lee Chol. Dressed in lavish attire befitting a young master, he felt uncomfortable in it. A maid smiled brightly, praising him. "Oh my, young master looks so fitting in his ceremonial robes. And to stay so calm in such an unfamiliar setting without crying, what a mature child." This was Moon Ga Wa, Lee Chol's wet nurse. She held him close, whispering, "Everything will be fine. Your path will always be open." Lee Chol couldn't help but smile. To him, she was no different from a mother. But in his past life, due to the jealousy of his siblings, she was expelled from the clan. She was the only one who stayed by his side until the end, weeping for his future. This time, things would be different. He vowed to protect her at all costs. Another servant approached, saying, "Young Master Lee Chol, everything is ready." His father looked at him, smiling faintly. "Shall we go?" Elsewhere, a man's voice rang out. "Clan head, preparations for the selection ceremony are complete." Tae Sin replied sternly. "Good, let's go." Moments later, he and his entourage proceeded to the ceremony. At the gates of the selection site, thousands of weapons were neatly arranged around the arena, with thousands of spectators gathered. Each servant held a child of the Sung Mu clan. The crowd buzzed with talk about Lee Chol. "That's the child? The illegitimate one brought in from outside?" On the main platform were the clan's matriarch, Baek Hwa Yeon, the head steward, Lee Tae Hong, the eldest son, Lee Mi Jung, and the third young master, Lee Gun Seong. The eldest spoke. "He looks so small. Has anyone ever participated in the selection ceremony at such a young age?" Gun Seong? Gun Seong, resting his chin on his hand with an expressionless face, replied, "Yes, indeed. I wonder where this one came from." Inside, he was deeply curious. Tae Sin, presiding, signaled the start of the ceremony. The first to be chosen was Hwa, a cute girl with short hair, placed on a stone chair. Tae Sin drew a small dagger from his person. He took her hand and made a small cut on her finger to draw blood. Hwa cried out in pain. The blood dripped onto the stone platform, forming a glowing streak that extended toward one of the weapons in the arena. Whispers spread among the crowd. "My goodness, could it be? The ancient holy sword, Changna sword? The legendary blade silent for generations." Using his power, Tae Sin summoned the sword to his side. It floated in the air before landing in his hand. He lifted Hwa and declared, "From now on, the Changna sword belongs to Hwa." The crowd cheered, gathering around to congratulate her. Another genius has emerged in the clan. What a joyous day. The matriarch smiled, thanking those around her, but her smile faded when she heard the next participant was Lee Chol. The crowd murmured, "That child? The illegitimate one from outside?" Another scoffed, "Why let someone like that join the selection ceremony?" Tae Sin raised his hand, placing Lee Chol on the stone platform and performing the ritual. He patted Lee Chol's head, his eyes full of trust. Lee Chol, anxious, thought, "The moment has finally come. In my past life, the sword that chose me was the heavenly blue sword, a top-tier blade. What will happen this time?" His blood dripped onto the platform, and a blue light began to emanate, illuminating the area. Meanwhile, on the platform, Hwa Yeon's expression was grim. Tae Hoing, observing her every move, mused, judging by sister-in-law's face. "She doesn't seem too pleased. Does she? Well, it's understandable, after all. This is the hidden bloodline Big Brother kept secret for so long. But still, the child's fate is quite pitiful. Bearing the stigma of an outsider and trying to survive in the Sung Mu clan will be no easy feat." Suddenly, footsteps approached Tae Hoing from behind. The old man stroked his beard, chuckling. The head steward seems quite interested in an outsider, doesn't he? Tae Hoing, annoyed, thought to himself, all because of these stubborn old fools clinging to outdated notions of pure blood. The man was Elder Chol Young. Tae Hoing reluctantly paid his respects. Elder Chol Young, known as the Blood Elder, thought to himself, a man whose true intentions are impossible to read, a rival not to be underestimated. Leaning on his cane, Chol Yung asked. That's the child, isn't it? The one the clan head brought back? Tae-hung replied. Yes, I heard the Shadow Sword team found and protected him. Chol Yung, puzzled, pondered. I can't fathom the clan head's reasoning. An outsider child, with no known mother or origin, allowed to participate in the selection ceremony? Haven't outsiders long proven they're unfit for this ritual? Your own experience, head steward, is the clearest proof. Tae-hung, stung by the harsh words, suppressed his anger. What did you just say? Chol Yung, with a mocking tone, continued. Oh, my apologies. It's just that the story of the head steward, an outsider who wasn't chosen by any weapon during his selection ceremony, is quite famous. An outsider remains an outsider. He slammed his cane into the ground, goading. You'd do well to know your place. Unable to take it, Tae-hung snapped back, shouting, Don't go too far, if you keep spewing insults. Amid the tense moment, the protagonist's radiant aura caught both men's attention, forcing them to look. Below the platform, the blue wave reacting to Lee Chol was even more intense than during Hoa's selection. Chol Yung stepped to the edge of the platform, staring in disbelief, muttering, What in the world is happening? Tae-hung stood, laughing with joy. How is this possible? I'm seeing it with my own eyes. Yet it feels like a dream. A pure blue beam shot from the stone chair into the sky, witnessed by thousands in the arena. It illuminated the entire area. Weapons destined for Lee Chol began to appear. First, the legendary Blood Spirit Spear and Iron Cage Blade, followed by the Holy Relics, Ma-A Sacred Sword and Thunder Dragon Holy Lance. The crowd roared in awe at the unprecedented event. Not only the weapons in the ceremony but even those already claimed were reacting. The sword in the eldest son's hand was no exception, struggling to break free and join Lee Chol. This shocked him. How can this be? Myung Jung turned to his younger brother. Gun Seong, can you believe this? Our youngest sibling seems far more talented than we thought. Gun Seong, looking down at Lee Chol, nodded. Indeed. The crowd buzzed with discussion. There must be some mistake. An outsider couldn't possibly achieve this. But the selection ceremony was infallible. Tae-sin quickly calmed the crowd. Silence. Standing before them, he declared firmly, per clan rules, the weapons chosen in this ritual belong to Lee Chol. However, this matter isn't so simple to resolve. I will hear everyone's opinions. Someone raised their hand. Tae-sin asked, All right, head steward, what's your opinion? Tae-hung, grinning as if he'd found something intriguing, said, I believe this is inappropriate. The selection ceremony is a vital clan tradition, so let the youngest choose one weapon himself. Tae-sin agreed with the steward's suggestion. With a snap of his fingers, the chosen weapons floated in the air. Tae-sin approved the proposal, using his magic to lift Lee Chol from the stone chair and place him on the ground, wanting him to choose his weapon himself. Lee Chol, surprised, looked at the weapons, thinking, I don't understand why things are different from my past life. But this is still a great opportunity. And I'll make the most of it. With a determined expression, he crawled past the weapons, analyzing them. The sword imbued with the blood of a true dragon, Praha, the holy spear Bak gun, forged from a saint's body part to slay great monsters, the staff Valheim, crafted from a branch of the world tree where spirits rest, the spirit moon sun star sword, forged at the moment when the moon, sun and stars aligned. Countless great weapons awaited his choice. But without much hesitation, Lee Chol spotted and chose the sword that left Tae-hung stunned. It was the sword found by the Sung Mu clan's founding ancestor in the Wild Lands. Over generations, no one had unlocked its hidden power. Shrouded in mystery, it gathered dust over the years. This was the Black Knight. Based on known abilities, it didn't even reach heavenly tier. Yet, because of its connection to the founder, it was preserved as a heavenly tier treasure. No ancestor had ever been chosen by Black Knight. Was this merely an infant's unconscious choice? Tae-sin used his magic to pull Lee Chol and Black Knight toward him. His face darkened, and he muttered, This must be fate's arrangement. Raising Black Knight high, Tae-sin proclaimed, Lee Chol has chosen Black Knight. The ceremony is officially concluded. Hua Yian, on the platform, was displeased. The outsider Lee Chol is indeed a new nuisance. If he's an obstacle, he must be eliminated. In the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed, and Lee Chol had grown into a young boy. He rushed to the door, calling out to his wet nurse, "I'm off to afternoon training." Ga Hua hurriedly followed, flustered. "Oh my, let me see you off." They walked together, as she was always worried about letting him go alone. Curious, Ga Hua asked, "Young master, there are plenty of other empty training grounds. Why do you always go to Area 1? It's so old and rundown." Li Chul smiled and replied, "Because someone's waiting for me there." Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind. "That's not how it works," catching both their attention. They turned to see a girl shouting, "Gripping the sword too tightly will hurt your hand. Now, swing downward again." It was Hua, the 8th daughter of the Sung Mu clan, training with her master. Li Chul glanced over and asked Ga Hua, "That's the 8th young lady, right?" Ga Hua, alarmed, corrected him, "You must call her sister." "Young master, if someone overhears, it could cause trouble." Li Chul pouted, muttering to himself, "She's only 5 months older, hardly a sister." Hua was training diligently, but her master was strict. "The sword must move like an extension of your body. Try again, and control it with precision to avoid injury." Frustrated, Hua threw her sword to the ground, shouting, "Why are you so naggy? Master? As long as I can hold the sword. Isn't that enough?" Her master patiently coaxed her. "Oh, young lady, I'm only trying to help you. Calm down and try again. You'll do better this time." Hua sulked but gradually cooled off. Li Chul pointed at the master and asked Ga Hua, "Who's the one struggling to teach her?" She replied, "That's Bei Hun, the leader of the Black Corps." Li Chul stared at Hua and Hun, lost in thought, then said aloud, "A 9-year-old with a master like that? That's excessive." Ga Hua overheard and looked at him sadly, trying to encourage him. "Young master, one day you'll have a master who recognizes your true worth." Li Chul turned to her, puzzled. Ga Hua, her eyes welling with tears, said, "It's my fault for not taking better care of you. Young lady Hua has been fed elixirs and spirit herbs since childhood." Li Chul sighed, resting a hand on his hip, and comforted her. "You're at it again. You're the one I'm most grateful for." Ga Hua, she covered her mouth, overwhelmed with emotion. He continued, "I don't need people like that. They're only here because of the Sung Mu clan's name." With conviction, he added, "I already have great masters." Moments later, at Area 1, the training ground reserved for the Sung Mu clan's direct descendants, Li Chul gently pushed open the door. This place symbolized the clan's storied history, now more of a ceremonial site than a practical training ground. But Li Chul had one reason for coming here. He stood before a door within the training area and slid it open. Inside were weapons older than any in the clan's armory. Li Chul scanned the room and finally found what he sought. He picked up a sword, examined it, and decided, "I'll train with this one today." Since his reincarnation 9 years ago, he had undergone a profound change. The most remarkable was his ability to stand at the center, take a deep breath, close his eyes, and attune his energy to merge with the sword. After completing the initial step, he fully synchronized with the sword. Specifically, Li Chul could read the memories embedded within weapons, building a solid foundation, whether advanced or basic swordsmanship. The foundation was key, downward, guided by the sword's lingering memories. Li Chul trained. The sword itself was his teacher, helping him grow step by step. The movements and techniques of its former owners became the basis for his learning. Requiring no external guidance, the older, higher quality, or more cherished a weapon was, the clearer its past memories. The teacher hidden within the worn sword's memories allowed Li Chul to train and establish a rock-solid foundation. Like an unyielding pillar, after hours of practice, he mastered the 7-star sword technique, first form, Stone Wind. A powerful mid-air slash that shook the ground. Exhausted but elated, Li Chul was thrilled to have learned it. Over the past 2 years, he had absorbed the memories of nearly all the weapons in the Sung Mu clan. Suddenly, footsteps approached, accompanied by enthusiastic clapping. A voice exclaimed, "Outstanding! It's been a while since I've seen someone wield the 7-star sword so perfectly." It was Tae Hoing, Li Chul's uncle, a 4th-rank martial master and the Sung Mu clan's head steward. Though a secondary son, his recognized talent earned him his position. From Li Chul's past life to this one, Tae Hoing was one of the few who genuinely cared for him. Li Chul bowed, accepting his uncle's pat on the head. and greeted him politely. Tae-hung laughed heartily. Just call me uncle. Training every day without fail, truly commendable. I see you here every time I pass by for work. Being treated differently from your siblings must be tough. But I hope you'll stay strong. Lee Chol replied. I'm fine, uncle. I carry the Sung Mu clan's blood. Proving myself through the sword. That's the meaning of our clan's name. I'll show my strength on my own. He placed a hand on his chest, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Tae-hung, sensing his determination, felt a pang of sorrow. It's a pity a child like you bears the status of a secondary son. Clearing his throat to change the subject, he said, by the way, you're almost old enough for the naming ceremony, right? He made an offer. It's a bit late, but before the ceremony, how about I become your master? Excited? Lee Chol, embarrassed, declined. I'm grateful, but I can't accept. Tae-hung's eyes widened. What? Why not? Are you saying I'm not good enough to be your master? Misunderstanding. Lee Chol explained. No, that's not it. Clan rules forbid taking a master before the naming ceremony. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Tae-hung pressed. But your siblings are openly breaking that rule. They're already using spirit herbs and learning from top masters. As he placed a hand on Lee Chol's shoulder, the boy gently brushed it off, smiling. Just because others break the rules doesn't mean I should. Besides, like I said, I want to prove my strength myself. Tae-hung, struck by the boy's maturity, thought, is this really a 9-year-old? Those eyes are just like big brothers. Lee Chol stared at him earnestly, hoping for understanding. Tae-hung gave in, chuckling. You're not budging, are you? That stubborn streak is just like your father's. He ruffled Lee Chol's hair vigorously. Exasperated. What a hassle. I can't do anything to help you. And it makes me feel guilty. Tell me, if you need anything, just say it. Lee Chol's eyes lit up. Thank you, uncle. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Rubbing his head, he feigned shyness. Actually, I have one request. Tae-hung, delighted, said, oh, let's hear it. Lee Chol grinned ear to ear. I want to visit the secret vault's armory. Tae-hung was taken aback. The next day, a black car pulled up to the entrance of the secret vault. The guard signaled for it to stop, bowing as he asked, please confirm your identity and purpose. The man inside presented his credentials, stating clearly, Head Steward Lee Tae-hung. Routine inspection. Accompanying me is the youngest of the Sung Mu clan, Lee Chol. Here for a visit. The guard saluted. Understood. Identity confirmed. Please proceed. The gate opened, and they drove inside. Lee Chol, thrilled, looked around, thinking, time to act like a kid. He exclaimed, wow, is that the secret vault? Tae-hung glanced at him through the car's mirror, asking, that excited? Huh? Lee Chol nodded. Of course. The vault holds the clan's greatest treasures. And what I'm looking for is in there too, legendary weapons. Ancient relics so rare people doubt they exist. For those chasing such fabled items. A saying went, everything can be found in the Sung Mu clan's secret vault. Entering the main hall, filled with countless weapons, Tae-hung and Lee Chol descended to the basement. He explained, the vault's basement stores weapons sealed for various reasons. Lee Chol feigned excitement, including monstrous weapons that can devour their wielders. Right? Tae-hung chuckled. Exactly. You know quite a bit. Teasingly, he added, touch them carelessly, and both your body and mind might burn to ashes. Then, laughing, scared yet? Lee Chol stammered, and not at all. Tae-hung continued, don't worry, those dangerous ones are beyond our access anyway. I have work upstairs, so take your time exploring. Lee Chol replied, yes, uncle. He cheerfully stepped into the elevator, waving goodbye to his uncle. Once alone, Lee Chol sighed, relaxing his face. Playing the innocent kid isn't easy. He began exploring the vault's basement, known as the weapon graveyard, where countless sealed weapons and relics lay. His purpose was to find a specific weapon, Infinity, a short sword that, when infused with mana, could change its length, shape, weight, and properties at will. In his past life, Lee Gun Seong had found Infinity here, earning the title, Myriad Transformations, for its overwhelming versatility. That title allowed a third-rate like him to surpass the clan's brightest heir, Lee Chol's eldest brother, and become clan head. Later hunting down and eliminating Lee Chol, who was in hiding. That was all he knew. To prevent that tragedy from repeating, Li Chul had one choice, no matter how long it took. He had to check every item. Channeling dark energy from his palm, he appraised each weapon, determined, this time, I'll claim infinity before Li Gun Seong. He touched each weapon to assess them, but after dozens of minutes, none showed promise. Li Chul sighed. I've checked every short sword-like weapon for an hour, and still no sign of infinity. Regaining focus, he thought, it has to be here. I haven't checked everything yet. He moved to another display case. As he brushed against a table, an ancient sword fell. The short, rusted blade landed before him. Li Chul bent down to pick it up, surprised at its dilapidated state. Before grabbing it, the dark energy in his palm surged violently. The sword absorbed his energy, startling him into pulling back. He glanced around. How can it be this decrepit? Suddenly, uncontrolled black mist filled the basement, pulling him into the sword. When he came to, he was in another dimension. Li Chul's lips trembled, unsure what to say. He couldn't believe his eyes. Countless corpses littered the ground, piled into mountains. Standing, he wandered, thinking, is this the memory hidden in this short sword? It's completely different from any weapon memory I've read before. It feels so real, like I'm actually here. Before he could calm down, terror struck. A deafening roar shook the space, making him jump. He spun around. High above, a presence so overwhelming that nature itself trembled emerged. From the blue abyss, a primal beast that had devoured countless civilizations in ancient times rose, the Annihilation Beast Emperor. Li Chul's legs buckled under the crushing pressure. His face paled. No way I can win this fight. I have to run. But his spirit refused to yield. His trembling legs collapsed, unable to move, as he watched the beast approach. Suddenly, a figure wielding a sharp sword appeared behind him, leaping upward to block his path. Li Chul, stunned, thought, when did he get behind me? Using the mountain of corpses as a springboard, the figure moved swiftly. He soared into the air with the rusted sword, its heroic radiance undimmed by time. With a single slash, the demon-slaying sword technique's golden light tore through the damp, monochrome world. The hero's presence stirred the gloomy sky. The beast's body disintegrated into fragments, denied any chance of regeneration. Dust and smoke billowed as Li Chul watched. Dumbfounded, he felled that monster with one strike? Calming himself, he wondered, who was that? The dark silhouette stood amid the carnage, blood splattering around. The hero's appearance gradually became clear. Turning, he asked, who are you? Li Chul, startled, stammered, realizing he was visible in this world. The man approached, pressing, why are you here? Out of mercy, I'll send you off painlessly. He raised his sword to finish Li Chul. Terrified, Li Chul froze, but before death could claim him, he was miraculously transported back to the real world. His hands still trembled from the ordeal. He questioned, what was that? That scene, that crushing sensation, it lingers like it was real. Noticing the sword vibrating intensely, he crawled to grab it. Trusting his instincts, Li Chul drew a dagger, pricked his finger, and dripped blood onto the rusted blade. Merge as one. No mistake, this is it. I'll be the master of myriad transformations. A blue wave radiated from the sword, illuminating the area. With his pure blood, the sword restored its pristine form. Holding it, he tested its weight, swinging it lightly, then slashed through the air with full force, cutting a chest-high arc. Satisfied, he exclaimed, it's perfect. Grinning broadly, he declared, I've finally found it, infinity. The next morning, loud noises echoed through the house. A powerful sword strike split a wooden block in two. Li Chul wiped the sweat from his cheek, muttering, failed again? He thought, it's been a week since I obtained infinity, the sword I took from the underground armory. Right now, I'm keeping it in the form of a ring to avoid detection. Clenching his fist, he recalled that day. What was that? The stance of that man wielding the demon-slaying sword technique felt like a reminder that I'm still unworthy. The dark aura only showed me the technique in its name. Forget its power. The man's movements alone exuded elegant beauty. But no matter how I try to mimic them, I can't pull it off. Smiling at the sword in his hand, he swung it forcefully downward. Li Chul grinned confidently. Still, I'm not impatient. In my past life, I was a despised nobody. Not even taught the clan's basic techniques. This is just one move. But it's my first time encountering an advanced martial technique. Breathing a sigh of relief, he resolved, I'll master it. I clearly remember how that man moved in the memory, clearer than anything else. He paused suddenly. Wait, that man. I'm not an adult like him. I'm just a 9-year-old. Looking at his small hands, he thought, if I try to copy an adult's movements exactly, of course I won't unleash its full power. I need to accept this body and take it slow. Naturally. Gripping the sword, he assumed a stance, his face brimming with determination. Closing his eyes gently, Li Chul swung the sword in a way suited to his body. Whispering to himself before delivering a decisive strike, the powerful slash left a deep gouge in the ground. Lifting the sword, he examined his work and exclaimed joyfully, Nice, I think I've got the feel for it. Clenching his fist, he resolved, now it's just about channeling mana. No matter how many times I try the method from the memory, it feels like something crucial is missing, and I can't recreate it. Sighing, he added, guess I'll just keep experimenting. Absorbed in training, he didn't notice a figure standing by the wall behind him. All right, let's try again, Li Chul muttered. Meanwhile, the figure smiled, watching him. As he swung his sword again, the mysterious figure darted toward him. She grabbed the sword he was about to swing, calling out, Little one. Startled, Li Chul turned. The girl asked, Where did you learn that technique? Confused, he responded, Who? Thinking, black hair, brown eyes. She's a direct descendant of the Sung Mu clan. He asked, Who are you? Surprised, she replied, You don't know me? Then she laughed. Right, you might not. I don't show my face often. Approaching him gently, she asked, What's your name? Flustered, he answered, I'm Li Chul. Shaking his hand, she introduced herself. John, what a unique name. I'm Li Zhonghua. Nice to meet you. Li Chul's mind raced with questions. Thinking, Aunt Li Zhonghua? I recall uncle saying my aunt, was different from others. Grandfather couldn't accept that. His face paled as he remembered his past life. But more than that, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Pouting, Zhonghua teased. You're a bit weak. Huh? Li Chul thought. Doesn't she think I'm strong at all? She stepped closer, asking, So, little one, where did you learn that technique? Leaning down, she probed. Li Chul countered. Why do you ask? Excited, Zhonghua said. That's an ancient martial technique. Your aunt here loves ancient martial arts. That was the era when ancient monsters roamed, right? She eagerly pulled a small notebook from her collar, showing it to him. So, this is a gift for you. Li Chul took the notebook, flipping through it curiously. A gift? She nodded enthusiastically. Yes, open it. He examined it, thinking, the handwriting's awful, hard to read, but is this magic? Not just magic, martial techniques too. It's advanced, almost beyond my grasp. He mused, maybe the rumors about her aren't true. He froze when he reached a page. Zhonghua, excited, pointed at it. Oh, those are ancient spells based on raw mana. She explained. Back then, magic used only the body's raw mana, not mana cores. Modern magic relies on storing mana in the heart. But can we really call ancient magic outdated? Li Chul stared at his aunt in awe, thinking, I never considered that perspective. She continued, their mana control might have been superior to ours. I'm researching amplification and transformation techniques, but records are scarce. As he listened and studied the notebook, Li Chul gasped, Infinity's magic. Handing it back, he ran off, shouting, Aunt, wait a moment. Zhonghua, puzzled, called, what? Holding the sword, Li Chul followed her instructions. Mana flowed from his core through his body. But instead of reabsorbing it, he used raw mana, the method from the memory he couldn't grasp. Alright, I can do this, he realized. Swinging his sword, he carved a long gash in the ground, cracking the surroundings. Both he and Zhonghua stood stunned. Overjoyed, he blurted, It worked. Zhonghua, shocked, rushed to him. What was that? Amplification technique, right? Li Chul turned away, embarrassed. Yes, it was. Looking pitiful, she grabbed him, shouting, How did you do that? He mumbled, I just did it. Annoyed, she pressed, What do you mean? How did you do it? Patting his shoulder, he retorted, Why should I tell you? Zhonghua snapped, Because my notebook helped you figure it out. I've lived for this my whole life. I've searched for it over 10 years. Even after being kicked out. Please, if I do something for you, will you teach me? Unsure about her offer, Lee Chol sighed and proposed. Then promise me 3 things. Zhang Hua asked. Promise? He explained. First, don't tell anyone about me without my permission, not even eldest brother or father. Confused, she asked. Why? Sighing, he said. I don't like people talking about me without consent. She nodded. I get it. I'm the same. Lee Chol noticed her expression dim. Why do you look upset? He continued. Second, don't lie to me. We need to trust each other. And I'll be honest with you as much as I can. Zhang Hoa's head spun at his conditions. But she clenched her fist. Determined. Fine. What's the last one? He went on. The last thing is, a year later, Ga Hua rushed in from outside, clutching a letter and shouting, Young master, Lee Chol, who was training, paused and asked, Nurse, what's so urgent that you came all the way to the training yard? Panting, she exclaimed, Here, look at this, and handed him the letter. Zhang Hua, standing behind, couldn't help but wonder, what's that? Lee Chol glanced at the letter, thinking, it's finally here. Ga Hua announced, it's the summons for the naming ceremony. Unfolding the paper, Lee Chol noticed a detail in the corner. Clan head's representative, Lee Gun Seong. He pondered, father's not home? I haven't heard anything about him being away. Zhang Hua, fuming behind him, exploded. The naming ceremony? Lee Chol eyed her frenzied reaction, asking, why are you suddenly so worked up? Zhang Hua, running her hands through her hair, shouted, things are just getting started. This is a critical time. If you attend the naming ceremony, you'll be tied up there. No way. Skip it. Ignore it. Amid her rant, Lee Chol reflected, since making that deal with Aunt Zhang Hua a year ago, we've been researching magic together. Modern magic focuses on elemental mana, while ancient magic relies on raw mana. Combining these creates a new form of magic, her lifelong dream. Elemental mana stores and alters mana's properties, while raw mana controls and channels it. Thanks to this, my magical aptitude surpasses my peers. Zhang Hua kept muttering beside him. Seriously, can't you just skip it? Magic research is way more fun. Her grumbling annoyed Lee Chol. He spoke up. You know I can't, right? Zhang Hua whimpered. But, comforting her, he said, don't worry, even if my time's limited, I'll keep training in magic and restoring ancient techniques. Her eyes widened in shock. How? The naming ceremony training is grueling. Lee Chol smirked confidently. I'll do both at once. The next day, training began. Jiang Wood instructed. First, endure magical attacks for 30 minutes. Glancing at the children, he thought, something's different. Electric currents surged, striking them. Normally, someone like Lee Chol, lacking basic training, would have been shocked and collapsed. But he countered every attack with magic. A glint of killing intent in Lee Chol's eyes startled Jiang Wood. He realized, that kid's experimenting, observing the 8th young lady to gauge his level while pushing the instructors to teach at a higher intensity. A secondary son, just 10 years old, dares to do this? Jiang Wood, sweating, stared at Lee Chol. Damn, calling him a secondary son? No, with that ability, it's an insult to a martial artist. I need to reassess, he resolved. This isn't just training for the naming ceremony anymore. It's a chance to teach him with everything I've got. After an intense session, Lee Chol stretched and stepped out. Done. Recalling being struck by lightning in a glass chamber, he thought, this clan's insane. To train magic resistance, they throw me into a magic emitting device? Rubbing his shoulder, he mused. Didn't expect them to apologize first. Since when did people's gazes toward me change? Exhausted, he headed out. Time for a break. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him, launching a surprise attack. Lee Chol blocked it. Hua shouted, Hey, you secondary brat, come here. Her eyes blazed with hostility. Lee Chol, irritated, pushed her hand away. What's your problem? Pointing at his chest, Hua yelled arrogantly. Watch your mouth. I'm a legitimate heir, and you're just a secondary son. Plus, I'm a year older. Lee Chol thought, what a hassle, and said, I don't have time for this. He turned to leave. Enraged, Hua screamed, channeling mana as she charged. Don't ignore me. Surprised, Lee Chol thought, she's using mana? He stepped back, intending to let it slide. But as Hua swung, He dodged, grabbed her throat, and lifted her. Threateningly, he said, "If you want to complain, go cry to your mother. Don't bother me, I'm busy." Released, she stumbled, shouting defiantly, "It's all your fault. Because of your stunt at the selection ceremony. I'm constantly compared to you. Stop acting high and mighty and stay in your place. It's unfair. I trained sleeplessly, while you're born with talent. I didn't ask for this. But my mother's forcing." She abruptly covered her mouth. Lee Chul snapped, "Blaming others feels good, huh? As you said, I'm a secondary son. This status doesn't afford me the luxury of whining. Can't sleep? Then don't. Can't keep up despite skipping snacks? Starve through main meals too." Taunting, he added, "If I annoy you, use every trick to beat me. Make me apologize. That's the Sung Mu clan way." Wah, clenching her fists, shouted, "Arrogant brat," she roared. "Fine. At the naming ceremony, I'll outshine you, make you call me sister, and beg on your knees. Remember that." Lee Chul gave a faint smile. "Sure, I'll be watching." That afternoon, at Area 7, the training ground for direct descendants, a figure entered. A servant rushed over, bowing. "Madam has arrived." Hua Yian, with a cold expression, ordered, "Leave us. I need to speak with my daughter." The servant replied, "Yes," and exited. Hua was diligently training inside. Hua Yian asked, "What are you doing?" Startled, Hua turned. "Mother?" Bowing nervously, she said, "I'm training." Hua Yian faced her sternly. "I heard what happened. You were overpowered by him?" She scolded. "I told you, if you can't suppress. Crush. How disappointing. If you're training just to avoid punishment. Stop." Her words pierced Hoa's heart. Hua defended herself. "I know what you think of my training. But I'm doing this because I want to." Gripping her sword, her voice trembled. Hua Yian, emotionless, asked, "What?" Hua persisted, "I'll beat him, not because you ordered me, but because I choose to. I'll decide for myself." Hua Yian's face darkened. Provoked by a nobody? Hua bowed, trembling, fists clenched. Hua Yian leaned in, lecturing, "You're illegitimate heir of the Sung Mu clan. Your starting point is leagues above his. Beating him is expected, yet you let him rile you?" She produced a glass vial and offered it. "This is dream allure, a deadly poison. If you can't surpass him, trample him." Handing it to the stunned Hua, she said, "That's the Sung Mu clan way." With that, she left. At Lee Chul's residence, Ga Hua stared at the computer screen, exclaiming in disbelief, This can't be." The screen displayed a ranking list. Lee Chul, amused, said, "See, nurse, no need to worry anymore. Right?" Overjoyed, Ga Hua hugged him tightly. "I haven't done much for you, young master, yet you've done so well." Lee Chul comforted her. "You've helped me plenty." "Don't say that." Suddenly, loud noises from outside interrupted their embrace. Zhang Hua burst through the door, shouting, "Kid, time to train." Lee Chul paled, looking at his aunt. "I just finished training." Zhang Hua flexed her arm, cheerfully saying, "That's why we keep going. Mana techniques will help you recover." He glared, retorting, "I've never heard of that." Zhang Hua dodged the topic, pouting, "It's true, probably." Sighing, Lee Chul relented. "Fine, I have something to show you anyway." Her eyes lit up. "No way. Have you reached first star already?" Her excited remark filled him with pride. Mana control typically involves 3 stages: body enhancement to reach the strengthened body realm, mana property transformation to reach the energy mastery realm, and superhuman power manifestation to reach the energy shock realm. But Zhang Hoa's mana techniques were different. At the first stage, they offered more versatility and additional abilities. Her system divided progress into stars. As she channeled energy into Lee Chul, she marveled, "Perfect. It's definitely first star. Do your mana veins feel strange? I thought it'd take another year." Shivering, Lee Chul complained, "I realized this while studying theory. Thinking back, it's insane training. If I'd failed to control mana, the balance between my mana core and veins could have collapsed. But really, letting it flow naturally is enough. Mana's like water, it follows its own path. Our bodies are just vessels for it." Zhang Hua stared at her mana channeling hand, musing. "A vessel?" Excited, she said, "Kid, I think I can do it too. It'll take time, but I can." Lee Chul sighed, thinking, did she just have an epiphany? Zhang Hua hugged him tightly, praising, "Thank you, my lucky charm." He squirmed in pain, yelling, "Ouch, my ribs." She released him, striking a determined pose. "Now, on to second star." Sprawled on the ground, he groaned, almost died. Zhang Hua added, "You knew from the start your first star isn't like the usual first stage, right?" Sitting up, expressionless, he replied, "Yeah, I know." She asked, "So, what do you think you're best at?" After a moment's thought, Li Chul answered, "The thing I'm best at? I'd say it's the sword." Zhang Hua interrupted, "I disagree." Confused, he leaned forward, "But you've never seen me practice swordsmanship?" She insisted, "I have, a few times when I was free." Scratching her chin, she explained, "I mean you have a talent greater than swordsmanship. Hard to explain in words. Your greatest talent is mana techniques." Her words sparked his curiosity. Surprising him, she elaborated, "Your mana aptitude is so exceptional that it overshadows everything else. I've tried teaching my mana techniques to many, but no one could do it." Li Chul gazed at the glowing spots on his body, thinking, "Before I returned to the past, I was mocked for being unable to use mana." Pointing at him, Zhang Hua declared, "But for you, reaching second star isn't hard. If you master it, the naming ceremony will be child's play." After her explanation, she eagerly pulled him to train. "Now, I'll teach you techniques that really focus on it." Smiling, he stood. "Got it." Then, curious, he asked, "By the way, what's that thing next to you?" Zhang Hua glanced at the wooden box. Smirking and pointing, "This?" A metal pellet shot out, grazing Li Chul's cheek, leaving a long scratch before embedding in the wall. Beaming, she said, "Iron pellets." Controlling 3 pellets, she explained, "You need to learn to release mana while moving. If you only use it standing still, it's useless. Let's start." Her menacing gaze gave him a bad feeling. The next day, at the training ground, Li Deng Quan held a weapon, standing sternly as he introduced himself. "I'm the leader of the Blood Tiger team, Li Deng Quan. From now on, I'll teach you the Sung Mu clan's secret techniques." Pointing to a pile of weapons, he barked, "Choose the weapons you'll use and bring them here. You have 1 minute, don't dawdle." His harsh tone sent the 2 children scrambling. Hua sneaked a glance at Li Chul, who eyed the weapons, muttering, "Seriously?" Turning to her anxious expression, he snapped, "What are you staring at? Got something to say?" She retorted, "I'm not staring, and I've got nothing to say." Whispering, she asked, "Hey, you use a sword, right?" Sighing, Li Chul replied, "No." Confused, Hua watched him grab an assortment of weapons. "Huh? But I saw you practicing weapon techniques." Li Deng Quan glared, questioning, "What are you doing?" Li Chul answered promptly, "You told us to choose our weapons and bring them." Puzzled, he said, "I meant the one you use." Holding various weapons, Li Chul replied, "These are what I use." Li Deng Quan, taken aback, turned away. "I thought you weren't that dumb. But you're a complete idiot." Drawing the weapon from his back, he lectured, "Listen carefully. I said I'd teach you secret techniques. But it's not about moves or stances." He continued, "In the Sung Mu clan, there are countless secret skills called will mastery. To grasp them, you must first awaken the dormant instincts in your blood." Approaching with his weapon, he said, "I'll help you unlock them. Don't worry too much about awakening your instincts." He assumed a stance as he spoke. Hua, anxious, whispered, "What's he planning?" Li Chul replied, "If you don't want to pass out right away, get ready." As Li Deng Quan closed in, Li Chul instinctively turned left. Li Deng Quan swung, sending him flying, wide-eyed from the sudden blow. Li Chul thought, "Damn, I didn't expect to go through this madness again. In my past life, I couldn't even complete this training. But this time, it's different." As he thought, Li Chul charged forward with his sword. Li Deng Quan's weapon struck his cheek brutally. Behind, Hua also rushed in but was hit in the back by Li Deng Quan. Li Chul mused, "A month has passed since training with Li Deng Quan began. No matter how you look at it, this kind of training, causing broken bones and internal injuries for a 10-year-old, isn't meant for kids. But I'm not complaining. I'm starting to get the hang of it." He felt a sense of accomplishment. Hua, recovering from a heavy blow, dazedly asked, "Did I pass out again?" Li Chul replied matter-of-factly, "Yep, that's your 22nd time. I'm only at 16. Unwilling to accept it, she snapped, "If I'd prepared better on the first day." Li Deng Quan, observing them, thought, The eighth young lady has an extraordinary physique. Even when I go a bit overboard, she hasn't been seriously injured once. And that illegitimate kid, from day one, I sensed he was something special. I thought he was a fool for bringing a pile of weapons. But his skill with each is solid. And his practical application exceeds expectations. In just a month, results are showing. He smirked. Interesting. Li Dong-Quan approached them, commanding, resume training. Back to your positions. Exhausted from the long session, Li Chul suddenly called out. Hey, Wah, worn out and irritable. She replied. What, calling me? He proposed. I'll signal. And you try blocking once. Confused, she asked. Why should I? Li Chul shrugged. Fine, forget it. Just thought we could land a hit on the old man. Speechless, Wah steeled herself. You sure? He nodded. Sure, Wah shouted. You owe me, and charged at Li Dong-Quan. Li Chul followed swiftly. With their current strength, he thought, we can't win, so we'll use our numbers. They attacked together. Li Dong-Quan, twirling his weapon, muttered, teaming up? Not a bad choice. If the plan worked, he'd focus on their attacks. From the right, he countered, blocking Li Chul's strike. He pushed him back, smirking at his success. Li Dong-Quan rushed toward him. Unyielding, Li Chul blocked with his weapon, signaling Wah. At that moment, she dove from above into the fray. As Li Dong-Quan's attention shifted, Li Chul threw his weapon aside, grabbed a nearby sword, and channeled his strength into it. I've got one shot to deal damage. The sword I won from Mujin struck me, pouring all his power into it. He charged. Li Dong-Quan, surprised by Li Chul's advance, turned to block. Li Chul sped past, suddenly releasing the sword. This is it. He drove his fist toward Li Dong-Quan's stomach. A powerful force surged. Li Chul grinned slyly. Can you block that? He froze as a massive hand caught his fist. A tremendous force made him cough blood. Crashing to the ground, Li Dong-Quan approached. 37 days. Huh? Clapping, he said. Congratulations. You've awakened your sixth sense. Turning to Wah, he struck her. You're still far off, young lady. Looking at the battered children, he left cheerfully, adding, that's it for today. Wah cursed behind his back. You said we could land a hit. And I believed you, you jerk. Li Chul, staring at his bruised fist, thought, in the end, even with mana activated, I only broke through a little? Though small, I broke the taboo against using mana. Clenching his fist, he resolved, sacrificing a technique like that, combined with exceptional combat instincts, will make me someone the clan's pillars fear. Night fell. On the 47th day, after Wah awakened her sixth sense, training with Li Dong-Quan ended. The remaining time was for rest and review. Then, someone approached Li Chul. A familiar voice spoke. You're Li Chul, right? I'm your big brother, Li Myong-jung. Li Chul greeted. Big brother Li Myong-jung, eldest son of Li Gun-seong, known as Raging River. An unmatched prodigy at quasi-second rank in magic and full second rank in martial arts. Admired and feared, but to me, he's my only true brother. Sitting together, Li Myong-jung said, I'm sorry for not looking after you. It's a weak excuse, but I've been busy. Li Chul replied understandingly. It's fine, I'm okay. His brother smiled. This is our first meeting. Yet you knew me right away? Li Chul confidently said. Of course, even as an incomplete son. How could I not recognize my big brother? Li Myong-jung looked sad. Comforting him. Incomplete? Never say that again. Different mothers or not, we're brothers. He thought. A child yet to have his naming ceremony calls himself incomplete. Flustered, Li Chul said, I'm sorry. Sighing, his brother replied. No need to apologize, just understand. Li Myong-jung added. No need for formalities next time. We're brothers, why so stiff? Li Chul beamed. Got it, thinking. Big brother was like this in his youth too. Li Myong-jung rummaged in his pocket. Here's a meeting gift. I got this when I enrolled at Fen Magic University in France. But I think it'll suit you better. A divine elixir called Necta. He handed over a small glass vial. Holding it, Li Chul thought, the rare elixir the French magic tower produces only 500 milliliters of every decade? He said, Big brother, giving me something so precious? Sincerely, he added, thank you so much. His gratitude made Li Myong-jung pause. After a moment, he said, You're a bit different. Curious. Lee Chul asked. What do you mean? Smiling warmly, Lee Myong-jung explained. The siblings have met before Samia's arrival. So this feels strange but nice. Lee Chul interrupted. Big brother, you've misunderstood. Startling him, he continued. I don't not see you as a rival. Born in this clan, you're one too. Confidently, he added. So don't just see me as a cute kid. Maybe one day I'll be your greatest rival. I hope for an exciting competition. Lee Myong-jung burst into laughter. Chuckling, he ruffled Lee Chul's hair. All right, I'll wait for that day, when you become my strongest rival. Lee Chul looked at his brother, thinking, the brother who always genuinely loved and protected me. This time, I'll protect him. Smiling gently at his cherished brother, he replied, yes. A few days later, on the sea, the second trial of the Sung-Mu clan, the naming ceremony, had arrived. Familiar figures stood on a boat heading straight for their destination, Crimson Azure Island. A place where the soil's color shifted based on the density of mana in the air. For ages, this island had been the site of the clan's naming ceremony. As the boat neared, the referee announced, I will now explain the naming ceremony trial. The young lady and young master must survive on Crimson Azure Island for 3 weeks and prove themselves. The devices provided are for tracking your location. Unless it's an emergency, keep them on at all times. The final stage of the trial will open 2 days after the 3rd week ends. Both candidates equip the devices after the briefing. Good luck, the referee said, leaving them on the island. Hua glanced at Lee Chul. Hey, I've got something to say. He sighed. So you've made up your mind? Standing nonchalantly, she replied. Huh? What? Lee Chul said calmly. You've been wanting to say something since training. Caught off guard, Hua stammered. What? How did you know? He looked at her like she was an idiot. How could I not? Spit it out. I'm listening. Her hesitation grew. Removing her tracking device, she signaled him. Dump yours too. And let's put them together. Lee Chul took his off. Approaching. Done. What's this about? Hua quickly produced a glass vial. Holding it before him. Poison. Called Dream Allure. Her words stunned him. She explained. It only affects kids under 15. If exposed to air for over 5 minutes, it evaporates. Once absorbed, it blocks mana veins for a long time. Lee Chul turned serious. Who gave it to you? Shaking the vial, Hua replied. I'm not telling. With one hand, she smashed it against a nearby rock, shattering it. See? No evidence left. Her swift action left him shocked. Pounding her chest confidently, she declared, I'll beat you fair and square. No need for poison, so give it your all. Her words touched him. Grinning, he replied, no need to tell me, I was planning to. Hua, energized, said, good, she advised. Got your tracker back on? Don't rush to the island's center until you know the terrain, it's dangerous. Lee Chul brushed it off. Yeah, I know. What, you worried about me? Before he finished, Hua shouted, annoyed. Worried? I just don't want you dying before we can fight. A loud noise from the forest interrupted them. Both turned toward it. Hua reassured, don't die, okay? I'm heading out. She shouldered her pack and left. Watching her go, Lee Chul felt a twinge of regret. She's gone, but he thought, my goal isn't the island's outskirts. Resolute, he said, all right, time to move. He headed straight for the center of Crimson Azure Island. Meanwhile, the judges observed. One remarked, as expected of the Sung-Mu clan's 8th daughter, she's already completed her first hunting task. The number of monsters she's taken down is impressive. For her first real combat, that instinct isn't natural. Trio Rang mused. 47 days, was it? From the corner, Lee Dung Quan added, she wasn't like this before. I thought she'd need at least 2 months. Talented, sure, but that's it. Someone sparked her drive. Watching Lee Chul on the screen, Trio Rang asked, what's that kid doing? Lee Dung Quan replied, looks like he's finding a hideout. The room buzzed with chatter, like a scared rat hiding. Coward, typical Sung-Mu clan blood. A voice cut through. Enough, Lee Myong-jung snapped. In a dangerous place like this, finding shelter first is smart. Nothing to criticize. The man in the corner, unable to retort, mumbled, right. Another laughed. Guess we've been watching the 8th lady too much, our standards are skewed. Trio Rang, staring at the screen, said, in the Sung-Mu clan, Being ordinary is a sin. Stroking his beard, he smiled. Isn't it? The others agreed. True. Thinking about it, a Sung Mu clan member acting mundane is laughable. Lee Myong-jung clenched his fists. Thinking, belittling a child for their birth? Since when did our clan become this? Or maybe it always was. Looking at his brother on the screen, he wondered, why's Lee Chul heading to the island's center? Glancing aside, he saw Tae-hung gritting his teeth, muttering, "TCH, what's that kid thinking?" Lee Myong-jung, exasperated, thought, I'm not the only one confused. Sighing, he murmured, what are you planning, Lee Chul? On the island, Lee Chul found a cave. This'll do. He performed odd tasks, burning herbs and blocking the entrance. The judges watched, one noting, not bad at hiding. Impressive. Trio rang, shocked, interrupted. Wait, hold on, what's he doing? On the screen, Lee Chul removed his tracking device. The judges gasped. No way. He covered it with leaves. And the camera feed cut off. Lee Dong-kwan chuckled, then burst out laughing, unpredictable as ever. The others groaned, clutching their foreheads. Meanwhile, Lee Chul, having hidden the device, sighed. No need for others to watch. Activating mana in his ring, he said, now I can use infinity. A sword materialized. Since I'm on Crimson Azure Island, I'll harvest as much as possible. Confidently gripping the small sword, he declared, let's go. His face scrunched up, staring at a pot of liquid that looked like poison. Sighing, he muttered, it's probably done. Looks awful. This is really mana tea? No one would think it's brewed from mana herbs. Stirring the concoction, he grimaced. In my past life, I couldn't afford even cheap elixirs. So I tagged along with herb gatherers and alchemists to scavenge mana plants. Recalling his aunt's advice, he thought, Crimson Azure Island's air is rich with mana, perfect for boosting mana. Resigned, he added, Aunt said so. Drinking tea from mana herbs will be more effective. Staring at the pot, he braced himself. All right, here goes. As night fell, the pot was empty. Rolling on the ground, he thought, tastes like it came from hell. My solitary 3-week battle begins. Shifting from the protagonist's story, the scene moves to day 18 of the naming ceremony. Inside Lee Myong-jung's office, as he diligently tackled paperwork, a familiar voice called from outside. Sir, may I enter? Surprised but composed, he replied, come in. The speaker, granted permission, entered with courtesy, bowing apologetically. Sorry for disturbing you during work. Lee Myong-jung, empathetic, cut to the chase. Judging by your face, it's bad news, isn't it? The messenger was none other than Yu Kong-yun, deputy leader of the Blue Sword team under Lee Myong-jung's command. Standing solemnly, hand on chest, he reported, a large group of wanderers has brazenly entered northern South Korea. Lee Dong-kwan got straight to the point. At first, I thought they were just stirring trouble in the reclaimed danger zones. But now they're heading south. 2 days' journey away lies a clan-owned magic stone mine. Lee Myong-jung, intrigued, rubbed his chin, thinking, wanderers, those lawless drifters roaming the regions? After brief consideration, he shared his thoughts with Lee Dong-kwan. Those spirit orbs wouldn't dare encroach on clan territory without reason. But Lee Dong-kwan disagreed, bluntly stating, they look like wanderers, but it could be a disguise. There's likely a force backing them. Lee Myong-jung reconsidered, finding the point plausible. Based on his knowledge, he noted, there's also word that Nine Dragons' stronghold has moved troops to the northern border. The entity he mentioned wasn't a mere town but a colossal Central Plains faction, Nine Dragons' stronghold, which had long provoked the Sung Mu clan by trespassing on their unclaimed lands. Unfazed, Lee Myong-jung calmly pieced together the situation. It seems news of father leaving the clan has leaked. This is a golden opportunity for hostile forces. Grasping the core issue, he asked Lee Dong-kwan, has the clan's intelligence unit been informed? Lee Dong-kwan promptly replied, thanks to your prior surveillance order, we caught this faster than clan intelligence. With the situation clear, Lee Myong-jung stood decisively, outlining the next steps. First, coordinate with the intelligence unit for more details. As Lee Dong-kwan left, Lee Myong-jung remained alone, gazing out the window. An uneasy intuition nagged at him. He thought somberly, I hope this is just a false hunch. Abruptly, the scene shifts to a dense, untamed forest under a full moon's glow. A mysterious necklace emitted an eerie, pulsating light, its ominous hum signaling trouble ahead. Soon, the necklace flared intensely. A spatial rift tore open, shattering the forest's silence. From it emerged a staff adorned with distinctive iron rings, followed by a cloaked figure with a strange smile. Stepping into the moonlight, the silhouette of a sorcerer became clear. He mused under the moon. 2 nights to kill a bastard child? Time skips to the next morning on Crimson Azure Island, the clan's domain, where Li Chul endured grueling training. In the forest's eerie atmosphere, the sounds of combat between man and beast echoed. Drawing closer, a battle unfolded. Li Chul faced a level 7 dragon-like beast, Draco, looking weary. Both had clearly fought for a while, giving him no respite. The beast raised its head, gathering flames in its throat for another attack. Once ready, it unleashed a massive fire column at Li Chul. Facing the towering blaze, he stayed calm, observing carefully. As it neared, he swiftly dodged with precision. Seizing the dragon's recovery gap, he charged, channeling energy into his blade. Closing in, Li Chul leapt, aiming straight for the beast. In the next moment, he swung with full force, delivering a finishing blow. A thunderous explosion and lightning crackled. His sword pierced the dragon's head, making it gape and collapse, becoming a stepping stone for his growth. Killing the dragon took more effort than Li Chul expected. Wiping sweat, he sighed in relief, reflecting, as expected of a dragon, if I'd stayed on the island's outskirts, that first hit would have crushed me. Standing before its massive corpse, he thought, it took until day 18 to reach the island's center, dragon territory. But lingering here is a waste of time. Glancing toward the island's core, he said, I came this deep for another reason. Before he could rest, faint tremors alerted him to nearby activity. Instantly on guard, he grumbled, again? His strength hadn't fully recovered, so hiding to observe was the best move. Soon, he spotted the cause. From the bushes, Li Chul saw a group of level 8 monsters, L-man lizardmen, gathering. Recalling, he thought, I've encountered lizardmen before while exploring. Something's been off since yesterday. They're supposed to live on the outskirts, yet they're here in the center. When I attacked, they just fled without fighting. After pondering, he concluded, low-level lizardmen lack intelligence. Something's influencing them. To confirm, he drew his sword and charged. The lizardmen, drawn by the noise, sensed they couldn't win and fled in the opposite direction. Watching their retreat, Li Chul smirked. Just as I thought. Swiftly, he took down 2. Instead of killing the last, he watched it flee into the forest, thinking, once could be chance, but twice isn't. I need to follow. Time passed, and the sun gave way to a glowing sunset in the forest. Occasional chants of Nam Bin Do Wai echoed. It was none other than the sorcerer who had emerged from the rift. Sitting there, he emitted dark auras swirling around, marveling. The Sung Mu clan's blood is truly bizarre. Having observed Li Chul's feats on the island, he remarked, a kid like that took down so many? No matter. From behind, the surviving lizardman returned, emanating a mystical aura like the sorcerer's. It knelt before him. The sorcerer, self-absorbed, said, it's just a child. His identity was revealed. Nishi Su, a monster tamer. In his hand was an unidentified beast egg. Grinning, he mused, a naive kid easily falls into traps due to inexperience. Mid-monologue, he closed his eyes, murmuring, maybe I won't need that thing I prepared. Li Chul, perched high in a tree, observed. He thought, it's so obvious I suspected it. A trap, and a monster tamer, no less? Perplexed, he wondered, this is Sung Mu clan territory. How did an outsider enter Crimson Azure Island? Then, a theory struck him. What if a teleportation array was set up inside the island? If correct, he smirked, thinking, then someone in the clan is involved. Holding the medallion issued upon arrival, he mused, report to the clan and wait for reinforcements? He dismissed it. No, by the time help arrives, it'll be too late. I'll lose any lead on the mastermind. Deciding, he said, there's only one way. Activating a stealth technique, he blended into the surroundings. Determined, he leapt down, thinking, I'll erase the evidence. With unwavering resolve, he landed and charged at the sorcerer. Reasoning, Waiting for clan reinforcements is too slow. By then, the mastermind's trail will be gone. If the situation deteriorated like this, Li Chul had only one option: take matters into his own hands. As his sword swung down, the protective shell around the beast egg in Nishiyama Shogo's hand vanished. The creature glowed, emitting a piercing shriek, alerting the sorcerer to Li Chul's presence behind him. Reacting swiftly, Nishiyama Shogo turned, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "When did you get here?" Li Chul, frustrated at being exposed, thought, "Damn, he's carrying a danger-sensing artifact?" Fortunately for Nishiyama Shogo, he blocked Li Chul's surprise attack, forcing the boy to retreat and reassess his opponent. Emboldened by his intel, Nishiyama Shogo sneered, "The Sung Mu clan's bastard. Stronger than I expected." Unfazed, Li Chul retorted, "Or maybe you're just weak?" Enraged, Nishiyama Shogo ordered the nearby lizardmen to attack, shouting, "Shut up, stop him." Li Chul swiftly chanted, "Seven-star sword, third form." A blue aura enveloped his blade. With a few basic slashes, the lizardmen were no match for him. Mid-charge, Li Chul sensed something amiss and halted. Red chains bound his body tightly. Confused, he wondered, "I can't move?" From afar, Nishiyama Shogo laughed triumphantly, forming hand seals. "You're trapped," he explained. "This is a high-grade sealing array that locks a martial artist's mana. Without mana, you're just a useless kid. With your body immobilized, face your tragic end." True to his words, a glowing red array appeared beneath Li Chul, the chains stemming from it. Li Chul, puzzled, asked, "Sealing mana?" But he quickly devised a counter. His heart pounded, channeling magical energy through his veins. His power surged to new heights. Shouting, "I just need to use mana veins," he broke free, dispatched the remaining minions, and charged at Nishiyama Shogo. While the sorcerer gloated, distracted, Li Chul appeared before him again. Witnessing Li Chul's extraordinary strength, Nishiyama Shogo's confidence wavered into fear. Standing tall, sword raised, Li Chul taunted, "Planning to run?" Panicking, Nishiyama Shogo stammered, "How did you break the high-grade array?" Li Chul, pressing him, said coldly, "No reason to tell you. Your image has been sent to the clan via the communication device." Surrender. Cornered, Nishiyama Shogo sneered, "Doesn't matter." To Li Chul's shock, he roared, "I'll kill you and reclaim my freedom." Bewildered, Li Chul thought, "What?" Unaware of a looming figure approaching, he pressed, "You mean?" Before he could finish, a massive foot slammed into him, sending him crashing into a tree with blinding speed. The impact nearly shattered it. Recognizing the attacker, Li Chul thought, "No way." Closer inspection confirmed it. An enormous ancient turtle, Ghost Hand Mountain, ruler of this land, had struck him. Regaining composure, he analyzed, a level 3 nightmare beast. How can a mediocre tamer control Ghost Hand Mountain? As if reading his mind, Nishiyama Shogo boasted, "Sharp, aren't you? Though not fully tamed, it'll carry out my kill order perfectly." He reached into his robe, mocking, "Stop struggling," pulling out crudely drawn talismans with cryptic patterns. He tossed them skyward, saying, "Accept your fate and die quietly." Meanwhile, Li Chul stayed calm, assessing, "Stay cool. If he can't fully control Ghost Hand Mountain, capturing the tamer ends this." He retrieved a hidden elixir, thinking, "To create an opening against this beast. This is my only shot. Never thought I'd need it." It was a burst pill, a forbidden drug with severe side effects outweighing its mana boost. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. As it took effect, his mana veins blazed brighter than ever. Thinking, "One more thing," he activated his ring, enveloping his sword in mana. "The secret technique Ant taught me. Only for life or death moments." Deciding it was time, he unleashed Reverse Heaven Flow, a technique that skyrocketed his power. In a flash, Li Chul seemed to teleport, charging the giant beast and delivering a devastating blow. Landing, he assessed, "No scratches, but it worked." He thought, "With this, I'll bring it down." Undeterred, Ghost Hand Mountain gathered immense energy in its mouth to annihilate him. Recognizing it, Li Chul noted, Ghost Hand Mountain's roar, paralyzed by its mana field. He thought, "I can't move." In the crisis, a dark energy surged from his heart, forming a black shield around him. Seizing the moment, Li Chul charged, shouting, "Now!" With all his might, he unleashed Dustless Eclipse Demon Slaying Slash. Striking the turtle's neck, the force diverted its energy blast skyward. The backlash made Li Chul spit blood. Collapsing, he stayed vigilant, thinking, "No time to hesitate. The burst pill and reverse heaven flow will paralyze me soon. By my estimate, I have 10 seconds before total immobility. Every second counts," he added, with Ghost Hand Mountain's misfire. "I need to find the tamer now." Time was against him. Searching for Nishiyama Shogo, he counted the seconds. Suddenly, a red thread appeared, like a literal lifeline. Curious, Li Chul followed it, racing to Nishiyama Shogo's hiding spot. Spotting him, the sorcerer screamed, "What? How?" Li Chul charged, pressing his sword against him, thinking, "Not enough, just a bit short. If only my body were bigger." As he thought this, the sword's aura extended, forming a longer blade. It struck Nishiyama Shogo, gravely wounding him. Under the drug's effects, Li Chul's vision blurred. Clinging to consciousness, he thought, "I need to stay upright. Collapsing now means death." Recalling Jang Wood's words, "If you use reverse heaven flow, drink this." He pulled out a vial of nectar. After drinking, his mind spiraled out of control. In his final moment of clarity, he gasped, "I must completely subdue him." At some point, Li Chul began to stir. Half-conscious, a dark energy enveloped him, his mind teetering between wakefulness and haze. Surrounded by a white void, he wondered, "Where am I? What happened to the tamer and Ghost Hand Mountain?" Suddenly, an oppressive force crushed his body, making him scream in agony. Clenching his fists, he fought the sensation of his body shattering. A floating blue eye in the air sighed in disappointment. "So it's come to this? Those things are too dangerous for humans to bear. Why do both exist in one being? I hoped you'd stay unconscious. If only I could feed it to it now." With that, the eye dropped a murky purple lump. Struggling to look up, Li Chul recognized it as purple mist crystal honey, a purple honeycomb. The eye mused absently, "Not for you, but for it to consume. The era has shifted. Grow stronger, human child, lest the era devour you." In his daze, the fleeting image of an old turtle flashed and vanished. The scene shifted. Hua peeked at Li Chul, asking, "Oh, you're awake?" He mumbled her name, Hua, infuriating her. "This brat dares call me by name? I'll let it slide since you're hurt. How's your body?" Li Chul focused, assessing his condition. Though his musculoskeletal system was severely damaged, his mana had surged dramatically. He thought, "Did I really absorb the purple mist crystal honey?" He reported, "A few mana veins are severed. Organs are slightly disrupted, and some bones and muscles are torn. Not too serious." Hua gaped. "What? That's not serious?" Guilt gnawed at him. The honey was what Hua had aimed to claim, a terrifying elixir that enhanced physique, boosted mana, and granted immunity to poison and curses. It was her goal on Crimson Azure Island, and he felt remorse. Sitting up, he asked, "Wait, why are you here?" A distant shout interrupted, "Little brother." It was Li Myong-jung. Rushing over in panic, he fussed, "Are you okay? Let me heal you with mana first. I brought medicinal potions too." Li Chul declined awkwardly. "Thanks, big brother, but no need for mana healing. I'll take the potion, though." Frowning with concern, Li Myong-jung watched him gulp it down, then turned to Hua. "Hua, can you step out for a bit?" She nodded knowingly. "Yes, I understand," Li Myong-jung said somberly. "If you died, I'd have eradicated every organization tied to that tamer. No matter how powerful." Li Chul gave an awkward smile. "That's reassuring." Sternly, his brother continued, "As a Sung Mu clan member, your actions exemplify a true martial artist. But as your brother, I can't view it positively. That was reckless." Scratching his head, Li Chul admitted, "I didn't anticipate Ghost Hand Mountain. Sorry, if I'd known it was there, I'd have waited." Li Myong-jung sighed helplessly. Learning to distinguish recklessness from confidence is good enough. Li Chul proposed, "Big brother, since I dealt with the tamer, his information is mine to claim." His brother groaned, "I knew you'd say that." The tamer was a quasi-fifth-rank sorcerer from Japan's Yin-Yang Guild. Expelled for pursuing forbidden arts. Someone supplied him with high-grade talismans and artifacts. activating them while Ghost Hand Mountain slept. They aimed to kill you, framing it as a monster attack. Curious, Li Chul asked, haven't found the mastermind yet? Li Myong-jung replied, he's near death, so getting answers is tough. Realizing something, Li Chul said, so I wasn't the main target, they're after you. His brother frowned, why do you think that? Li Chul explained, they wanted to tarnish your reputation, making it seem you failed to detect an intruder and reacted too slowly. Sighing in agreement, Li Myong-jung said, you're right, I can't keep pretending to be oblivious. Li Chul asked, are you okay? Patting his head, his brother reassured, I'm fine, a slight hit to my reputation is nothing. I can't stay long, so I came back. Li Chul grabbed his hand, proposing, want to make a deal? Say you foresaw the tamer's intrusion and ordered me to act. I'll back that story. He thought, this way, it'll seem you anticipated even what clan intelligence missed. Li Myong-jung asked, for you, sticking to the truth is best, right? Brushing off dust, Li Chul stood, if people believe I did this alone, they'll be warier of me. That's why this is a deal. Agreeing, his brother said, right, a deal exchanges what both need. What do you want? Li Chul stated, 3 days access to the scripture pavilion. Impressed, Li Myong-jung said, deal, thanks, little brother. They shook hands firmly. Li Chul smirked, no need to thank me, it's just a deal. Patting his shoulder, his brother teased, even if I'd refused, you'd have handled this, right? Li Chul dodged. Well, a phone call from the Blue Sword team interrupted. All right, I really had to go. Li Myong-jung said, tossing a short dagger. Li Chul caught it. His brother vowed, this stays between us. Li Chul grinned wryly. You're not easy to outsmart. Later, Hua returned. Curious, talk went well? Pulling on his jacket, Li Chul replied, yeah, she pressed. Which trial gate will you challenge? 3 weeks are up, so they're open. He countered. What about you? She snapped. I asked first. Calmly, he said, answer first if you want to know. Puffing her chest proudly, Hua declared, me? The toughest, gate of aspiration. You? He replied, gate of struggle. Stunned, she gasped. What? That exists? Don't tell me it's an outer gate. Li Chul shrugged. Yeah, it's on the outskirts. Fuming, she said, so disappointing. I misjudged you. Why pick an outer gate? Thinking them rivals, she'd assumed he was stronger, as gate location implied difficulty. Believing outer gates were easier, she stormed off in a huff. Soon, dawn broke. Li Chul ventured deeper, searching. I don't recall exactly, but it's around here. Before regressing, I stumbled on this cave, where I'll complete the naming ceremony's second trial, Gate of Struggle. After searching, he found the cave. Lighting a torch, he ventured inside. It seemed like an ordinary wall, but he knew better. Drawing his sword, he struck a stone corner. After some effort, a hidden gate appeared. Smiling with satisfaction, he said, found it. Li Chul sliced his palm, clenching his fist to channel the surging energy outward. He forcefully splattered blood and power onto the gate. In an instant, it creaked open. Inside lay a vast, dark, eerie chamber. At its center, a sealed sword rested prominently. Standing tall, Li Chul surveyed the surroundings before approaching the sword. He dripped the remaining blood into a basin, pleading, a descendant of the Sung Mu clan seeks to face the trial of our ancestors. Please grant me this chance. Energy surged, enveloping the grand chamber. The Gate of Struggle's trial was singular. Defeat your own self. Attempts were unlimited, but until victory, abandoning the challenge meant staying trapped. Drawing his sword, Li Chul accepted. He lunged forward, but the puppet's blade was faster. In less than a second, his head was severed, leaving him stunned. The first round ended absurdly. Soon, he revived, clutching his neck in fear. My head was just cut off. Right, this is an illusion in the trial gate. I can't die for real. The realism was terrifying. Ordinary people would lose their minds. Standing, Li Chul wiped dirt from his face, staring at the puppet, thinking, can I really do that? The gate's illusion lets me wield my power perfectly. Gripping his sword, he realized, I haven't tapped my full potential. If I had, I could have blocked that strike. He assumed a stance, ready to try again, but soon, in the third attempt, he was stabbed through the gut, dead. Fifth try, he blocked a sword but got his neck snapped, gone. By the 10th, he was ascended again. Then the 13th, 18th, 23rd. After countless deaths, Li Chul grew confident, facing the puppet one-on-one without being overwhelmed. Still unable to best it, he retreated, his stamina waning. Around the 75th or 80th attempt, Li Chul grasped a lesson from himself. Grinning like an addict, he exclaimed, "My greatest strength is freedom, an overwhelming adaptability. An unpredictable fighting style." Switching to a spear, the puppet mirrored him. Li Chul went all in, heedless of fate, attacking and defending simultaneously. As they clashed, his movements began aligning with the puppet's. The battle raged fiercely, neither yielding. The puppet seemed slightly outmatched the first time Li Chul saw it retreat. It switched weapons, charging again. The puppet stabbed at his side. But Li Chul cursed, "Idiot," raising his sword with a villainous smirk. He taunted, "I left that opening on purpose." "Fool." Using demon-slaying slash, he carved through the puppet, making it dissolve into nothingness. Yet, instead of frustration, it flashed a sinister smile before vanishing. Li Chul mused, "Passing the Sung Mu clan's bloodline gate trial unlocks hidden potential. In my past life, mine was the common enhancement. But this time, golden energy swirled before him. Staring intently, he sensed its origin. Outside, tension mounted. Tae-hung sighed anxiously. "I thought he'd behave this time. That wretched kid. Others have peaceful naming ceremonies. But he stirs up chaos." Someone shouted. The mana densities shifting, leaving Tae-hung dumbfounded. Li Chul emerged from the gate, looking majestic but suddenly collapsing. Tae-hung rushed over, shouting, "Li Chul, are you okay? Wake up." His dry lips moved faintly. "Water, I'm starving," before he sank into deep sleep. Tae-hung stared, speechless, trembling with fury. His roar echoed, "This damn kid." The scene shifted to the Sung Mu clan. Ga Hwa wailed, "Young master, do you know how worried I was? From the beast tamer to ghost hand mountain, and now the ancestral trial." She hugged him tightly. Li Chul, embarrassed, said, "Nurse, I'm filthy. I've been outdoors for nearly a month." Ga Hwa replied, "I was going to scold you. But, welcome home, young master." She pinched his cheeks. He accepted it warmly, thanking her. Wiping tears, she smiled, "I've prepared a bath. After you're clean, I'll serve dinner." Heading to the bath, Li Chul grabbed a towel, asking curiously, "By the way, nurse, where's my aunt? I thought she'd be the first to show up." Ga Hwa hesitated. Well," causing Li Chul to turn. Puzzled, the scene shifted. Zhang Hua beamed upon seeing him. "My dear nephew's here." Li Chul sighed helplessly. "What did you do this time?" She laughed carefree, chattering, "Sorry, but I'm glad you're safe." "What did you do to boost your mana so much? You haven't fully absorbed the energy in your body yet. Sit down, let's." Li Chul cut her off. "Aunt." She gave an awkward smile. It's fine. Li Chul hadn't expected his aunt to go this far for him. Zhang Hua was confined here for causing an uproar in the control room with the elders and his brother. In her fury, she stormed in, berating them. "It's your fault, isn't it? You did this. You wretched people," her usual antics. Back in the present, she looked remorseful, fidgeting with her fingers, head bowed. "Sorry, dear, I thought they did something weird to you. So I lost my temper. I was just so angry." Flustered, her actions spoke louder than words, her throat tightening at the thought of not seeing him again. Li Chul thought, "Honestly, I never fully trusted her before. But at some point, she became family." Sighing, he let it go. "All right, I'll accept it." Preparing to leave, he added, "I'll get you out soon. Please wait a bit longer." She waved dismissively. "How could you? It's fine, don't push yourself." With a confident look, he said, "I won't do anything. You'll be released soon anyway. See you next time." The scene shifted to the airport, where Sung Mu clan members stood in formation, welcoming a prominent figure, Yin Sok, who now appeared. With a stern expression, he scanned the crowd. Hua Yian bowed respectfully. Tae Shin responded, "Sorry to keep you waiting." She replied, "It's no trouble. The hot springs are ready. Please bathe and dine comfortably." Hua and Li Chul stood side by side. She seemed timid, while he watched Yin Sok curiously, thinking, "After this naming ceremony, I thought I'd matured, but how vast is the gap between me and father?" I still can't gauge it. Their eyes met briefly. Tae Shin looked away, saying, I've always said those who don't fight have no place in this clan. Glancing back at Lee Chol, he added, but among them, only one child carries the desire to surpass me. Lee Chol flinched, his heart racing. Whispers erupted around them about who Tae Shin meant. Lee Chol sighed. I suppressed my emotions this much. And he still saw through me? Hours later, at the Sung Mu clan's lavish banquet hall, Lee Chol stood in a corner. Observing, he thought, since this is a rare event, this banquet scale outshines other naming ceremonies. Noticing a man to his left, he mused, that's the youngest tower master ever known. To his right, the Yin Yang Guild's dean? No, vice dean now. Someone approached. Greeting. Pardon, young master. Butler Choi bowed carefully. The clan head summons you. Lee Chol stepped away. Father? Choi replied. Yes, this way. Walking, Lee Chol wondered, why's father calling me alone? Hopefully it's not serious. Minutes later, he arrived. Bowing politely, he asked, Father, why did you summon me? Tae Shin's silence made him look up, revealing Tae Shin with Lee Myung-jung. Their towering gazes pressured him, and he quickly lowered his eyes. Tae Shin spoke, You know why I called you, don't you? I want to hear about the naming ceremony incident. Per Lee Myung-jung, you discovered the outsider and ordered his capture. This was your plan, correct? Lee Chol sweated, realizing his father knew everything. With no escape, he admitted clearly, Yes, it's true. I proposed the deal with Big Brother. In exchange for 3 days access to the scripture pavilion, I helped him avoid the backlash. Tae Shin nodded, somewhat pleased. Given your contributions, I'll overlook your false report. He warned, but there won't be a next time. Lee Chol, chastened, replied, Yes, I understand. Turning to Lee Myung-jung, Tae Shin said, You, however, will face fitting punishment. You'll oversee this banquet's arrangements. Return to your duties. Lee Myung-jung saluted. Yes, I will. Leaving with a smile for Lee Chol. Lee Chol thought worriedly. Hope Big Brother's okay. Now alone with his father. Tae Shin continued. Beyond the false report, the credit is yours. You'll receive the reward Lee Myung-jung promised. Additionally, for conquering the gate of struggle, I'll grant you another reward. Lee Chol's eyes lit up, murmuring, If so. The scene shifted to the banquet hall. Tae Shin stood on a dais, addressing the crowd. Thank you all for attending. May our 2 children, today's stars, be blessed on their paths. Now, we proceed with the naming ceremony. He called. Hwa, step forward. She accepted her blessing confidently. Chosen by the holy sword, you shine like the sun. Uphold this radiant path. I name you Sian, meaning eternal brilliance. Overjoyed, she said, Thank you. Tae Shin glanced at Lee Chol. Beckoning him, Lee Chol noted the crowd, thinking, their reactions are like the selection ceremony. But father doesn't care. Tae Shin praised, You are resolute and sharp, yet flexible without breaking, like a smith gathering iron from all corners to forge a single piece. You forged yourself. No word fully captures you. Snapping his fingers, he ordered a scroll unfurled. Tae Shin declared, Thus, I name you Cheon. Lee Chol stared at the calligraphy, thinking, Before, my name meant to live steadfast like steel. Now, its meaning has evolved. Until I reach the Sung Mu clan's pinnacle, I won't stop. Placing a hand on his chest, he accepted. Thank you. In the Sung Mu clan's judicial isolation chamber, soft sunlight filtered through. Jong Hwa tossed her hair, grumbling. Her wrists were shackled with iron chains. Yanking at her hair, she shouted, gripping the cell bars and banging her head against them. I want out. It's suffocating. So annoying. I didn't even get to see the kids' naming ceremony. Her piercing yells echoed outside. He said he'd get me out. So why's it taking so long? The 2 guards outside looked exasperated, thinking, Save us. Suddenly, a nearby desk phone rang. As Jong Hwa continued yelling, a guard opened the cell door, saying, You're free to go. Mid-bite of her dress, she paused. Huh? The guard added, Disciplinary details will come later. For now, you're permitted to leave isolation. Instantly cheerful, she bloomed like a flower, kicking the door open and sprinting out. From afar, the guard shouted, No random kicking. A voice called from behind, Wait a sec, causing her to freeze and turn. Spotting Tae-hung leaning against a nearby door, she exclaimed excitedly. Kid, Zhang gaped. Did you really get me out? Lee Chul smiled lightly. Yes, I did. Still curious, she asked. How? He handed her a paper. Taking it, she wondered. What's this? Lee Chul replied. You owe me one. And, she read carefully. Appoint Li Hua as an elder and designate her as the master of young Master Li Chul. She shrieked. Of young Master Li Chul? Grinning, he extended his hand. From now on, please guide me, master. The scene shifted. Li Chul adjusted his clothes. Ga Hua, his nurse, asked nearby. Starting today, right? He replied slowly. Yeah, this is the real beginning. Teary-eyed, Ga Hua sniffled, hugging his luggage, murmuring, My young master's already 13? Stepping toward the door with his bags. Li Chul smiled. Goodbye for now. I'm off. At the training center's gate, he sighed. Finally, my new life begins. Amid the lively atmosphere of the martial arena, trainees stood in rows, clad in green uniforms. Whispers buzzed. Isn't that the illegitimate kid? Yeah, the ninth child. Heard Chul caused chaos at the selection and naming ceremonies. More murmurs followed. Probably just luck. An illegitimate kid achieving that much at the naming ceremony? Doubtful, right? Makes you curious. Though, expressionless, Li Chul thought. How many times? Illegitimate, this. Illegitimate, that. My head's pounding. A nearby exclamation drew his attention. It's the 8th young lady. True clan blood. Her aura's on another level. Lee Soo-hyun, 13, with jet black hair and golden eyes, approached. Li Chul muttered. Her reception's way different from mine. As she walked confidently, she turned, spotting him, and greeted. Kid, glancing over. He replied. Hey, long time. Scratching her neck awkwardly, she asked. You're not mad about the naming ceremony, are you? Puzzled, he asked. What about it? Recalling her disappointed remark, she hesitated. You know, when I said disappointing. Realizing, Li Chul sighed, brushing it off. Grown-ups are just cold-blooded. It's fine. Beaming, she exclaimed. Really? For real? Adding playfully. Phew, you're a bit petty. Though, his face darkened, turning to retort. Petty where? She dodged. Heard you're training with Master Ant? Even got into the scripture pavilion? Before he could respond, a shout rang out. Attention! Yellow-clad instructors lined the stage. The central instructor, hands behind back, announced. We'll now assign classes. Called trainees. Line up before your instructor. Murmurs arose below. What do we do? It's getting intense. A bad class could ruin us. Li Chul sighed, thinking. Understandable. The academy's 3 days, so class placement matters. Each grade has 5 classes. Higher classes get the elite. Instructors handed out assignments. Young lady Lee Soo-hyun, Class 1. Congratulations. She accepted. Thank you. Li Chul thought. As expected, Soo-hyun's in Class 1. His turn came. Young Master Li Chul. An instructor handed him his assignment. Here, he said, taking it casually, noting, their annoyed looks are blatant. Reading it, he smirked. Knew it'd be like this. But this blatant? Class 5. The scrap heap. Full of flunkies and rejects. Direct line descendants placements relied on naming ceremony evaluations. Controlled by the elder council and executive wives. They thought they'd hindered him. But this suited him fine. Saving effort. A voice called. Young Master Li Chul. Class 5. This way. He turned sharply. Following. Got it. I'm coming. Noticing Lee Soo-hyun staring, he paused. Her fuming expression screamed. How could you accept this? Aren't you complaining? Sensing her thoughts, he thought. Her face says it all. If I do nothing, she'll act herself. I'm fine with this. Though, waving her off, he moved on. Amid his thoughts, a grumble nearby. Damn. Class 5? Can I even graduate? What'll I tell Dad? No way I belong in Class 5. My clan will laugh me out. Annoyed, Li Chul thought. Why's a Sung Mu clan trainee acting like this? Someone approached. Hey, you're the clan's youngest son, right? Turning, Li Chul nodded. Yeah, the stranger smiled. Nice. I'm Kim Han, son of a small forge contracted by the clan. It's an honor to study with you. Hearing the introduction, Li Chul thought. Kim Han? No memory of him from my past life. Still, he asked. Why me? Kim Han scratched his head, chuckling. You're a big deal, young master. You're my idol. Convinced, Lee Chol relaxed. Not lying, huh? He asked. Kim Han, what do you think of being in class 5? Surprised but smiling, Kim Han replied, guess my strength's just at that level for now. But, clenching his fists and thumping his chest, he said resolutely, who knows what'll happen later? Impressed, Lee Chol grinned. You're all right. Confused, Kim Han asked. Huh? Suddenly, Choi In-ha, a 15-year-old trainee, and two friends chimed in unison. Great to meet you, newbie. We're counting on you. They continued chanting in unison, startling nearby trainees. Let's work hard together. Yeah, if you don't know something, just ask. The instructor clapped to gather attention. Enough introductions. Everyone focus. Lee Dong-ho placed a hand on his chest, announcing, I'm Lee Dong-ho, instructor for Class 5. Since new trainees are joining today, there's no formal lesson, just a brief overview. I'm a 5th-rank martial artist. Hearing this, Lee Chol recalled, still as passionate and determined as ever. In my past life, he tutored me privately because I couldn't keep up. Lee Dong-ho smiled. That's it for introductions. In-ha, guide the newbies through the rest. In-ha called out, agreed cheerfully. Yes, sir. Slightly embarrassed, he scratched his head, waving. Newbies, this is a bit awkward. But as a 2-year repeater, I'm still 2nd-year class leader. You've been standing a while, tired? Sit if you want. Now, we'll pick a class leader. Trainees around chuckled. Lee Chol and Kim Han listened as In-ha rambled. Though we're trainees, we sometimes face real combat. So the class leader's like a martial team captain. Unlike instructors, who only train and teach per the plan, the leader handles everything else for the class. A trainee with a mushroom haircut raised his hand, asking, how's the leader chosen? In-ha explained, forgot to mention, other classes vary, but here, we hold a friendly spar and vote. Clapping, he declared, alright, let's start. Since it's a spar, no mana allowed. There's a break after each match. Lee Chol's face darkened, asking, seriously? In-ha, flustered, replied, young master Lee Chol, is something wrong? Coldly, Lee Chol said, everything, what you're doing and what you said. Drawing a wooden sword, he continued, wake up, this is the Sung Mu clan. If you want to play school games, go to a normal school in a safe zone. In-ha frowned, that's a bit harsh, we're just keeping things peaceful. Ignoring him, Lee Chol stepped onto the sparring ground, planting his sword in the dirt, saying bluntly, talking like this, you wouldn't get it, would you? His expression darkened, hands on the hilt, issuing a challenge, come up, one by one, from now, I'll fight you all. After the sparring, Lee Chol panted, drenched in sweat. Around him, 3 or 4 trainees lay sprawled, trembling, pleading, please, spare me. He stood firm, leaning on his sword. In-ha, watching from below, muttered in disbelief, unreal. How many has he taken down alone? Interrupting In-ha's thoughts, Lee Chol called, Choi In-ha, glaring, he demanded, call the next one. In-ha swallowed hard, thinking, terrifying, then replied, this is the last match. Lee Chol slung the wooden sword over his shoulder, asking, is it? Smirking, he said, your turn, Choi In-ha. Their duel began. In-ha's sword was knocked away, leaving him stunned, thinking, why's he going this far? It's just a meaningless practice match among trainees. No reward, no stakes. I can't even land a serious hit. Lee Chol gripped his sword tightly, panting, slightly trembling. In-ha gritted his teeth, realizing, no, I know why. Counterattacking, he was dodged, understanding, I used to be like this. I wanted to win no matter what. I thought compromising was another way to live. That accepting reality and maturing was right. Lee Chol's face burned with resolve, his mind racing, but I want to win. I'm desperate to win. At that moment, he swung his sword with force, declaring, I win. In-ha's sword flew from his hand. Stunned, In-ha cried out, clutching his wrist, collapsing with a scream. Exhausted, Lee Chol sighed, looking down, instructing others, take him to the infirmary. Unconvinced, In-ha shouted, it's not over. Grabbing his sword, he launched a surprise attack. But Lee Chol blocked it. Surprised, Lee Chol thought, left-handed sword? Using his left because his right's injured? Seeing In-ha's eyes, he noted, that looks completely different now. Ending the fight swiftly, Lee Chul countered, knocking Inha back in his shock. With force, he struck Inha's lower abdomen with the wooden sword. Inha cried out, collapsing, clutching his stomach, standing firm with his sword. Lee Chul called to two nearby trainees. Take him. Walking away, he declared loudly, I've lived a second like an hour like a year. Under the blazing sun, he planted his sword in the ground, 1 foot forward, continuing, who doesn't know living comfortably is easier? But if I don't fight desperately every moment, I'll lose everything. Even when I breathe, I fight, against myself and everything around me. Looking at the defeated trainees, battered and sprawled, he asked, have you ever lived like that? Clenching his fist, resolute, he roared, that's what struggle means. Later, instructor Lee Dong-ho approached the panting Lee Chul. Warning, you went too far. 4 with broken bones, 3 with internal injuries. Sweaty, Lee Chul turned away. To survive in the Sung Mu clan, they should at least laugh off those wounds. Lee Dong-ho frowned. Every kid has their reasons. Lee Chul snapped. Instructor Lee Dong-ho, even the trainees get it. Do I need to explain to you too? His words intimidated Lee Dong-ho, who darkened, silent. Passing by, Lee Chul added, people like you are rare in the Sung Mu clan. You're a good person. Pausing, he advised, but they're Sung Mu clan trainees. If they stray, even if it means playing the villain, pull them back. Do your duty. Lee Dong-ho, speechless, clenched his fists. The next day, Lee Chul walked, rolling his shoulders, grumbling, my body's aching. Went too hard yesterday. Lost in thought, he noticed the trainees he'd beaten. Faces plastered with bandages, glaring fiercely. He acknowledged, some hold grudges or feel uneasy, but none avoid or turn away. If they were still scared like yesterday, there'd be no hope. Not bad. Whispers followed as he passed. There's that trash. A voice called from behind. Young master, you're here. Turning, Lee Chul saw Kim Han, also battered, asking, you're early, huh? Kim Han scratched his head, grinning, yeah, I worried I looked too weak in front of you yesterday. Lee Chul replied, we're just trainees, being weak's normal. Kim Han chuckled awkwardly, then asked curiously, young master, if it's okay, can I ask you something? Raising an eyebrow, Lee Chul crossed his arms. Sure, go ahead. Under the sunlight, Kim Han clenched his fists, determined, asking, what do I need to do? How can I become as strong as you? Lee Chul pointed to his head, explaining, first off, I'm not skilled enough to teach anyone, but you've got sharp eyes, or maybe keen instincts. Kim Han blinked. Huh? Lee Chul continued, didn't you dodge my strikes 3 times in a row yesterday? Use that. I think you're suited for finesse over raw strength. If you bet your life on honing what you have, one day you'll stand out. Kim Han nodded, grasping it, bowing, thank you. A teasing voice chimed from behind. Hey, young master, you look wrecked. Can't train like that. Huh? Choi Inha sighed helplessly. If I decide to rest, you'll let me off easy? Or you'll spout some fight talk and call me a coward? Annoyed, Lee Chul brushed past. I'm out here to avoid hearing that nonsense. Thought you'd change. Proud Choi Inha? Moments later, Lee Dong-ho gathered them, ordering, instructor speaking, 4 on sick leave, 5 absent without reason, 11 left. Scanning the exhausted trainees, Lee Dong-ho noted the tense atmosphere. Just one predator, and these kids are this on edge? He continued, we planned a basic fitness test today. But given your state, I'm switching gears. Clenching his fist, he shouted determinedly, right now, fitness test begins. After a grueling session, everyone collapsed. Panting, Lee Dong-ho announced, fitness test's over. From now, free training under the class leader. Lee Chul sighed, 10 hours for a fitness test. And I'm beat. Can't stop, though. Glancing at the others, he strode off. Trainees gossiped about Lee Dong-ho. He seemed off today, right? Another replied, it's from yesterday's fight. So many got hurt. Normally, he'd give us a break. A voice cut through. Attention. Lee Chul stood tall, declaring, no need for intros. I'm Lee Chul, your class leader. As Choi Inha said yesterday, the leader controls everything outside the instructor's orders. My training will be brutal. Keep up if you can. I won't drag anyone along. Bok Seong gritted his teeth, muttering resentfully, that damn jerk. Li Chul stepped forward, resolute. If you're unhappy with me, challenge me freely, beat me once, and I'll hand over the role. He ordered. Enough talk. Start now. Fight the person next to you. After observing a long bout, Li Chul calculated, 6 still standing, the rest quit midway. Addressing them, he said, stop, that's it for today. Dismissed. Good work. Trainees whispered spitefully. That damn bastard. He's why we're suffering. I can't stand that illegitimate brat. What's the point? I'm not following his way. Kim Han, panting, interjected. Cut it out. He spoke earnestly. Honestly, I'm pissed. Even when he's exhausted, we couldn't land a single hit. Others chimed in. Inha, what do you think? Last year was fun. Choi Inha, breathing heavily, said sadly. Fun enough to get held back. They gasped. What? Standing, Inha declared. If I don't change this time, I'll live as a failure. Even if my limbs break. I want to try, really try, he confessed. You guys know it. That youngest bastard, I mean. You get what he's trying to do, right? Silence fell. Turning to leave, Inha's voice brimmed with resolve. I'm fighting this time, maybe my last shot. So wake up. Stop resisting or pretending you don't know. A day later, in a lab, Zhang Hua trained Li Chul. Come on, kid, shift the form. Sitting, he visualized, altering the flame in his hand. Zhang Hua called. Stop, that's enough. The flame vanished. She reviewed, groaning. Failed again. Every time you try forming aura, the structure collapses. Scribbling furiously, she grumbled. Didn't expect this issue after reaching 3 stars. Li Chul sat, staring helplessly. Zhang Hua rambled. If only we had ancient records on mana use. Gazing at his ring, Li Chul thought, if it's infinity's memories, I haven't accessed the next ones. Still, the scripture pavilion trip exceeded expectations. That thing, cloaked in black mist, terrified monsters. Even the kingdom's fiercest generals fell. Heroes sealed it at northern 10,000 Demon Mountain. The king granted land to honor them. Grateful, they forged a sword named Infinity. Clenching his fist, he mused. Finding Infinity's info was a huge gain. Zhang Hua cheered. Anyway, you've touched aura, stepping into 3 stars on your own. Impressive. Excited, she added. This current block will be solved soon. You've nearly mastered grand defect and conversion techniques. Buttoning his shirt, Li Chul replied. Thanks, Aunt. You always guide me. Changing topics, he asked. By the way, what's next after 3 stars? She explained eagerly. You'll learn rigid chi techniques and aura skills. Mastery takes time, though. Suddenly curious, she asked. How's trainee training? You always look drained. Sighing expressionlessly, he said. Just normal. Beaming, she teased. Really? If it's tough, let me help. Puzzled, he asked. Help how? Confidently thumping her chest, she declared. HMPH, you'll see soon. Just trust me. The next day, Li Chul, exasperated, thought, trust her? I'm already worried. A girl entered. The instructor announced, today's a special lecture on magic. Fix your uniforms and stay ready. This is Elder Li Zhonghua, a Sung Mu clan researcher. Li Deng Ho chimed in. Everyone, clap. Zhonghua stood, grinning widely. So embarrassing. Adjusting her glasses, she chirped. I hate dragging things out. Let's start. From below, Li Chul watched, thinking, she's enjoying teaching more and more. The dull lecture ended, followed by applause. Zhonghua smiled. Now for the fun part. I'll teach an improved thread technique from the Research Institute. Li Deng Ho, confused, said, huh? Wasn't the lesson over? She retorted, what? The real stuff starts now. Sit properly. I'll demonstrate once. So focus. Suddenly, Zhonghua pulled Li Chul up, startling him. What's happening? Excited, she said. Direct descendants get support like this at the academy. But you had nothing, so I'm stepping up. HMPH. Touched. He bowed. Thank you, Aunt. Unfazed, she grinned. Good, good. Playfully nudging him, she added. In theory, it doubles your power. Cool, right? Helplessly, Li Chul sighed. Yes, you're amazing. Li Deng Ho clapped for attention. Focus. We'll now spar. Applying the elder's magic. Pair up. A familiar voice called. Young master, be my partner. Choi Inha approached, determined. Fair warning, I won't hold back. Li Chul assumed a stance, brimming with confidence. Honored to spar with you. I'll let you strike first. Choi In-ha shouted angrily, charging forward to strike. Zhang Hua watched from the sidelines, whispering in admiration, "Wow, my kid's ruthless, just like me when I was young." Suddenly, murmurs arose. "I really can't stand that brat." It was disgruntled trainees, huddled in a corner, complaining, even as a secondary son. Treated differently or not, he's leagues above us. Different physique, awakened abilities, he's ahead from the starting line. Another chimed in, "Exactly, we've tried our hardest, but what does he know?" Overhearing, Zhang Hua approached, calling, "Hey, you lot." The whispering trainees spun around, startled. "Huh, elder? You're still here?" Leaning in with a menacing glare, she asked, "Were you just talking about my kid, my disciple?" The two trainees, terrified, thought, that look, bowing low, they stammered, "Sorry, we spoke out of line." Fuming, Zhang Hua radiated heat, pressing, "Say it again. What gives you the right to talk about that kid like that?" Panicking, they pleaded, "Please forgive us." A voice cut through, "Doesn't the young master know nothing too?" Bok Seong sneered, "We've worked hard, but we're treated like we're nothing. Different circumstances, different reactions, obvious, right?" Zhang Hua turned coldly, "You really think you know nothing?" Bok Seong frowned, "What?" Her gaze dripped with disdain. "Maybe ignorance is better. If you knew how different that kid's days are from yours, you'd see your lives are child's play." Bok Seong clenched his fists, roaring, "What's so special about that secondary brat?" Grinding his teeth with resentment, he snapped, "Fine, I'll show you. Later." An announcement rang out, "Training ends here today." Bok Seong stole a glance at Li Chul, thinking, "See? Nothing special. All that talk of struggle, it's just his natural gifts. Unlike us." Other trainees approached, asking, "You said you're tailing that secondary kid today, right? Is it okay to wander the clan grounds like this?" Bok Seong nodded firmly, "We're trainees. It's fine. It's not a restricted area. That brat doesn't live in the main family's zone. I can't let him keep overshadowing us. I'll see it with my own eyes today." Whispering, Bok Seong gazed at the sky, resolute. Late at night, he and a few trainees nodded to each other, lurking. "How long's he been in the research area? It's 9 p.m. already." A sleepy trainee rubbed his eyes. "Bok Seong, let's head back. Day training's got me beat." Another agreed, "I'm wiped out." One sighed, "Fine, whatever that secondary kid's doing in there, we won't know." Bok Seong dismissed them, muttering, "Weaklings." Just then, Li Chul emerged, startling him. "He's out." Li Chul exhaled, psyching himself up. "Phew, keep going." Bok Seong watched Li Chul walk, thinking, finally heading home, but to his shock, Li Chul entered the main family's exclusive training ground. He's not allowed there. Suddenly, loud shouts echoed, surprising Bok Seong and his group. They whispered, "What's that? Training sounds?" One trainee, scared, said, "Bok Seong, the youngest master's seriously intense. Let's stop." "He's not wrong. We'll try like In-ha." Bok Seong snapped, "I never skip personal training." "No difference." The two trainees exchanged awkward glances, mumbling, sorry, we're heading back." Furious, Bok Seong growled, "What's different between me and that secondary brat? I'll prove I'm not wrong." Interrupting his thoughts, Li Chul, exhausted from training, stepped out and headed home. Bok Seong tailed him, spying, seeing Li Chul enter his house. He thought gleefully, finally home. A blinding light flashed from behind, followed by a shout, "Who's there? Stop!" A patrolling guard appeared, adjusting his cap, exclaiming, "What's this? A trainee? Young Master Li Chul passes by every night at this hour. But I didn't expect him to bring a trainee." Bok Seong, incredulous, muttered, "Every night?" He forced a smile. Just had some business." The guard warned, "This isn't allowed by rules. Head back." Bok Seong nodded, "Yes, sir." Glancing at Li Chul's house, he gaped, "The lights are still on?" "It's 2 a.m. His face darkened as he turned away, muttering, "Well, good luck then." Dragging his feet, he thought, "Time to go." The next morning, 5 a.m., at Class 5's training ground, Bok Seong clutched his head, exhausted, blaming himself. As expected, "I got back too late." He glanced over, surprised to see Lee Chul slumped against a stone bench. Bok Seong thought, he's really worn out. Even with a gifted physique and main family mana, can a 13-year-old handle sleeping 3 to 4 hours a day? What about me? I watch TV or game to unwind. I train personally, but I sleep enough, rest, and relax properly. Approaching, he paused. Lee Chul looked up, asking, "What's up?" Bok Seong hesitated. "Don't you get tired?" Lee Chul frowned, annoyed. "So you were among those tailing me yesterday?" Bok Seong stammered. "Yeah, your main family. Supported, with a different starting point. And," Lee Chul cut in calmly, "I've lived like this since I was small. Before joining the trainee squad, I slept a bit more." "Lack of sleep? Of course I'm tired." Embarrassed, Bok Seong pressed. "Then why push yourself that far?" Lee Chul stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder, whispering, "You already know the answer." Bok Seong gritted his teeth, ashamed, thinking, "Damn it." The scene shifted to the clan's great hall, where Tae Shin trained rigorously. Sweating profusely, Butler Choi Jin entered, bowing respectfully. "Clan head, the mission documents you assigned are processed." Tae Shin extended his hand. "Let me see." Reading intently, he sighed. "This isn't enough," Choi Jin explained. "These are 3rd and 4th rank dungeons. With the trainee squad's current level, it's dangerous." Tae Shin frowned. "Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but not people. I need to forge survivors now." Choi Jin bowed. "Understood. I'll proceed per your orders." "One more matter to report." Tae Shin asked. "What's the youngest up to?" That kid's had a different look since he was small, the eyes of someone stripped bare. Knocked to rock bottom, clenching his fist. He added, "But leading and changing people? That's another matter." Handing Choi Jin a stack of test papers, he instructed, "Adjust the test content slightly. The 8th child's in the same batch. Raise the trainee squad's standard." Choi Jin accepted. "Yes, sir." Tae Shin smirked, intrigued. "Does that boy truly have what it takes to lead? This time, I'll watch closely." At the Class 5 training hall, Instructor Lee Dong-ho, as usual, arrived to check on things. The kids were diligently training together. He was astonished. "My trainees are this hardworking? It's the weekend, and they're here early. No need for extra drills." A trainee spotted him and greeted. "Instructor, you're here." Lee Dong-ho responded. "Yeah, working hard on a weekend? If anyone's missing, call them back. I have an announcement." The trainee replied promptly. "Yes, sir." The instructor gave his instructions. "It's a bit sudden, but the first quarterly evaluation's been moved up. So, you're granted a week's leave beforehand. Treat today as your last rest day and relax well." Looking at the kids, he thought, no need to remind them to keep up minimal training during the break. "Right?" Then he declared, "I trust you'll manage." "Good work." The trainees shouted in unison. "Understood." Lee Chul rubbed his chin. Puzzled. "A sudden leave like this? The evaluations moved up, is that okay?" Glancing at the others, he wondered, why hasn't anyone left yet? Kim Han grinned. "We're watching you, young master." Choi Inha has a question. "What are you doing during the break?" Lee Chul replied, "Leave is personal time. Why ask me? Rest when you need to. I'm not forcing anyone to train during the break." His words stunned the trainees, who stared at each other, whispering, "Didn't expect that from young master. I thought he'd drag us into hellish training. Like, who'd dare actually rest and force us into a group session?" Exasperated, Lee Chul crossed his arms. "Why not say it louder? What do you take me for? Should we rerun day 1 during the break?" The group paled in fear. Sighing, he smiled faintly. "Rest when you need to. Resting's important too. I know even if I say rest, you won't just laze around. Handle it yourselves. Rest well, and see you after the break." The trainees cheered joyfully, shouting, "Young master of the Sung Mu clan." The scene shifted to Lee Jong-ho's research lab, where she grumbled, "I heard you got leave. So why are you here bothering me? I've got tons of research to do." Lee Chul retorted, "You're clearly still on your phone, browsing random stuff." Jong-hwa jumped. "Random? I'm reading about Han Min being recognized by the clan head, even cured of leukemia." Lee Chul gave her a skeptical look. "Wait, what are you actually reading?" Changing the topic, he asked, "About the quarterly evaluation being moved up. Is it really father's order?" She nodded. "Yup, direct orders from above." Lee Chul sank into thought. Then this test'll be tougher than expected. I'm stuck at a mana wall. To break through, I might need Infinity's next memory. Tugging his hair, he mused, if I can't access it, something's missing. I've tried tweaking to unlock the next memory. But no luck. Gotta keep searching. His hand accidentally knocked over a stack of papers. Scattering them, Zhonghua snapped. What's that? Be careful. I told you to tidy this place. A paper caught his eye. And he picked it up. What's this? It read. The decisive difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their focus. It's speculated that in that era, human techniques centered on fighting monsters. The original Bamboo Demon technique likely had the same focus. Bamboo Demon was inherently excessive. Li Chul shot up, startling Zhonghua. What's up, kid? With a grave expression, he bolted out. I get it. I'll explain later. I'm heading to the training ground. Papers flew again. Zhonghua yelled. That blasted kid. At the training ground, Li Chul summoned Infinity, thinking, now, imagine an opponent. Bigger than me. A non-human monster. A colossal beast. A technique ignoring combo efficiency. Preserving raw power. Dodging. Defending. Flashy moves without destructive force. Or mere feints. Useless. Bamboo Demon's clear goal. Channeling mana. He leapt, cratering the ground beneath him. He concluded, Bamboo Demon's goal is slaying monsters. Visualizing a beast, he slashed down. Dust rose after the strike. Standing still, he awaited the result. Black mist clung to Infinity. Ecstatic, he shouted, yes, what'll show up now? He was teleported into Infinity's spatial realm. Li Chul wondered, where am I? The training grounds like when I first got Infinity? Why does the perspective shift only when reading Infinity's memories? Peering inside from outside a training hall, he noted, is that the person from Infinity's last memory? Insane speed. Something struck him. The weapon change. And the aura shifted too. It's not their aura changing, Infinity's altering the aura. A voice inside sighed. Another method switch? Stop spying on others' training. Clearly aimed at Li Chul. But the other person didn't react. The other changed topics. Since you got it, named those techniques yet? The man replied, not yet. They're not quite techniques. The other suggested, then I'll name them. How about myriad transformations? He agreed, not bad. Suddenly, he paused, asking, hey, did you bring someone here again? The other, confused, said, me? No way. Li Chul sweated outside. Swords clashed. The other initiated combat. Wanna spar? No reason to bring anyone. Peeking in, Li Chul saw them duel. Curious, he studied the other. Those eyes and hair, the main Sung Mu Line's traits.
Time passed quickly, and the 1-week break came to an end. Today, Li Chiol's group was loaded onto a vehicle to be transported to the site of the quarterly evaluation test. Inside the vehicle, Li Chiol gazed out the window, lost in thought. This scenery is no different from the future or the past. The walls separating the safe zones from the dangerous ones. Long ago, a massive rift appeared near the Pacific Ocean, called the Blue Hole, a mysterious space humans have yet to fully explore. From it, never-before-seen monsters poured out. Humanity fought them for ages to reclaim territory, but some lands remain unconquered. Places like this are called dangerous zones. He mused silently. Meanwhile, perhaps excited about the upcoming test, Kim Han laughed and said, they say these walls now mark the boundary between safe and dangerous zones, right? The closer you get to the dangerous zones, the more desolate it becomes. Li Chiol began enlightening him with knowledge from his past life. Since we're still within the walls, the destruction is only this bad. The pioneer villages near the dangerous zones have very primitive civilizations. At this, painful memories from his previous life surfaced in Li Chiol's mind. He had once lived there to stay hidden, a time that was far from pleasant. Soon, the small vehicle passed through the wall, entering the uncharted territory. As Li Chiol had mentioned, the scenery here was bleak and starkly different from inside the walls. The air carried a faint bluish haze drifting around. Instructor Li Dong-ho disembarked first, warning, everyone, stay alert. From now on, we're entering a dungeon not fully explored. Assemble. We'll set up a base here, check necessary supplies, and begin the test. The escort guards will only protect the base, so from now on, you're on your own. But I'm not worried. I'll support you as much as I can as your instructor. Show everything you've prepared. The group of trainees shouted in unison, full of spirit. Yes, sir. Li Chiol turned to the group, saying, from now on, I'll take command. But first, this test will be tougher than expected. This is your last chance. Anyone who wants to leave, go now. His voice was filled with seriousness. His gaze drifted to the distance. Countless spider webs crisscrossed the forest, making him uneasy. Indeed, anyone can see this quarterly test isn't for ordinary trainees. The human-faced spider forest, a dungeon full of webs. Any intruder would be instantly detected by the monsters. Yet our task is to film an adult spider in this forest. Clearly, this test was set by my father, he thought. However, none of the fifth-year class backed out. Choi In-ha sighed, smiling lightly. At this point, test me however you want. The entire fifth-year class won't just run or give up. Kim Han nodded. Right, young master. We all trust you. The group looked at Li Chiol with eyes full of faith, surprising him slightly. In his past life, he had never experienced this feeling. Li Chiol grinned, teasing. You guys say such cheesy lines so naturally, huh? His words made Bok Sung's face flush. That's because you create that kind of atmosphere, young master. Li Chiol continued. All right, I get it. No one's backing out. Final check on communications, secure the supplies, and let's head into the forest together. The group shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Regarding the human-faced spider forest, the creatures operated with hive-like behavior, like ants or bees, making them difficult to handle. Leading the group, Li Chiol cautioned. You all know by now, right? The task is to record the behavior of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years using the filming equipment. From now on, Choi In-ha will take command. Choi In-ha started. Wait, what do you mean? Li Chiol said bluntly. I'll act alone, serving as bait for the spiders. Hearing this, the group froze, question marks practically floating above their heads, shouting, wait. What? As time passed, Li Chiol split from the fifth-year formation, moving alone. After casually slaying a giant spider, he surveyed his surroundings, panting from exhaustion. His gaze caught countless giant spiders staring with glowing red eyes. But this was exactly what he wanted. Finally, they're all gathered. Killing a few to lure them with pheromones was worth it. Human-faced spiders take high-value prey back to their nest as food for their larvae. The easiest way to make them see me as valuable prey is to prove my terrifying strength. As he thought this, he transformed his sword into a long sword, executing the bamboo demon technique, cleaving a charging spider in two. This action enraged the remaining spiders. They hissed, swarming from all directions. Li Chiol gave a faint smile, dropping his weapon, ceasing resistance. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on soft webbing. Is this inside a human-faced spider's cocoon? If so, the plan worked. My stomach's a bit upset from the venom, but not bad. He used a cloaking technique, enveloping his body in a blue energy veil, transforming his weapon into a short blade to cut through the webbing, planning his next move. If this is their nest, the larvae should be gathered here. He sliced a large gash in the cocoon, peering outside, stunned. Wait, why are there so many feeding cocoons? They couldn't have caught this many today. They should have eaten them long ago. Why? Li Chiol frowned, scanning the area. His face paled as he saw, not far away, a massive cocoon suspended in the air by countless webs, guarded by giant spiders. The cocoon trembled incessantly, as if something inside was trying to break free. Li Chiol felt a tremor in his body. Is the dark energy resonating with it? Before he could think further, the cocoon tore open from within. A massive leg emerged, followed by a human-like hand. Finally, the figure revealed itself. A giant spider with the lower body of an arachnid and the upper body of a seductive woman, with 6 eyes on her face. A fifth-rank monster, the human-faced spider queen. My children, are you hungry? She spoke. Li Chiol held his breath, analyzing silently. A fifth-rank monster in a dungeon, using human language? No, she hasn't opened her mouth. Is the dark energy reading her consciousness? The spider queen suddenly attacked, lunging at Li Chiol's cocoon with sharp legs, sending him crashing to the ground. No time to maintain the cloaking technique, he thought. The spider queen glared at him, her eyes brimming with killing intent. What are you? The thing that woke me is inside you. Why does a human have it? That's Mila. Give it to me. She unleashed a purple sonic wave, the fierce skill, like the giant turtle he once faced. Li Qiol registered it, but felt no fear, a terrifying pressure only a top predator could produce. Too bad it doesn't work on me, he thought. Thanks to the dark energy, the pressure was neutralized. The Spider Queen flinched. You dare resist my mana? Insolent. As her words fell, from the forest nearby, a plume of black smoke rose, followed by a deafening explosion that shattered everything. Looking at the scene in the distance, the Spider Queen's face turned blank with shock. My forest, my forest. What have you done? She screamed, unable to contain herself. Meanwhile, Li Qiol smirked, seeing his plan unfold as predicted. He explained, that's a weapon called an explosive mana bullet. Luckily, this cursed forest has plenty of flammable materials. All it took was detonating them on my signal. Not far away, the group led by Kim Han contacted Li Qiol through his earpiece. We've started. Group 1 is moving out. We'll reach the nest in 30 minutes at most. At the same time, Instructor Li Dong-ho, observing through a monitor, urgently reported, this is base camp. Young master, I've detected a 5th-rank mana source in the nest, but before he could finish, Li Qiol cut in. I'm fine. Make sure to support the trainees first. Back in the spider nest, the Spider Queen was enraged. She ground her teeth, ordering her minions, my children, hurry, protect our forest. Then, glaring at Li Qiol, she snarled, I'll crush you myself, arrogant brat. You think you can defeat me alone? You believe your teammates rushing to my nest will make it here? You can't do anything to me. In response, Li Qiol sneered, you're the one underestimating me. He enveloped his body in a golden aura. The scene shifts to the trainees moving forward. Choi In-ha commanded, everyone, keep firing explosive bullets to draw the human-faced spiders. Group 1, head straight to the nest, support the young master, and secure an escape route. Bok Song, running alongside, asked, wait, with an anomaly in the nest, we're still proceeding like this? Choi In-ha replied, it's the young master's orders. We stick to the plan. Though he said this, he couldn't hide his worry, silently praying, young master, please hold on a little longer. Back in the shaking cave, rubble fell as the Spider Queen's relentless attacks continued. But she was far from pleased. Why? Why aren't you dead? Why are you still standing? She screamed, seeing her attacks fail to harm Li Qiol. It was all thanks to his demon eye skill. He thought, hidden things, the flow of invisible power, the eyes that see through are called demon eyes. With them, I can read mana flows, dodging critical hits. But the power gap is too wide. I can't evade everything. Fortunately, this Spider Queen just emerged and hasn't fully mastered her body. I have one chance. While thinking, Li Qiol applied a healing potion to his wounds, switching his sword to a longsword form. He activated the thunderous steel aura martial technique, enveloping the blade in black lightning. Without hesitation, he charged, swinging his sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energy at the Spider Queen. A massive explosion echoed in the cave. The Spider Queen couldn't dodge in time, sustaining a deep wound, one front leg severed. But Li Qiol wasn't satisfied. Damn it, the cut's too shallow. As expected, piercing that thick hide with one strike is too hard. He looked at the shrieking Spider Queen. Pain, it hurts. I'll make you my servant, rip that thing out of you, heal myself, and you'll suffer endless agony. She raised both hands, firing beams of light. Though unfamiliar with the skill, Li Qiol tried to dodge. But the sheer number of threads was overwhelming, and one caught him. A voice echoed in his mind. Submit. A searing headache hit, making him scream in pain. The Spider Queen laughed triumphantly. Ha! That arrogant face. But before she finished, she coughed blood, stammering, Wow, what's this? She lunged to attack. Instead of fleeing, Li Qiol stood still, muttering, You should have been more careful. Insects are weak to fire. As he spoke, a massive explosion erupted beside the Spider Queen, sending her straight to the underworld. The trainees arrived, sighing in relief to see Li Qiol safe. Kim Han said, Sorry, we were delayed clearing a path. Li Qiol sighed, scolding, When we get back, you're all getting special training. Kim Han's face paled, whining, Gods, even now you're saying that. Lee Cheol declared. Let's get out of this nest. The scene shifts to the instructor's grading room, where discussions buzzed. Team 5 from Nam-il is behind schedule. They returned 30 minutes ago. They didn't abandon the mission like Team 4, did they? It's understandable. It's a special 6th-rank dungeon with an anomaly. Lee Dong-ho entered. Sorry for being late. Many were injured, so I took them to the infirmary first. I'll report now. He pressed a remote, displaying footage of human-face spiders. Team 5's mission was to record adult spider behavior. But we detected an anomaly, so we gathered intelligence. Team 5 split into 4 groups, planting 132 explosive mana bullets. A man interrupted. Wait, did I hear that right? You used firepower? Lee Dong-ho nodded. Yes. We used 52 during combat, totaling 184. The dark-haired man slammed the table, furious. Were you trying to level the dungeon? The mission was to film. Don't tell me you blew it up and called it a success. Lee Dong-ho stammered. The mission was completed. Where's the footage? Play it, someone shouted. Before he could respond, the door opened. Lee Cheol entered. Sorry for being late. The equipment broke, so I had to recover it. Here's the video. He handed his badge to Lee Dong-ho. Behind him, Lee Seo-hyun whispered. This lunatic, blowing up a dungeon is normal? You didn't find being captured troublesome? Lee Cheol replied. If you want to film, this was the surest way. Soon, the footage played. The room fell silent. The dark-haired man rubbed his face, bewildered. Unbelievable. The report matches the footage perfectly. Using bombs in a dungeon is like bringing gasoline to a fire. He looked at Lee Cheol. You think this was a reasonable plan? Lee Cheol replied confidently. I chose the method with the highest success rate. With a standard plan, would the trainees have succeeded? I used every means to complete it, rather than fail or quit. The Lee clan only cares about results. His words made the dark-haired instructor's eyes narrow, thinking, not an accident. It looks like a variable, but it's a plan. That 9th kid has absolute faith in his strategy. The other examiners exchanged glances, discussing. The young master's plan was too unconventional to set as an example or grade easily. But since they completed the mission with no casualties, it's arguably a perfect score. Team 5 was the only team to achieve a perfect score in this evaluation. Time passed swiftly, and the scene shifts to the office of the Lee clan head. Butler Choi Jin reported the test results. 32 dead, 78 severely injured, many with minor injuries. Due to the identity transfer clause in the contract, there are no specific issues. Tae-shin nodded, unsurprised, and asked, what are the support measures for the casualties this time? Choi Jin replied, full coverage of treatment costs for the severely injured. For those with irreversible disabilities, we'll handle it per regulations. Tae-shin gestured. All right, proceed with the progress report. You've worked hard. Tae-shin flipped through the report, reviewing it. Choi Jin pressed a remote, displaying a video, and continued. Yes, here's the footage related to each dungeon reported this time. From Tae-shin's perspective, as he watched the video, he commented, it's indeed impactful. The human-face spider forest is in a dangerous zone. Choi Jin agreed. Yes, at the northern edge of Gangwon province. The screen showed the Spider Queen commanding her minions to attack Lee Cheol, but the image quality was poor. Tae-shin remarked, quite short. Choi Jin shrugged. According to the report, the video could only be restored to this extent. It seems it was heavily edited. The comment made Tae-shin pause for a beat. He sipped his tea, amused. Truly an interesting kid. Don't you think so? Choi Jin replied earnestly. Overcoming such a tough mission with sheer willpower is impressive. I'm just concerned he might overlook basic tactics and strategies. Tae-shin agreed. Even you think so? His unconventional approach shows boldness. By understanding the rules, he knows how to use unique methods. The fact that the trainees and instructors followed his plan without objection proves his leadership. No leaks about the operation, and the plan succeeded perfectly. Not just this time. Raised the frequency and difficulty of the overall evaluations. Choi Jin bowed. Yes, I'll handle it. Tae-shin whispered, his eyes brimming with expectation. Looks like soon, the others will pay more attention to the youngest. A few months later, at the dedicated training ground for Class 5, Kim Han wailed, Young Master, You know we just finished the final evaluation yesterday, right? Lee Cheol blinked, confused. Huh? That's why I gave everyone a break. Kim Han sighed. I mean, ugh, never mind. Instructor Lee Dong-ho gathered everyone, announcing, though this is the final evaluation of the year, you might want to rest, but don't forget the promotion exam. I don't want anyone in this class held back. Understood. The group shouted in unison. Yes, we understand, sir. Lee Cheol, as if recalling something, teased Kim Han. In the last evaluation, you fell into mana exhaustion, right? Memorize some incantations today. Start with physical training. The group dove into practice. Watching their spirit, Lee Cheol thought happily. They've grown tougher, not just physically but mentally. No longer collapsing from shortcomings, they've learned to compensate. Nearly a year since starting as trainees, aside from those forced to drop out, no one's been expelled or killed. Suddenly, Lee Dong-ho approached. Hey, you're here. Lee Cheol was surprised. What's up? Lee Dong-ho reminded him. The instructors have an announcement about the promotion exam. Lee Cheol nodded. All right, I'll go now. At the meeting room, Lee Seo-yeon waved. Over here, sit down. I've got something to say. She patted the chair beside her. As Lee Cheol sat, she glanced at him. You did well in this evaluation, but I heard Class 1 was impressive too. Lee Cheol responded, prompting Lee Seo-yeon to boast confidently. Right? No, that's not important. She shook her head, dismissing the thought, then whispered, Listen, you're in trouble for this promotion exam. Sixth sister and seventh brother were summoned by mother. Lately, rumors say they've been meeting trainees everywhere. Lee Cheol guessed Lady Bong's intentions, but wasn't worried, smirking. What? They're planning something for the promotion exam. Lee Seo-yeon huffed. Getting eliminated is normal, but the scary part is not knowing what they'll pull. You're not scared because you're too weird. Sixth sister and seventh brother are terrifying. Lee Cheol crossed his arms, scoffing. If you're warning me, it's a bit late. Those kinds of troubles started at the midterm evaluation. He rubbed his chin, calculating. Every evaluation has issues, shoddy equipment, omitted training content for discrimination. Recently, I heard someone approached Bok Sung. Lee Seo-yeon clenched her fist. I've warned my class. This time, I'll compete fairly and win. I want first place, so you'll call me Big Sister. She spoke with burning determination. Lee Cheol muttered, Why is she so obsessed with titles? The instructor entered, announcing, Is everyone here? This year's quarterly evaluation is officially over. Now, I'll announce the promotion exam's details and schedule. Promotion results depend on your annual performance in this exam. It'll be held at Gate I-7, 3 kilometers north of Kian City. Hearing the location, Lee Cheol's eyes flashed with surprise. A gate? I expected an unusual exam, but not inside a dimensional gate. The instructor continued, holding up a token. Inside the gate, nameplates marked with Sung Mu Blue Orchid will be placed. Each trainee has one. If it's stolen, you're deemed responsible and must leave. There are no other rules. Collect as many nameplates as possible. This isn't a combat test, but a contest of seizure. Lee Cheol quickly grasped the essence. So that's the game. Collect nameplates, steal, survive. Losing your nameplate means you're out. The number of nameplates determines your score. Simple rules. Handling deaths is the trap. No one knows what happens. Just steal or find hidden nameplates. No issue. It's an individual match, including second-year trainees. Clearly, some force is meddling. A dimensional gate isolates the outside world. For a despised bastard like me, anything could happen without evidence. A chance not to miss, but that applies to my side too. He flashed a dangerous smile, making Lee Seo-yeon uneasy. The scene shifts to an office where a girl whistled cheerfully. A voice interrupted. What are you doing, sister? It was Lee Jae-hak, the 7th young master of the Lee clan. The girl, 6th young lady Lee Seo-a, replied. Admiring my cute little brother working himself to death. Lee Jae-hak cursed. Crazy woman. Lee Seo-a complained. This punk. Always talking so rudely to your sister? Anyway, 8th sister is way cuter. Her rabbit-like personality makes me want to strangle her. She pulled out a dagger, licking her lips menacingly, then asked, So, what do you think? Lee Jae-hak, eyes fixed on his computer, asked, About what? Lee Seo-a reminded him. Mother's orders, duh. Lee Jae-hak sighed wearily. I just think it's time to get a clear picture once and for all. Lee Seoa juggled her dagger, saying, I'm pissed. A bastard daring to wear a main branch nameplate, strutting around arrogantly. As his superior, I'll teach him his place. And dragging that soft, doughy big brother behind him. Time to show him where he stands. Lee Seoa gripped her dagger tightly, plunging it deep into the table. Time passed quickly, and the promotion exam finally began. This was the opportunity for trainees to advance to the next year, a contest to seize nameplates within a stabilized dimensional gate. Kim Han glanced at the two stone-faced men ahead, whispering to Lee Cheol, a stabilized secret realm with this much security? Lee Cheol replied calmly, probably to reassure the public or as a precaution. This is a research and testing site. His eyes narrowed, pondering, but the number of personnel is fewer than I expected. Do they think we won't notice their blatant actions? Or is this the level of the trainees? Either way, it doesn't matter. Lee Cheol turned, addressing the trainees behind him. Everyone ready? The group shouted in unison, Absolutely, sir. He nodded. All right, let's go. Leading the way, Lee Cheol strode swiftly into the gate. Meanwhile, regarding the sibling pair Lee Seoa and Lee Jae-hak, Lee Seoa was happily munching on snacks, praising, Jae-hak, this office has some great sweets. Lee Jae-hak, focused on work, sighed. Those are for guests, don't overdo it. Lee Seoa shrugged, unconcerned, no way. By the way, still no contact? I'm busy, yet I had to come here myself. Lee Jae-hak looked up. The instructors reported that all second-year trainees have entered. Hearing this, Lee Seoa's face lit up with excitement. Just thinking of those bastards and trash crawling in defeat gets me thrilled. Mother said if we do well, there'll be rewards. I need to decide what I want first. Unlike his confident sister, Lee Jae-hak felt uneasy. Will everything go smoothly? I trust the plan will work, but he recalled the words of their eldest brother, Lee Minwo. Be careful, Jae-hak. The youngest isn't an easy opponent. I told him that when I met him recently. At the time, Jae-hak had laughed it off, but the words lingered. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lee Seoa sprang up. What's that? Done already. Jae-hak didn't answer, his eyes narrowing at the screen. Lee Seoa, irritated, snatched the phone and checked it. Seconds later, her voice trembled with disbelief. 21 dead, 15 withdrawn? The entire Class 5 from Nam-il survived? Impossible. You're saying they teamed up and still couldn't beat a bastard. She clenched her fist in rage, crushing the phone. Lee Jae-hak finally understood his brother's warning. We lost. Completely outplayed by Lee Cheol. The scene shifts to inside the gate, where two trainees ran for their lives. The brown-haired one cursed. Damn it. He's just a fifth-year bastard. The dark-haired one snapped. Shut up and run. Hide in that cave. He won't find us. They sped up, ducking into a stone cave to rest and observe outside. The dark-haired one asked, Did we lose him? In response, a sword tore through the air, plunging into the ground, creating a large crack. As they panicked, Lee Cheol appeared, grabbing the dark-haired one's arm and twisting it, eliciting a scream of pain. Smiling, he mocked the brown-haired one. Lee Cheol here. You guys hide well. It took me a while to find you. The brown-haired trainee fell back, trembling. Stay away. Just because you're main branch, you think you're everything? Why torment us? Lee Cheol stepped forward, grabbing his collar, enlightening him. Some might think I attacked you first if they heard that. Drawing a sword on a main branch member, shouldn't you pay a price? He raised his sword. A chilling scream echoed in the cave. Time passed, and Choi In-ha ran up to report. Young master, this side's done. Lee Cheol nodded. Good work. If you're finished, move out. We haven't dealt with all the pursuers yet. Choi In-ha replied. Yes, I'll rendezvous with Kim Han now. Lee Cheol said he'd move alone, instructing Choi In-ha to handle the remaining targets and collect more nameplates. Watching him disappear, Lee Cheol stretched, thinking, the most important thing is the number of nameplates collected. Stealing from other trainees is inefficient. So, I hypothesized, can Demon Eyes find nameplates? Activating Demon Eyes, countless golden energy streams appeared, one stretching to a nearby cliff. Lee Cheol smirked, found one. He leaped onto the cliff, retrieving a nameplate, delighted. This is really efficient. Might as well train my demon eye control too. Time passed, and Li Chiol stared in disbelief at his bag filled with nameplates. Didn't expect to collect this many. Looking at this bag feels exhilarating. But I can't train demon eyes further. A loud explosion echoed from afar. He sighed, disappointed. The exam's almost over, with constant battles since morning. Avoiding her any longer will only cause more trouble. At that moment, Li Xiaoyun dropped from the sky in front of him. Finally found you, Li Chiol. Her voice was gleeful, but seeing his expression, she grew curious. What's wrong? Not surprised. Li Chiol shrugged. I knew you'd chase me. Li Xiaoyun asked. Then why didn't you stop? He grinned. I'm stopping now, aren't I? Li Xiaoyun didn't waste time, getting to the point. Pretty impressive, huh? Let's duel to see who's on top. She tied her hair, taunting. Up for it? If I win, you call me big sister. Got it. Li Chiol, intrigued, asked. And if I win? Li Xiaoyun replied sweetly. If you win, I'll call you big brother. Her tone gave Li Chiol goosebumps. He hugged himself, wary. If you're attacking psychologically, it's working. Li Xiaoyun, embarrassed, shouted. Shut up, talk too much. Let's go. Both gripped their swords, charging at each other. The battle officially began. The promotion exam concluded with an increasingly stringent evaluation system, made even more notable by the simultaneous participation of not one, but two direct main branch members, becoming a hot topic. In a corner of the training arena, a few nameless trainees gossiped. The 8th young lady took first place, right? With second-year warriors involved, could a first-year cadet really hold up? One worried. In another corner, some whispered with hands over mouths. You mean them? Yeah, the youngest bastard, the first-year cadet from Class 5. The scene shifts to the Class 5 training arena, where instructor Li Dong-ho congratulated Li Chiol. Congratulations, young master. You achieved the highest score. He handed over a certificate. Li Chiol accepted it, shaking his head in gratitude. Honestly, I didn't expect to take first place. He smiled, thinking about his duel with Li Xiaoyun. They couldn't show too much favoritism. Maybe Xiaoyun performed better, but I took all her nameplates. Unaware of this thought, Li Dong-ho continued praising. So calm. You're the top scorer among all cadets, a proud achievement. Li Chiol nodded. My wet nurse will be thrilled. Thanks for the congratulations. As he stepped down, trainees rushed to congratulate him. Congrats, young master. Li Dong-ho called next. Cadet Choi In-ha, stepped forward. Choi In-ha, who had repeated 2 years, approached. Congratulations on advancing. Li Dong-ho smiled, handing him a certificate. Choi In-ha ranked 13th. Looking at the certificate, he trembled. Thank you. His voice choked with emotion. From behind, Li Chiol teased. Don't let it go to your head, Choi In-ha. Be proud, but resting on your laurels won't change anything. Choi In-ha sighed. Yes, young master. Li Dong-ho continued. Cadet Bok Song. Bok Song ranked 24th. Kim Han, advancing in your first year. Great effort. Congratulations. Li Dong-ho smiled. But Kim Han, looking at his ranking, thought, not an impressive rank. Honestly, I'm disappointed. This is just the start. I'll become as strong as the young master, work harder, and stop being a burden or living half-heartedly. From now on, I won't lose. The group looked at Li Chiol's back, their eyes resolute. Li Chiol smiled with satisfaction. No one in the class failed. Good enough to be content. It's over. No more worries. He turned to the group. You all worked hard and passed. I was ready to retrain anyone who failed. What a pity. Year 2 will be tougher, with plenty of people wanting to tear you apart. But I believe you'll manage, right? The group shouted in unison. Yes. Li Chiol clenched his fist, shouting, You guys can do it. Time passed, and Li Chiol and Li Xiaoyun, dressed neatly, prepared to meet their father when summoned. Li Xiaohyun's face was sulky, thinking about her loss to Li Chiol. Hey, I don't accept this. Li Chiol sighed. What don't you accept this time? Li Xiaoyun bristled. Not about the promotion exam. I should have been first. You played dirty, not just beating me, but taking all my nameplates. Do you know how hard I worked to collect them? TSK, if I'd brought my Chang'e sword, she pouted regretfully. Li Chiol silently acknowledged. I thought I'd win easily, but it took over an hour. Xiaohyun's stronger than I expected. She hasn't unleashed sword aura or mastered her skills yet. If she had, I don't want to imagine it. Unaware of this assessment, Li Xiaohyun vented, then coughed. But a promise is a promise. Li Qiol, curious, asked, "What are you suddenly talking about?" Li Xiaohyun shrugged. "The way we address each other. We made a bet, remember? You gonna bring it up now?" Li Qiol covered her mouth, glaring. "One more word, and we'll duel to the death." Li Xiaohyun blinked. "Got it. That touchy, huh? Fine, stop messing around. Let's go, we're almost late." Li Qiol urged. She startled. "Oh, right, let's hurry." They sped to the clan head's office. Upon entering, they bowed. "Greetings, father." Tei Shin turned, nodding. "Come in quickly." He poured tea for his children, asking, "I heard you completed the first-year cadet training. What have you seen and felt?" Li Xiaohyun hesitated, glancing at Li Qiol. He thought, "What's that look for?" Seeing Li Qiol stay silent, Li Xiaohyun shouted, "I saw the true face of this clan." Her words made Li Qiol choke on his tea. Tei Shin, amused, asked, "What's this true face?" Li Xiaohyun replied, "I understand rivalry from competition, but there are things I can't accept. I value fairness and honesty. Whatever I achieve, I want it to come from my sword and strength." Tei Shin nodded, pleased, thinking, "That's why the sword chose you. You were once timid, but the youngest has changed you." He looked at Li Qiol. "And you, Qiol, what did you feel?" Li Qiol, serious, thought before answering, "I feel ashamed. The cadet corps is the foundation of the clan's warriors, but it's rotting." Tei Shin's expression shifted, stern. "How so?" Li Qiol stood firm. "They don't fight. They can be weak or lose, but giving up the fight makes them unworthy of the Li clan's elite. I've seen too many cadets like that. The issue lies with the instructor's capabilities or training methods." He recalled his experiences in Class 5. Tei Shin said softly, arrogant, but smiled, leaving both stunned, wondering if they'd seen correctly. Tei Shin advised, "It's admirable that you've formed your own convictions. But be cautious. Once you fall into a quagmire of great stakes, it's hard to escape." His words lit up Li Xiaohyun's face. While Li Qiol was surprised, "I didn't expect Father to personally advise us." He replied, "Thank you, Father. I'll remember that." Tei Shin got to the main point. "I've heard about your actions over the past year. The exams may differ from regular warrior missions, but their essence is the same. You recognize they were tests I set and completed them diligently. Today, I summoned you to reward you for your good work." The unexpected reward made Li Qiol suspicious. Father's always strict with rewards and punishments. Rewarding this must have a reason. Li Xiaohyun, unconcerned, raised her hand. "I want a top-grade breastplate, dragon-scale armor." Tei Shin agreed. "Fine, I'll notify the armory. Pick it up tomorrow." Li Xiaohyun beamed. "Yes, thank you, Father." Tei Shin looked at Li Qiol. "And you, son, what do you want?" Li Qiol had decided, "I want permission to enter Tianwei Mountain." Both Tei Shin and Li Xiaohyun widened their eyes, staring at him in shock. Tei Shin turned to his son. "And you, my son, what do you want?" Li Qiol replied instantly, "I request permission to enter Tianwei Mountain for training." The statement left Tei Shin and Li Xiaohyun gaping, staring at him in shock. In the room, Li Qiol was packing his backpack. Medicinal herbs, illustrated books, a cast-iron pot, and alchemy tools, all ready. "Good. Everything I need is prepared," he muttered to himself. Tianwei Mountain was a sacred mountain, home not only to spiritual herbs but also to rare elixirs. At Chicheng Island, I could only refine flawed potions, but this time, I can create perfect ones, Li Qiol thought, recalling Tei Shin's words. He hadn't expected his father to actually allow him to enter the mountain, speeding up the date for the warrior's journey. The warrior's journey, as its name implied, was the final trial for Sung Mu clan descendants to be recognized as warriors. Before setting out, Tianwei Mountain was a must-visit. Gazing into the distance, he mused, Tianwei Mountain, I'd have to set foot there at least once in my life. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Yes, come in," Li Qiol said. K1 entered. "Young master, there's news." He asked, "What news?" She replied, "The 7th young master sends an invitation." At the study, Li Jaehak served tea, warmly greeting. "It's been a while, since the Mid-Autumn Festival, right?" Li Qiol smiled. "Yes, you remembered, quite commendable." Li Jaehak sat down. "I'm not so forgetful as to lose track of that time." Li Qiol observed, thinking, as expected, he's not easy to deal with. From his brotherly tone, personally brewing tea, to choosing a casual seat, everything's flawless. Compared to unpredictable kindness, clear malice is sometimes more bearable. Lee Jae-hak smiled falsely. Try the tea. My only hobby is drinking tea, so it's not bad. Lee Cheol responded politely. Thank you. Do you often brew tea for guests yourself? Lee Jae-hak replied. Depends on the guest. This tea's from an overseas plantation. I bought it 2 years ago. Lee Cheol thought, drinking tea several times, and he still hasn't gotten to the point. His leisurely pace doesn't suit the situation, yet he controls the conversation's flow. He's not useless, just moderately skilled in martial arts. That was enough probing. Lee Jae-hak set down his cup, saying, I called you here because of the promotion match. You know it was arranged by me and Sixth Sister, right? Lee Cheol answered, Yes, I know. Lee Jae-hak sighed in relief. Then we can talk faster. He explained, This wasn't my idea. Lee Cheol smiled faintly, thinking, he's choosing that approach. Lee Jae-hak's renowned in politics, administration, and commerce. His deft maneuvering and non-hostile communication earned him the nickname Golden Sword. These words likely mean he doesn't want to be my enemy. Lee Jae-hak continued, voice apologetic. Still, the fault's mine. If you want, I'll take responsibility. Lee Cheol said, No need. This is just one of countless struggles ahead. His eyes gleamed with caution and killing intent. Are you saying it was all Lady Beck's idea, so you acted reluctantly? Lee Jae-hak probed. So, you see me as an enemy? Lee Cheol spoke softly, like a warning. Those who touch my people and openly scheme in my face, aren't they enemies? Lee Jae-hak weighed inwardly how to handle this. Strike first to avoid trouble, or he sighed. What do you want me to do? Lee Cheol unexpectedly proposed. Show some sincerity. You've lost this time, and it's not just me affected. Lee Jae-hak chuckled, thinking, arrogant brat, rejecting an apology and demanding compensation? But I like it. He extended his hand. Fine, I'll send suitable elixirs to the fifth-year students. You'll get a fitting reward, too. Lee Cheol shook his hand cheerfully. With such concessions, I won't bring this up again. They shook hands, trading jabs. Lee Jae-hak said, Among the brothers, you and I get along best. Lee Cheol replied, Is that so? I'm not sure. Standing, he said, I'll take my leave. Lee Jae-hak advised, Be careful with Sixth Sister. Unlike me, she's not fond of you. Lee Cheol said calmly, No worries. For the next year, I won't be in the clan. He flashed a confident smile. In a room, Lee Seo had knelt before Lady Beck, pleading, Mother, please let me explain. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to escape. Lady Beck shouted, unsparing silence. The 2 words made Lee Seo flinch in fear. Lady Beck sneered, You fled, an absolute disgrace for Sung Mu clan blood. If you were my flesh and blood, such behavior wouldn't be tolerated. Lee Seo trembled, whispering, But if I take responsibility now, isn't it still in time? Crushing that bastard is easy. Lady Beck mocked, You understand nothing. If you could, I wouldn't have pushed you to this point. Her words stabbed Lee Seo's heart. She continued, That illegitimate child will go to Tianwei Mountain for a year. If you redeem your failure, there's still something to say. But you squandered the chance, disgracing the entire main line. If I see such cowardice again, it won't end with a slap. Lady Beck left. Lee Seo screamed, Damn it. Lee Jae-hak looked at her with pity, closing the door. She kept yelling, You bastard. I'll kill you. Outside, Lee Jae-hak thought, Mother's ruthless. This will make Seo even more obsessed with redeeming her failure. Between Seo and Lee Cheol, who's more valuable? The future's intriguing. A year later, in a car, Lee Cheol, flustered, gripped his hands tightly. Looking up, Butler Choi Jin called. What a coincidence to meet on the same road. How fortunate. Lee Cheol, shocked, saw a familiar face. Butler Choi, you're here? The old man smiled, Just for a few days, but I'll take good care of you, young master. Butler Choi Jin reassured. No need to take it as a burden, young master. Lee Cheol, slightly dazed, replied, Yes. Choi Jin continued. Before the Lunar New Year, I must tend to the ancestral graves. I also have a message to deliver to the master of Tianwei Mountain. I'm only accompanying you because the clan had ordered it. Lee Cheol relaxed, smiling. I see. Not being alone makes me happier. He thought, quite a coincidence, but I doubt it's as he says. Though his aura and presence seem ordinary, Butler Choi is far from common. As a central figure in the clan, He holds a position more vital than even the elders. The gap between him and Choi Jin, he guessed, was hard to measure. Choi Jin suddenly asked, I heard you visited Sung Wu Mountain before entering Tianwei Mountain. May I ask why? Li Chiol scratched his head. I plan to visit the clan head's grave. It's my first time leaving the clan, so paying respects to the ancestors is a necessary ritual. He calculated inwardly. This sounds proper, but it also shows the world a secondary son making a long detour to honor tradition. It has its purpose. Choi Jin, pleased, said warmly, as expected of the young master, truly wise. Many elders will appreciate such sincerity. Li Chiol smiled genuinely. Thank you for thinking so, but inwardly panicked. His words see right through my intentions. Choi Jin said, Young master, may I speak freely? Li Chiol softened his tone. Yes, I'm listening. Choi Jin asked, Do you often climb mountains? Li Chiol replied, No, I've probably never climbed a mountain properly. Choi Jin smiled, satisfied. Haha, is that so? I enjoy that hobby. Once, I climbed a treacherous mountain with no path, forcing me to carve my own. If it were you, young master, how would you conquer a mountain? Li Chiol answered, I'd look up, focus on the peak, and move forward. That's the fastest and most accurate way to reach the top. Choi Jin nodded, pleased. Indeed, you'd reach the peak swiftly. He continued, but reality isn't so simple. Sometimes, you must glance back or check the sides to ensure you're on the right path. Charging blindly might lead you astray, adding detours. The higher the peak, the more cautious you must be. Li Chiol realized, thinking, is he talking about martial arts? After my regression, I rushed to absorb new power without fully mastering it. I didn't see that as a problem. By doing so, even as time passes, I'm only chasing novelty. He said sincerely, Thank you for your guidance. Choi Jin waved it off, smiling lightly. Haha, just take it as an old man's ramblings. Looks like we've arrived. They looked outside. The car stopped at Sungwoo Mountain. Li Chiol stepped out, eyes on the gate, calling, Butler Choi. He asked, I heard only bloodline heirs or those permitted by the Sungwoo clan can pass the mountain gate. Can you enter too? Choi Jin replied solemnly. I'm honored to have been granted that right by the previous clan head. I'll tend to the former clan head's grave. Where are you headed first, young master? Li Chiol walked and chatted. I want to visit the shrine of the founding ancestor first. As he walked, Li Chiol sensed something strange, like passing through the ancestral tomb's barrier into another world. He clenched his fists, feeling unfamiliar. Choi Jin bowed respectfully. I'll take my leave. May you achieve your wishes, young master. Li Chiol, excited, called back, Thank you. He stepped onto the rugged stone path, reaching the grave of the founding clan head. Opening the wooden door, he said respectfully, Descendant of Sungmu clan, paying respects to the founding ancestor. Drawing his sword, he swore, From this moment, though it may be disrespectful to draw a sword at the grave, it follows the founding ancestor's arrangement. Please forgive me. Placing the sword on the table, he poured a cup of wine. Black Knight is a sword, but its essence is more. Before regression, thanks to Big Brother, some clan secrets were revealed. Black Knight has 9 sealed layers. I know 4. Proving worthiness as its master, bearing Sung Mu clan blood, passing the naming ceremony, the first trial set by the founder. So far, I've unlocked 3. What will the next seal reveal? Black Knight's power surged, a dazzling light emanating from the mirror on the table. 5 intentions of Tianwei, Li Chiol murmured. Tianwei Mountain? Indeed, the mountain from my memories. Yes, to Tianwei Mountain. Tianwei Mountain, where the founder realized spiritual energy, chosen as a training ground for descendants. Observing, he marveled, dense mana. Though I read about it, this is my first time setting foot here. A voice rang out. Quite a splendid mountain, isn't it? Li Chiol turned, warmly greeting Choi Jin. Yes, it feels completely different from Sungwoo Mountain or Chiching Island. Choi Jin added, May you achieve your goals, young master. Another voice cut in. This noisy bunch, messing with my head, swarming like starving wolves. A figure approached. Li Chiol grew wary, unable to sense their aura. A guard shouted, Young master, butler, step back. It's a powerhouse. The long-bearded old man snapped, pointing. You brats want to die? Speak softly and sheathe your swords. The guards panicked. Form ranks. A hand suddenly pressed a guard's head. You dimwits, waving metal around without listening. Li Chiol froze, stunned. The old man took a swig of wine, wiping his mouth, mocking after subduing the guards. Can't do anything, yet they charge in. Turning to Li Chiol and Choi Jin, he grumbled. You don't know manners. Give a month's notice at least. I told you, coming empty-handed without a jug of wine. Wanna die? Choi Jin smiled brightly. My apologies for that. But you're being a bit harsh. The old man scowled. You punk, daring to talk back? Li Chiol spoke up. Butler Choi. Choi Jin feigned a cough. Almost forgot. Let me introduce. This is the master of Tianwei Mountain. The old man removed his glasses, eyeing Li Chiol impatiently. Him? The brat the clan head brought from outside. Butler Choi Jin replied. Yes, this is ninth young master Li Chiol, the one entering the mountain this time. The mountain master rubbed his chin, chuckling to himself, then leaped closer to the boy. You caught a glimpse of my technique, didn't you? Li Chiol, startled that he'd been noticed, quickly said, Yes, I saw it. The mountain master nodded approvingly. You've got Taishin's aura, but there's a strange scent on you. Suddenly, Li Chiol's left eye throbbed intensely. Clutching it in pain, he winced. The mountain master, suspicious, remarked, This kid's got a weird look in his eyes, huh? Unexpectedly, he detected something unusual about the boy. A stream of energy from the mountain master flowed around, soothing Li Chiol's eye. Scene shift. The mountain master savored a bottle of wine in the room, his face flushed. Western wine's something else. Strange woody scent, but deliciously indescribable. Choi Jin smiled warmly. I'm glad it suits your taste. Li Chiol observed, thinking, I don't know much about wine, but this is clearly no cheap stuff. The mountain master slammed the bottle down. All right, tell me about the kid. Sending a scrawny thing like him for training. Bet they hate him, huh? Li Chiol answered clearly. I came here willingly. The mountain master grinned slyly, as if understanding. Oh, really? Sensing the boy's energy, he deduced, just the type of kid caught in a death trap and fate. Li Chiol sat upright, pondering the mountain master's identity, the illusion from his ghostly eye and rumors of the mountain's guardian before my regression, definitely a Dakibi. A Dakibi who foresees the future with starry eyes, seeing unchangeable destinies. The mountain master asked casually, So, you've got a whole year. What's your plan? Choi Jin telepathically reminded. Tell him, young master. Clan head Taishin hears everything you say. Li Chiol stammered. The conversation ended, and the mountain master grumbled. Damn it. I've met some weirdos, but this kid, the moment I mentioned the training ground, bolted straight there. You too. Wait till I heal those weaklings, then hit the road with them. Choi Jin said cheerfully. Thank you for allowing the use of spirit water. The mountain master, serious, asked, So, what are you really here for? Not just socializing, right? Choi Jin nodded. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get to the point. Have you read the celestial signs, mountain master? The clan head told me to ask. The wine glass in the mountain master's hand paused. He nodded, setting the glass down. I've read them, but there's not much to say. Choi Jin hinted gently. A Dakibi treated to wine wouldn't refuse to help, would they? The mountain master snapped, slamming the table. Hey, kid, is that your apology? Choi Jin laughed. I brought over 10 bottles. The mountain master glumly downed the bottle. Damn it, knew it'd come to this. Sighing, he smashed the empty bottle, serious. It's a long road ahead. The heavenly gate opened long ago, human power's at its peak, and chaos will follow. Tell him not to rush, go with the flow. Choi Jin, pleased, said, Yes, I'll relay that to the clan head. The mountain master, annoyed, pointed. If I'd won that damn wrestling match, I wouldn't be stuck in this mess. Shifting to Li Chiol, he asked, Seems you like that illegitimate kid. Not worried. Choi Jin, gazing at his glass, said thoughtfully, As a servant, I only serve the Sung Mu clan bloodline. The mountain master said, You heard he wants to go there, right? He's just a rookie. Choi Jin replied, Just watch him once, and you'll find him interesting. Scene shift. At the underground training ground, Li Chiol stepped out of a teleportation gate, marveling. The mountain master's power. Every time I see it, it's astounding. A trees I led to the training ground. Even where he was yesterday, there's a cave entrance. Dakibi magic? He muttered. Honestly, I'm still lacking so much. From now on, I have 1 year. Drawing a dagger, he murmured. Secret techniques from Muji and Mujin. Evil eye intuition, black aura. I must make them mine. Goal, 1,000 repetitions. If that's not enough, keep going until it is. Meanwhile, in a room, the mountain master lounged lazily, watching Li Chiol through a mirror, exasperated. This guy's too intense. Never seen anyone like him. Training to exhaustion, recovering with spirit water, repeating, like self-torture. He snapped his fingers, shutting off the screen, staring at the ceiling, sighing. No wonder his fate's so grim. Destined to die young or face misfortune, yet he's overturning an unchangeable destiny, suppressing even his innate energy. A being without fate. When was the last time I saw someone like that? He laughed, thinking of Taishin. Blood doesn't lie. 3 months later, the mountain master rambled, sprawled on the floor. Choi Jin said it'd be interesting. I'm bored to death, done watching. The kid's just doing basics. What's fun about that? He turned away. Except asking to pick herbs, he says nothing. Probably not dead yet. Suddenly, a familiar cry echoed. The mountain master sprang up, defensive. The sound of the Ba-Chi spirit beast? Something invaded the mountain. He snapped his fingers, opening the screen. I set up a barrier. Impossible. Did those clan big shots mess it up delivering food and wine? Looking at the screen, he shouted. What? What's that kid doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat the spirit beast. Li Chiol ran like a hyena, holding a trowel, chasing Ba-Chi. The mountain master, panicked, flung open the door, yelling, Stop right there. Li Chiol pretended not to hear, still chasing. Before catching it, the mountain master cleverly blocked him, furious. Hey, you brat. Are you insane? What the hell are you doing? Li Chiol, panting, greeted. Mountain master, long time no see. Could you step aside a bit? By now he was 14 years old. The mountain master, furious, pointed at Li Chiol, scolding. How dare you target a sacred beast right in front of me? In all my years, I've never seen a kid like you. Li Chiol, bewildered, asked, Sir, what are you talking about? The mountain master, exasperated, explained, That thing you were chasing with killing intent is the sacred beast Ba-Chi. Li Chiol questioned, Why would I kill a sacred beast? Hearing this, the mountain master was stunned, unable to grasp what was wrong with the boy. Observing the basket and trowel on Li Chiol, he grew even more confused. Seeing Ba-Chi, Li Chiol raised his trowel, shouting, That little thief. The mountain master quickly intervened. Hold on. He snapped. Why the hell were you chasing Ba-Chi? Li Chiol replied. It stole my secret elixir. Apologizing, he said, I'll explain later, and resumed the chase. The mountain master, too late to stop him, called after, Hey, the beast's gone. How'll you find it? Suddenly, he was shocked. Li Chiol chased in the exact direction Ba-Chi fled, a feat difficult even for someone with keen senses. Muttering, the mountain master observed his feet. Energy flows from his toes, yet the ground's unharmed. He wondered, was this kid always that fast? Li Chiol frantically chased Ba-Chi to reclaim his elixir. The mountain master, lost in thought, mused, just 3 months out of sight. Did something happen? After hearing the explanation, he calmed down. So, while gathering the final ingredient for your elixir, Ba-Chi stole it and ran, right? Embarrassed, he said, Sorry about that. Li Chiol, dejected, spoke heavily. At least 40 to 50-year-old mountain ginseng. Slumping, he listed precious ingredients. Polygonum, white scale grass, dragon scale flower, pine velvet mushroom, cordyceps from demonic insect corpses. Unresigned, he added, I worked hard to gather them. Disappointed, his voice weakened. That was a potion I toiled 100 sleepless days to craft. All for nothing. The mountain master, awkward, said, well, that Li Chiol sighed, eyes weary. So, one reason I came to Tianwei Mountain has failed. That potion was a key goal. The mountain master, irritated, shouted, Hey, I allowed you to gather. Does it matter if it was stolen? Li Chiol exclaimed. Fair point. His sarcastic tone pierced like an arrow. You allowed it, but I gathered in your territory. Failing to manage it is my fault. Then, the mountain master pounded his chest, boldly declaring, Fine, I'll compensate you. He boasted. Anything you want, I'll agree to it. Li Chiol flashed a cunning smile, asking, You just said anything, right? The mountain master snapped awake, giving a friendly grin. Li Chiol seized the chance. Perfect timing. Mountain master, I need help with two things. Scene shift. In a dim cave, killing intent spread, and strange cries echoed. Spiked legs appeared. The demon spider stood imposingly, its massive body glaring at Li Chiol like tiny prey. Gripping his sword tightly, channeling energy, he reminded himself, Remember this. Li Chiol poured strength into his sword, murmuring, The power of the Ori skill, when used continuously, activates the unyielding Yama aura without diminishing from the first strike. Red threads shot out, binding the demon spider's limbs. It roared, struggling. Li Chiol anchored his feet, gripping the sword, activating stone wind aura, slashing upward powerfully. Blood sprayed everywhere. He cursed, Damn it. Observing the cut, he muttered, Not enough to kill it. The demon spider began its counterattack. Suddenly, the demon spider turned into a talisman before him. The mountain master stooped to pick it up, grumbling, Damn it. Why am I babysitting this kid? Holding the talisman, he sighed, No idea why I agreed to this. Seeing Li Chiol panting, he asked, Hey kid, need a break? Li Chiol exhaled, Please, right now. Closing his eyes, the mountain master instructed, Up to you. Focus, visualize the opponent in your memory. He tossed the talisman, summoning a sword-wielding figure for the next training session. Observing, the mountain master muttered, Demonic energy leaking out. Didn't expect him to train with illusions. Fuming, he clenched his fist. How does he know to request illusion training? For hours straight, no less. Calming down, he thought, What's done is done. The second task, gathering mana herbs, isn't hard. Observing, he noticed, in 3 months, his body stronger, taller, more refined, and steadier. With a serious gaze, he murmured, Forget that. Looking at Li Chiol's sword, he thought, I need to ask about that weapon sometime. Li Chiol soaked in the spring, delighted. Feels like I'm alive again. Without this healing spring, I couldn't handle it. If only there were springs like this outside Tianwei Mountain, like at the main house. A hairy foot stepped into the water. Li Chiol, startled, leaped up, thinking, Who? I didn't sense their aura even this close. The mountain master spoke. You look exhausted. Guess you're human after all. Li Chiol asked. Mountain master, what brings you here? Soaking in the hot spring, he replied. I've worked hard. Can I rest? He asked. You've been here a while. Have you rested properly? Li Chiol scratched his head, sheepish. I always rest properly, sir. The mountain master barked. I mean beyond coming here after every training session. You brat. Popping a boiled egg into his mouth, he scolded. I've lived long, but I've never seen someone train as foolishly as you. Li Chiol, noticing, muttered, Another egg. Smiling wryly, he said, Is that so? Standing, grabbing a towel, he forced out, I'm fully recovered. I'll head up first. But inwardly, he groaned, still a bit annoyed. The mountain master smashed the egg on a rock, shouting, Wait. The action stopped Li Chiol. Lowering his voice, he said, I have something to say, sit down. He asked, What's that thing you swung earlier called? Li Chiol raised his hand, looking at the ring. This? The mountain master nodded. Yes, where'd you get it? Serious, he said. Promise me you won't tell anyone about it. I'm not sure, but it's tied to your identity. Li Chiol, worried, said, It's called Menin, from the clan's secret vault. The mountain master created a small vortex from the hot spring's steam. Serious. I don't know how much you understand, but I've seen something very similar long ago. He recounted. Long ago, there was a shaman who communed with spirits and read the stars in the sky. The mountain master continued the story of the sorcerer. He always carried one thing, a stone that could freely change its form. With that stone alone, the sorcerer could perform all kinds of magic, wielding forbidden arts without paying a heavy price. Thanks to the stone, he became the greatest sorcerer of his era. But in the end, the stone he trusted devoured him. He lost all reason, rampaging like a monster. That transformation happened in less than a year. He didn't die easily, so they ultimately sealed him away. Hearing this, Li Chiol asked, "What happened to the stone?" The mountain master replied, "They gathered the power of countless sorcerers of that time and destroyed it." Listening, Li Chiol rubbed his chin, speaking up, "That story sounds similar to one I read in Changyunggak." Turning to ask, "Could that sorcerer have been sealed in a place called Mangwizan?" The mountain master responded, "No, he was sealed on an island in the east." Hearing this, Li Chiol thought, then it's not the story recorded in Changyunggak. The stone and Mujin are separate entities, but they're somehow connected. The mountain master continued, returning to the story. "Back then, I smelled a foul stench from that stone. And that scent is very similar to the one emanating from you right now. A strange smell, not human, not beast, not spirit." After speaking, the mountain master laughed loudly. "Huh? Mujin is an alien object, its nature unclear. There are better weapons out there. Why not give this one up?" Hearing this, Li Chiol pondered quietly, thinking, his tone sounds like a gentle suggestion, but it carries suffocating pressure, as if my heart's being squeezed. After a moment of thought, he spoke firmly. "When I obtained the demon eye, I was told I didn't need it. And I said this, word for word. If it's a power given to me, I'll make it submit and use it." Hearing these words, the mountain master grinned, saying, "Arrogant brat, you said that to Tei Shin." Then he raised his voice, "But kid, you think that's like the demon eye?" Li Chiol calmly replied, "To me, there's not much difference." Suddenly, the mountain master stood, declaring, "Then there's no other way." Immediately, his arm tensed, forming a small vortex of energy in his palm. He continued, "I'll have to take it by force." From his hand, a dull black mace appeared. He swung a powerful strike at Li Chiol. But Li Chiol remained calm, not dodging at all. Seeing this, the mountain master said, "Hand it over while I'm still talking nicely. It's been a while since I swung a weapon. I'm not sure I can hold back." Hearing this, Li Chiol paused, then calmly replied, "You won't do it, mountain master, because that would break your oath." At these words, the mountain master's ears twitched. He covered his face with one hand, sighing deeply. Then a smile spread across his lips. He said, "You knew everything, huh?" Li Chiol nodded. "Of course. To protect the mountain and those training here. That's the oath you made with the founding ancestor. You were just testing my resolve, right?" The mountain master burst out laughing. "Huh? If you knew, why not say it outright? Such a cunning brat." Then Li Chiol asked, "You really don't plan to take it, do you?" The mountain master paused, then said, "From what I see, you do better living by your tongue and brain." Li Chiol laughed heartily. "Huh? Thanks for the compliment." The mountain master shouted angrily, "That was an insult, you brat." Then Li Chiol asked, "Why not try taking it by force? You could claim it's to help me." The mountain master pointed at him, saying, "It doesn't give off the weird aura like the sorcerer's artifact. It's probably not the kind of monster that devours its user." Seeing this, Li Chiol looked at the ring on his hand, then said, "I understand. Thank you for telling me." He quickly changed the topic. "Let's put that aside, mountain master." The mountain master asked, What's up?" Li Chiol flashed a bright smile, saying, "Just now, you threatened a trainee with a weapon, didn't you? You're quite meticulous with your calculations, you know." Seeing the kid digging again, the mountain master roared, "Hey, you little punk. What's with this digging nonsense?" Back at Li Chiol's temporary lodging. In the room, he took out a sword shrouded in dark aura. Looking at it, he said, "Finally, it took 3 months to read Judo's memories." Before leaving Tianwei Mountain, he had received 2 renowned swords from 7th brother Li Jae-hak. One was the masterful dagger Judo, the other the exquisite high-grade sword Effenberg. Effenberg possessed innate Yin energy, allowing it to emit cold aura. Its memories were few, so he had absorbed them at the main house. Looking at the sword Judo before him, he thought, "Let's test Judo's power." The second memory of Mujin he saw before the Academy's quarterly evaluation, along with Mujin's new power, urged him to act. He immediately used the copied weapon's power. The ring on his hand emitted a green light. directed at the sword leaning against the wall. The light wrapped around the hilt, pulling it toward Li Qiu's hand. He caught it gently, saying, "Judo's power is the ability to transfer attributes from one item to another." Holding the sword, he murmured, "Just copying the form can't unleash its power. Perhaps I can use the strength of absorbed weapons through their energies." Having broken the seal at Sungwu Mountain, he thought, then I should check Hukya's memories too. Immediately, he closed his eyes, diving into Hukya's memories. Before breaking the seal at Sungwu Mountain, this was as far as he could see. The important part started here. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "I plan to seal this sword. I won't let my descendants be swayed by its power." Hearing this, a white-robed, hooded figure behind spoke. "Sealing it isn't hard, but are you sure? If so, no one will easily be chosen by it again." The black-robed figure replied, "If they're unworthy, it's better they don't use it." The white-robed figure nodded slightly. Understood. He reached out to seal Hukya. After inscribing a few runes on the sword, he said, "The sealing is complete. As for the seal's contents." Suddenly, at this point, Li Qiu couldn't hear anything, as the seal wasn't fully broken. The white-robed figure continued, "When the third seal is broken, its power will be unleashed. Do you accept that?" The black-robed figure replied, "It won't make much difference, so it's fine." Holding the sword, Li Qiu said, "Still, I have to test it." Observing the aura around Hukya, he thought, "Is that the mana flow within Hukya? Its complexity is no different from a human's mana system." Holding the sword, the black-robed figure swung a slash into the air. Observing the lingering mana sparks, Li Qiu muttered, "The mana isn't just blocked. It's scattering chaotically." The black-robed figure continued, "I'll need to reinforce the seal further." At this point, Li Qiu was suddenly ejected from Hukya's memories. Rubbing his head after the pain, he gripped the sword tightly, saying, "A power that can erase mana. Who'd have thought such a weapon could exist?" Li Qiu was still immersed in training. In the training room, he charged straight at the spider demon, muttering to himself, "Iron Chi strike." The sword he held unleashed a massive surge of energy. He shouted, "Thunderbolt." With a single slash, he dispatched the spider demon. From outside, a voice rang out, "Haha, not bad, kid. You actually did it." Li Qiu turned, startled. It was the mountain master, hands in his pockets, approaching with a hearty laugh. "Haha, you know this is your first one after a string of losses? Took you 7 months." Hearing this, Li Qiu only smiled, replying, "I know. Now I can beat you any time, right?" The mountain master, annoyed, turned away, muttering, "This brat's poking at me." Then he asked, "So, what's next?" Li Qiu looked at the ring on his hand, glowing with green energy, murmuring, "I think it's time to stop training." The mountain master laughed loudly, stepping forward to slap Li Qiu's back hard. "Haha, great idea. Then I can take a break too." But Li Qiu's calm demeanor piqued the mountain master's curiosity. He replied, "No, I think it's time for a challenge." His eyes turned serious. Placing a hand on his chest, he declared firmly, "The challenge created by the founder, Bloodless Dream. Bloodless Dream is a trial for the Li martial clan, enhanced by demon magic and the domain power of Tianwei Mountain. It selects those worthy to face it. It's one of the oaths tied to the mountain master." The mountain master observed silently, asking, "You really want to take on that challenge?" Li Qiu answered resolutely, "Yes, everything I've done was for this." The mountain master pressed, "The current you isn't strong enough to pass it." Pausing for a few seconds, he suddenly raised his hand, saying, "If that's the case, you're ready to take it on." Li Qiu, the 9th son of the Li martial clan, declared firmly, "Sir, allow me to challenge Bloodless Dream." Hearing this, the mountain master, delighted, extended his hand. Li Qiu grasped it, saying, "Thank you." Immediately after, the two ventured deeper into Tianwei Mountain. Before a cave entrance, the mountain master said, "This is the gateway to Bloodless Dream." Li Qiu stared at the deep, dark cave, turning to ask, "This is the cave leading to your place, isn't it?" The mountain master stepped forward, replying, "Exactly." He raised his hand. A surge of mana flowed from it, touching the stone slab ahead, infusing it with energy. Instantly, a massive stone gate loomed before them. He turned to Li Qiu cheerfully, saying, "You probably know, once you enter Bloodless Dream, you can't leave until the challenge ends. Now, open the gate and step inside." Li Qiol swiftly pushed the enormous stone gate and stepped in. From within, a blinding golden light shot into his eyes, forcing him to shield them. He muttered, to some, he's a war god. To others, a dragon slayer, or even a legendary symbol in stories. Facing the man before him, Li Qiol respectfully said, this descendant pays respects to the founding ancestor of the Li martial clan. Before him stood a young man in his 20s, Li Haolian, the founder of the Li clan. Seeing him, Li Qiol gripped his sword tightly, muttering, his presence is overwhelming, as if he's still alive. Throughout history, only a few had challenged Bloodless Dream across generations. The sole condition for victory, defeat the founder at age 15. Li Qiol closed his eyes, murmuring, first, I need to gauge his strength. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. A gush of blood spurted from his mouth. Li Haolian had closed in, thrusting a strike into his chest, catching him off guard. Letting out a pained cry, Li Qiol collapsed, muttering, what just happened? Did he pierce my heart? I wasn't careless. I've had my throat cut in simulations, but at least I knew how it happened. This time, beyond my heart being pierced, I don't even know what occurred. Propping himself up, he looked at Haolian, murmuring, you didn't use a secret technique or ultimate move, not even a basic aura skill. A thought flashed through Li Qiol's mind. He muttered, even with my sixth sense, I couldn't detect it. Could it be a strike at my blind spot? He recalled the moment Haolian attacked. But how? He'd have to read all my movements to do that. Is he really that strong? After pondering, he gripped his sword tightly, stepping forward. At that moment, Haolian's sword erupted with a massive aura, aimed at Li Qiol. Seeing this, he gave a wry smile, haha, I really don't know if I can beat this guy. But he assumed a stance, preparing to block the incoming attack. At the Li clan's residence, someone spoke, clan head, we've received news from Tianwei Mountain. Taishin, calm, wiped his sword with a small cloth before speaking. So, he's entered the cave? The other replied, yes, the young master has been inside for 10 months. Taishin continued, but he shouldn't have that level of skill. That child has never truly failed. Wijun, the Songblade of Blood Lake, the Curse Queen's display, in terms of win-loss records, he hasn't won everything, but he's never truly lost. His voice was resolute, in other words, he's never hit a real wall. Do you know why the survival rate in Bloodless Dream is under 50%? Without waiting for Butler Choi's reply, he continued, because they break mentally when facing the wall called Li Haolian. So, what happens to someone who's never encountered such a wall when they stand before it? The question lingered in his mind. Scene shift to Bloodless Dream, where Li Qiol, after countless failures, lay sprawled on the ground. He sighed heavily, rubbing his head, muttering to himself, another one-hit defeat? He deceived even my senses. A feint from the front, then a real strike from the side. A perfect attack, piercing my blind spot. Could he have grasped all my behavioral patterns in a mere moment? He sprang up, staring at his trembling hands, murmuring, this feeling, it's been so long since I felt it. The despair, helplessness, and fear of facing someone I absolutely can't defeat. Clenching his fists, he steeled himself, but I can't let myself crumble. Picking up his sword, he began channeling mana into it, muttering, because no one understands this feeling better than I do. For someone who's hit rock bottom, the only thing left is to rise. With that thought, he lunged at Haolian, attacking. Every move I make isn't meaningless, he reassured himself. Haolian remained calm, as if nothing had happened. With a light swing of his sword, he effortlessly severed Li Qiol's head. Amidst this, Li Qiol was lost in thought. I'm starting to understand. The founder doesn't wield some mystical, unfathomable power. The source of his strength is his innate ability to find the right answer. In every moment, he instinctively grasps the optimal choice. That's the essence of martial arts. Small fundamentals, basic principles, forming a foundation as solid as Mount Tai. I must see the founder's sword path clearly. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Li Qiol's mind. He muttered, a horizontal slash from left to right? A faint smile crossed his lips. He continued, next time definitely. With that thought, Haolian sent him back to the resurrection altar once more. Time flew by, and on the vast grasslands, the wind whistled through the leaves. The clash of weapons echoed day and night. Gradually, Li Qiol could effortlessly block Haolian's attacks. After 77 attempts across 49 cycles, he fought on equal footing with Haolian. Seeing this, Haolian stepped back, gripping his sword tightly. channeling a massive amount of mana into it. He unleashed a slash, but this time, Li Qiol calmly parried. He smiled. Finally, I can unleash my aura. This fighting style is mine, fluid and free. Retreating a few steps, he propped himself up, thinking, what I've been missing is the ability to wield countless weapons, making every technique seamless on an unshakable foundation. Now I understand the true meaning of Bloodless Dream. To dissolve the wall called myself. Immediately, he transformed the sword in his hand into a long spear, launching forward with force toward Hylian. He channeled mana into the spear, a swirling blue aura enveloping its tip. He muttered, what the founder lacks is my strength, something even I hadn't recognized. He recalled his aunt's words, your magical talent far surpasses others. I'd stake my honor on it. Smiling joyfully, he said, Aunt, I did it. Instantly, a massive mana vortex spun around the spear's tip at terrifying speed. It was the killing wind palm aura. Gripping the spear tightly, he roared, unleashing a powerful strike at Hylian. Hylian dropped to one knee to block. His sword cracked, then shattered into pieces. Li Qiol dashed behind Hylian, leaving a slash across his torso. He muttered, the wall is crumbling. At the estate, the mountain master sipped his wine, murmuring, a month since that kid entered Bloodless Dream. Huh? Before Taishin, no one passed the trial in 100 years. Yet in less than 15 years, another appears. Suddenly, the wine glass in his hand trembled violently. The room shook. He shouted, startled, what? Did something happen on the mountain? He stood, exclaiming, could it be? Instantly, he sped toward Tianwei Mountain. In minutes, he stood before the Bloodless Dream Gate. The massive stone gate stood still as always. He muttered, You actually passed the trial? Then, the stone gate creaked open, dust and smoke pouring out. Li Qiol's face emerged, beaming with a radiant smile. He stepped out, saying, I'm back, Mountain Master. The first thing he did was soak in the hot spring to relax after grueling days of struggle. The Mountain Master, standing on the shore, asked, So, how do you feel now? Li Qiol smiled. I absolutely don't want to go through that again. The Mountain Master, holding a beer can, laughed heartily. Yet you don't look changed at all. Usually, those who emerge have dead, fish-like eyes, their inner aura transformed. Li Qiol pondered. Seems everyone finds their own answer. Turning, he asked, Do you know how my father was back then? The Mountain Master raised an eyebrow. You mean Taishin? He cracked open the beer, chuckling. So, it's your father, and you're curious, huh? Guess what that kid said when he stepped out of Bloodless Dream. Mimicking Taishin's voice, the Mountain Master said, The training is complete. I'll take my leave. Thank you for your care. Recalling the moment, he frowned, annoyed. Li Qiol, startled, said, Were you just imitating my father? The Mountain Master laughed. Haha, not close enough. He continued, Hey, kid, you just did something earth-shaking. You're the youngest to ever pass Bloodless Dream. Li Qiol smiled, sighing. Though the trial's essence isn't about who finishes fastest. The Mountain Master asked, You've got over a month left before leaving the mountain. What's your plan? More training. Suddenly, Li Qiol stood, replying, No, I plan to rest, recover, and organize what I've learned. The Mountain Master, surprised, stepped closer. This guy seems unchanged, yet he's learned to change, saying he wants to rest. Pointing at him, he asked, You hurt anywhere? Or possessed by some magic? Li Qiol turned, saying, By the way, Mountain Master. The Mountain Master blinked. Huh? Li Qiol said bluntly, It's time for my reward, right? You haven't forgotten threatening me with that, have you? The Mountain Master's face darkened. Hey, kid. That's, Li Qiol cut in. I won't ask for anything too hard. The Mountain Master muttered. That sounds scarier. Li Qiol insisted. I just want to borrow your demon mace. The Mountain Master, startled, shouted. What did you say? Pointing angrily at Li Qiol, he said. This brat, that's not something a normal person can handle. You might not even be able to use it. Li Qiol, unfazed, replied, No problem. I just want to touch it a bit. That's fine, right? Hearing this, the Mountain Master pondered for a moment, then snorted. Not exactly. Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, he said, Damn it. Fine, I'll lend it to you. Kid, You won't do anything with it anyway. Immediately, a massive surge of mana erupted from his palm. The demon mace appeared, shimmering in silver gray. Looking at it, the mountain master muttered, "This weapon was forged from a star's fragment, fused with a demon's soul, hence the name Demon Mace." Handing it to Li Chiol, he said, "I'm lending it for 1 hour only. Don't overdo it, or you'll be done for. Kid, be careful." Li Chiol gently took it with both hands, saying, "Thank you." But instantly, a heavy pressure weighed on his body. The mace slammed into the ground, creating a large crack. Seeing this, Li Chiol exclaimed, "Ha!" The mountain master, unsurprised, laughed loudly. "Ha! Told you, you can't even hold it properly." Li Chiol's eyes darkened as he struggled to lift the mace from the ground. The mountain master waved, turning to leave, not forgetting to say, "Play with it for an hour." Li Chiol laboriously dragged the mace to the training room. After a while, he laughed loudly, his voice echoing, "Ha! I finally moved it. Had to use mana to inch it along." Rotating his sore arm, he looked at the mace, muttering, "This isn't even its full form. A weapon that can summon lightning, storms, move mountains, and fill seas. If fully unleashed, it's practically a natural disaster." He thought, "The only reason I borrowed this demon mace is..." Instantly, a dark aura surged from his palm, enveloping the mace. He said to himself, "If the dark aura sees it as a weapon, can I absorb it? Or does it require specific conditions? I'll only know by trying." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "TCH, stubborn kid, why do you keep trying stuff like this?" A sharp pain stabbed his heart, making him clutch his chest and kneel. Clenching his fist, he thought, "I read it. Just hearing the sound, I got kicked out. But if I can read its memories, I can absorb it. And if I absorb it, I can wield a weapon even humans can't handle." His face brightened, and he clenched his fist, resolute. An hour passed. Now, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, he wondered, got everything? From inside the house, the mountain master's voice called. No wonder I felt uneasy at the mountain's base. He stepped out, holding a wine bottle, sighing, "You're leaving today, kid?" Li Chiol smiled. "Yes, today marks exactly 1 year." The mountain master, surprised, said, "Oh, really?" A small pouch appeared in his hand, making Li Chiol curious. "What's that?" The mountain master grinned. "Ha! Salt, to ward off evil when I mention you." Li Chiol frowned slightly, caught off guard. Then he smiled, saying, "Thank you for everything. I'll visit again." The mountain master's eyes held a hint of sadness as he sighed, "You better not come empty-handed. Bring me some fine wine." Li Chiol sighed, muttering, "Didn't someone just say they'd use salt to chase me away?" Suddenly, Li Chiol stepped closer, asking, "Mountain Master, are you satisfied living on this mountain?" Caught off guard, the mountain master paused, then answered softly, "Satisfied or not, what does it matter? This place is mine. I stay because it belongs to me, that's all. It looks like I'm trapped, but I go out sometimes. You think snacks and wine fall from the sky?" Sighing, he turned, waving, "Enough bothering me. Scram, and keep the water clear." From behind, Li Chiol called loudly, "Not now, but one day, I'll reclaim your name." The mountain master turned slightly, surprised. "How do you know about that?" Li Chiol only smiled, not answering. A car arrived, and he left Tianwei Mountain. As he did, he said, "From now on, I'll need your help." Watching the car fade into the distance, the mountain master stood high, pensive, then smiled. "Ha! How does that kid know? What a strange one. Long ago, a demon roamed freely across the lands. A man captured it but, instead of destroying it, set it free. Unwilling to accept defeat, the demon challenged him again. After losing, it made 2 oaths, to guard the mountain and aid newcomers, and to create bloodless dream to select those worthy. That man was the mountain master." He muttered, recalling the past. Back then, defeated and sprawled on the ground, the clan had approached, saying, "Since I won, you'll cause no more trouble in the human world. As proof, I'll take your name, binding your soul to me. But it's not malicious for one day. A child of my blood will return your name. Then, our contract will be fulfilled." Thinking this, the mountain master sighed. "Guess it's not so bad after all. That bastardly Hylian, could that kid really be the one to do it?" Rubbing his head, he muttered, Forget it. He said he'd reclaim my name, then left, leaving me with this hope." He shouted angrily, his voice echoing through the mountains. Turning, he stomped back to his small house, grumbling, "Damn it, need to sprinkle more salt." The sky turned to evening. After a long journey, Li Chiol returned home. Standing at the door, he muttered, I need to stop at Sungwoo Mountain for the sealing. It'll take some time. As he stepped forward, a voice called, "Long time no see, young master. Are you well?" It was Butler Choi, opening the door to greet him. Seeing him, Lee Cheol muttered, "If he's here, father must be waiting." He asked, "My father summoned me, didn't he?" Butler Choi nodded, "Yes. I'll have someone bring your things in. Please head to the main hall to meet the clan head." Lee Cheol followed, but suddenly veered toward his father's study. Butler Choi quickly said, "Not that way, young master, this way." Lee Cheol muttered, "This is definitely the clan head's personal training room." The door opened. Taishin stood inside, gripping a sword, slowly drawing it. Seeing him, Lee Cheol thought, "I'm not too surprised anymore. I still can't gauge father's level." As Lee Cheol appeared, Taishin spoke, "You're here?" Seeing this, Lee Cheol immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Father, are you well?" Taishin calmly replied, "It seems you've achieved something there, haven't you?" Lee Cheol smiled, saying, "Yes, but seeing you, father, I know I still have many shortcomings." Taishin gave a faint smile. "Did you learn flattery out there? If so, I'd be disappointed." Lee Cheol, taken aback, thought, "Wait, was that a joke? Is father smiling?" At that moment, Butler Choi, standing nearby, spoke, "The tea is ready, clan head." Taishin turned, nodding, "Thank you, Butler." Then, looking at Lee Cheol, he said, "Follow me." At a tea table, Butler Choi poured tea for both. Taishin spoke, "How have you been? I don't want just reports of your achievements. I want to know your thoughts, which is why I called you here privately." Lee Cheol paused, clenching his fists, muttering to himself, "If father wants my true thoughts." He calmly said. Then, suddenly, Taishin sensed something. He thought, this strange feeling. Talking to him isn't about hearing his achievements, but understanding his thoughts on this training. This is a first. After listening to Lee Cheol open up, he said, "Is that so? You haven't wasted the time I gave you." Lee Cheol responded warmly, "I didn't want to squander the time you granted me." Taishin asked coldly, "Is that why you returned late today?" Lee Cheol stiffened slightly, replying, "Yes, I stopped at the foot of Sungwoo Mountain to pay respects to the ancestors." Taishin said calmly, "Is that all?" Sensing his father's displeasure, Lee Cheol thought, "If I have to speak sooner or later, I might as well now." Taking a deep breath, he said, "I wanted the elders to witness that moment." Taishin shouted angrily, "You've gained a little success and already grown so arrogant? You dare say that in front of me? Visiting the mountain to honor the ancestors just to boost your reputation?" An immense, invisible pressure surged from Taishin, spreading outward. The force weighed heavily on Lee Cheol, making it hard to breathe. He muttered, "What is this terrifying pressure?" But he quickly said, "It's not just empty words. I wanted them to see my respect for tradition and my actions. They may scorn me as a bastard, but I carry the Lee blood, renowned for martial prowess. I dare to set an example for others." Hearing this, Taishin nodded slightly, well said. Sipping his tea, he continued, "I'll let it slide this time, but don't get complacent." Seeing his father's anger subside, Lee Cheol bowed. "Yes, I apologize, father." Taishin went on, "One more thing. There's something you haven't told me." Lee Cheol, startled, asked, "What else is there?" Taishin replied coldly, "I allowed you to go to Tianwei Mountain, but I didn't permit you to challenge Bloodless Dream. You only requested to train there." Standing abruptly, sword in hand, he turned to leave, saying, "Deceiving your father deserves punishment. Follow me." Lee Cheol stood, slightly startled. Taishin drew his sword from its sheath, looking at him. "Now, take up your weapon. I want to see what you've achieved there." Butler Choi brought a sword to Lee Cheol. Seeing this, he thought, so father planned this from the start, bringing me to the training ground to test me. Taishin continued, "Show me what you've gained." Lee Cheol reached for his Black Knight sword, but as he was about to grasp it, he pulled back, muttering, "Father knows everything, doesn't he?" Then he took the sword, channeling mana into it. With resolute eyes, he looked straight at his father, surprising Taishin slightly. He said softly, "Come at me." Immediately, Lee Cheol activated his Demon Eye skill to probe his father's strength. But what happened shocked him, eyes widening. "Impossible. I can't sense anything. Not mana, not aura flow. Is my Demon Eye still not enough?" He quickly dismissed the thought. No need for Demon Eye. It'll only distract me. Facing father, probing is pointless. With that resolve, he stomped the ground, shattering it beneath his feet. He muttered, use everything I've learned in this strike. He unleashed Mujin's first form. Mana infused with wind, water, and lightning elements swirled around the sword. Gripping the renowned blade, his gaze grew steadfast. A spark flashed in his eyes, and he launched a ferocious attack at terrifying speed toward Taishin. He muttered, I even infused fire and ice into this strike, yet I couldn't touch father? At least it should have caused some impact. But Taishin remained utterly calm. With one slash, he effortlessly split Li Qiul's attack in two, unscathed. The shockwave from the clash shattered the surrounding earth and stones, sending them flying. Taishin looked at him, saying, enough. Is that the answer you found after facing him? Coughing in the dust, Li Qiul replied, yes. Resolute, he continued, a power no one else possesses but me, relentlessly breaking and refining it to build an unshakable foundation. That's the answer I found. Li Qiul's resolute answer left Taishin deeply surprised, his eyes narrowing as if probing deeper into his son's heart. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind, chaotic like a storm. He thought to himself, his inner voice low, seems you've chosen a path full of hardship, haven't you? Li Qiul, with eyes burning like an unquenchable flame, stared directly at his father. In his heart, a silent vow echoed, teeth gritted, but I won't fall. And I'll never bow. Taishin abruptly turned, raising his hand, his voice resounding with authority, well done. So, how was the challenge of Bloodless Stream? The sudden shift in his father's demeanor caught Li Qiul off guard, his heart skipping a beat. He gently sheathed his sword, his hands trembling with emotion, stammering, I can't describe it clearly in words, father. Taishin stepped closer, his voice lowering as if to etch each word into his son's mind. If you can't articulate it, it's not truly yours yet. He turned, handing his sword to Butler Choi with a decisive motion, then looked back at Li Qiul, continuing, in truth, that attack just now wasn't your strongest move, was it? Feeling as if his innermost secrets were laid bare, Li Qiul clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. He bowed his head, his voice low with regret. Yes, I know. Taishin, with a sharp yet expectant gaze, turned to leave. His voice was calm, but each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. You entered Bloodless Dream without permission. If you show such mediocrity again, I'll punish you. Hearing his father's tone, Li Qiul felt the severity like a blade against his throat. He immediately bowed, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, father. Suddenly, Taishin turned back, his eyes probing. What do you plan to do next? Li Qiul raised his head, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Taking a deep breath, he replied, about that, I have something to discuss with you, father. Taishin nodded calmly. Speak. Li Qiul stepped forward, his voice grave, each word carved from stone. From now on, I'll join the Academy's 3-year program. But as you know, father, I've long surpassed the level of a typical student. Taishin frowned, interrupting impatiently, get to the point. Li Qiul clenched his fists, palms sweaty with tension. He declared resolutely, his voice like an oath, I want to experience the world. Please allow me to begin the journey of a martial artist. Hearing this, Taishin turned, a cryptic glint in his eyes. So, from the moment you went to Tianwei Mountain, you had this in mind? Li Qiul nodded firmly. Yes, that's correct. His voice, low but fervent, continued, however, the greater reason is to enhance my own strength. Taishin replied calmly, his words laced with a warning, trying to achieve multiple goals at once? That habit could one day become a noose around your neck. Li Qiul bowed his head, his voice subdued. I'll keep that in mind. In his heart, a wave of thought surged. Is this advice or a warning for me? As he walked, Taishin suddenly paused, his voice rising and falling like a legend being told. Indeed, the martial artist's journey is the final trial for direct descendants of the ancient Li martial clan. Receiving no aid from the clan, honing martial skills until maturity, and returning with achievements anyone would acknowledge. He sighed softly, his gaze distant. However, 15 is still too young. The usual age to begin is 17 or 18. But this child, he looked at Li Qiul, a flicker of pride in his eyes. He's not the type to be confined by ordinary limits. He's proven strength equivalent to a 5th-rank martial artist. Seeing him, the other children will surely be more vigilant. After a moment of reflection, Taishin looked directly at Li Qiul, his voice commanding, very well, I'll permit you to begin the martial artist's journey. Hearing his father's approval, Li Qiul's heart nearly burst with joy. Clenching his fist behind his back, he thought, I did it. But then Tae-shin continued, his voice lowering. But there are 2 conditions you must meet. Scene shift to the administrative office of the anciently martial clan. Seeing his nephew enter, Lee Tae-hyung beamed, his eyes sparkling with joy. He approached, unhesitatingly pinching Lee Cheol's cheek lightly, his voice brimming with affection. Nephew, you've worked hard, haven't you? Caught off guard by the warm gesture, Lee Cheol struggled to speak, his cheeks flushed. I greet you, uncle. Are you well? Lee Tae-hyung laughed heartily, his voice booming. When am I not well? Looking at Lee Cheol's matured appearance, he couldn't hide his pride, patting his shoulder. Haha, you're the one who's grown tall. Come, don't just stand there, sit down. Lee Cheol nodded slightly, his voice gentle. Yes, thank you. As they sat, Lee Tae-hyung asked warmly, want something to drink? Lee Cheol shook his head, sighing softly, a hint of exhaustion on his face. No need, uncle. I just ate with my nanny. Recalling being forced to eat a feast meant for 5 or 6, he frowned, thinking, gods, I'm stuffed to bursting. The nanny, standing nearby, kept urging, eat more, young master. Oh no, there's not enough food. Lee Cheol raised his hand, forcing a smile, pleading, it's fine. Please stop. I'm so full. Hearing the story, Lee Tae-hyung laughed heartily, his eyes twinkling. Haha, that's your nanny for you. But when his gaze met Lee Cheol's, he noticed the boy observing him. Lee Cheol frowned slightly, his voice concerned. By the way, uncle, you look quite tired. Lee Tae-hyung flinched, rubbing his neck, forcing a laugh to cover. Haha, just too much work lately. But inwardly, he thought, I hid it so well, yet this kid noticed? Lee Cheol suddenly changed the topic, his voice serious. Actually, I have a gift for you, uncle. Lee Tae-hyung's eyes widened, sparkling with curiosity. A gift? For me. Lee Cheol smiled, placing a hexagonal wooden box on the table, its fragrant aroma softening the air. He said, his voice gentle but proud, it's nothing special, but this is a pill I crafted myself. It'll significantly boost vitality and mana control for a few weeks. Lee Tae-hyung, delighted, took the box, his eyes gleaming. You're the only one who thinks of your uncle. Let's see. He opened it, revealing a silver pill. It scent like a pine forest after rain. He murmured, this smell, it's extraordinary. Lee Cheol smiled confidently. The mountain guardian also said it's a good medicine. Lee Tae-hyung, curious, asked, the mountain guardian? Lee Cheol nodded, encouraging, try it, uncle. Without hesitation, Lee Tae-hyung examined the pill, thinking, even a demon praised it. It must be effective. He popped it into his mouth, his eyes full of anticipation. Instantly, the pill's power spread, a refreshing sensation like a cool stream flooding his body. His complexion brightened, and he exclaimed, this is the real deal. Opening his eyes, he looked at Lee Cheol with admiration. Not only does it work fast, it's practically a miracle elixir. How did you do it? Lee Cheol nodded, smiling. Yes, uncle. I still remember the recipe, and rare ingredients can be substituted. Lee Tae-hyung closed the box, his voice serious. If so, don't tell anyone. Keep this secret close. It'll be useful in many ways when you're older. Lee Cheol smiled, warmed by his uncle's care. You always think of me first, as always. He replied respectfully, yes, I'll rely on your help then. Lee Tae-hyung laughed, ruffling his hair. Haha, planning to exploit your uncle, huh? Fine, I'll be ready when the time comes. Suddenly, he grew serious, looking at Lee Cheol. By the way, I heard you're planning to take the martial artist journey, right? Lee Cheol, surprised, eyes wide, you already know, uncle? He nodded, his voice low. This journey will be highly competitive. You won't avoid gossip that you're favored. Unable to target the clan head, all their resentment will fall on you. Setting the box down, his voice worried. To participate, you need not only the clan head's approval but also the elders' consent. And they don't like you. Why not? Give it up this time. Seeing his uncle's concern, Lee Cheol smiled, his eyes resolute. I've anticipated what you're worried about. That's why father set a condition. Lee Tae-hyung, surprised, asked, a condition? What is it? Lee Cheol nodded firmly. Yes. And for that, I need your help, uncle. After concluding his conversation with his uncle, Lee Cheol returned to the clan, his heart carrying a mix of wistfulness and determination. He pushed open the door to the training room, a long sigh escaping his chest as his eyes swept over the familiar space. It's been a while since I've been back here, he murmured, his voice low and nostalgic. The scenery hasn't changed a bit. He stretched lightly, stepping inside, a thought crossing his mind. Should I warm up a bit? Suddenly, a familiar voice called warmly from outside. You're here, kid? The voice made Li Qiu's brow furrow slightly, his heart beating a little faster. The training room door swung open, and Li Gyung-hoa strode in, a radiant smile on her face. My dear nephew, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with affection. But immediately, her eyes blazed like fire, anger flaring. Pointing at Li Qiu, she shouted, You little brat, you should have come to see me first. Before he could react, she grabbed his collar, her voice a mix of anger and mock sulking. You ungrateful kid. Caught off guard by his aunt's fervor, Li Qiu panicked, stammering, I was busy with things, how could I come right away? But Li Gyung-hoa, as if she knew everything, cut him off sharply. I know it all. You went to see second uncle first, didn't you? After struggling to escape her loving grip, Li Qiu panted, rubbing his neck with a pained expression, muttering, Gods, I thought I was done for. He tried to calm himself, explaining gently, It was just for business, aunt. Li Gyung-hoa glanced away, huffing with mock arrogance. Why do you always argue with me? Then her tone softened, and she stepped closer, placing a hand on his head, ruffling it affectionately. Still, my nephew has grown so much. And wow, your mana has nearly doubled, and your energy channels are much sturdier. Li Qiu smiled, his eyes gleaming with pride. Yes, I've mastered all the Laura skills I learned before. Hearing this, Li Gyung-hoa cheered, her eyes sparkling. Really? So you've reached 3-star magic level. She clenched her fist, voice brimming with excitement. You still need some polishing, but don't worry. I've got a gift for you, my darling. She continued eagerly. I've completed the incantations for other Atlas skills. Want to try them now? But Li Qiu quickly raised a hand, hesitating. Aunt, sorry, but I don't think I can right now. Li Gyung-hoa frowned, shooting him a sharp, questioning look. Li Qiu hurriedly explained, his voice apologetic. Well, I'm pretty busy today. Just then, the training room door creaked open, and a familiar voice called from outside. Still as close with aunt as ever, huh? A tall figure stepped in. Li Qiu's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Big brother. Li Myong-young's appearance sent Li Gyung-hoa into a frenzy. Pointing at him, she shouted, You said you were busy, yet here you are training your little brother? Such a liar. Knowing his aunt's verbal martial arts, Li Myong-young gave a wry smile, raising his hands to placate her. Aunt, I'm really busy, but I also helped arrange those incantations, didn't I? He turned to Li Qiu, eyes mischievous. By the way, your notes were great. They helped me a lot in my training. Li Qiu grinned brightly, his voice enthusiastic. Really? That's great, haha. Turning to him, he asked with concern. But you're doing okay, right? Li Myong-young nodded, his voice steady. Yeah, I'm fine. But then he suddenly slung an arm around his brother, ruffling his hair with a hint of reproach. And you went to Tianwei Mountain without telling me. The brothers chuckled, the atmosphere warming. Li Qiu quickly explained. Sorry, you were on a mission then. Li Myong-young teased. And after coming back, you got summoned by father, right? Flashback to a few days earlier. Morning sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating a corner of Tae-shin's office. He sat there, exuding an air of authority, summoning Li Myong-young. His voice was low and resonant. I need you to teach your youngest brother the fundamentals of martial arts. Can you do it? The sudden request caught Li Myong-young off guard, his eyes flickering with surprise. What's that, father? Seeing his father's pensive expression, he thought, I'd definitely teach better than the elders. But father isn't one to care about such things. Resolving himself, he bowed, his voice firm. Yes, I'll teach him. After saluting, he turned to leave. But just as he reached the door, Tae-shin suddenly spoke. You should prepare yourself. The brief words stunned Li Myong-young, his heart pounding. He froze for 5 seconds, then opened the door, turning back with a low voice. Thank you, father. Walking through the clan estate, tangled thoughts swirled in his mind. Bloodless dream. Even I haven't been permitted to challenge it. With little brother's progress, I understand why father gave this order. Does he want me to draw inspiration by watching him? Or to create competition? His eyes gleamed with determination, muttering, "Fine, I need to see how far little brother has come." Looking at Li Chiol before him, Li Myong-yung thought with pride, 20 years? No, maybe 10, or even sooner, he'll catch up to me. Seeing his brother lost in thought, Li Chiol said apologetically, "Sorry for bothering you when you're so busy." Li Myong-yung laughed, waving it off. "No worries, I'm the freest one now." He grew serious. "I hold the Manhwa Gijon, the complete fundamentals, secret techniques, and ultimate skills of the Sungmu clan. It's proof of the heir to our ancestral legacy. And it's one of Father's conditions for your martial artist journey, to master all the clan's fundamental martial arts." Li Chiol rubbed his head, surprised. "But big brother, you're really teaching me the basics? Don't the elders at the academy handle that?" Li Myong-yung smirked, countering, "You think you can learn properly from them?" Recalling the elders' dirty tricks, from ambushing during the naming ceremony, sabotaging promotion exams, to assigning the worst training classes, both brothers frowned, filled with indignation. Li Chiol sighed, his voice sincere. "Thank you, truly, for everything." Li Myong-yung patted his brother's shoulder, his voice warm. All right. But inwardly, he was astonished he's grown this much. Before, I could sense his mana flow. Now, I can't even guess. Still, if he catches up to me, I won't mind. He smiled, thinking, "I'm proud of you, and I still want to be the big brother you admire." Suddenly, Li Gyung-hoa, standing nearby, frowned, her voice cutting through angrily. "You two planning to chat while an elder's talking?" She stomped her foot, startling them both. Li Myong-yung quickly soothed, "Aunt, calm down." But unwilling to hear excuses, she turned, sulking. "Fine, I'm leaving. You're not stopping me, are you?" Li Chiol hurriedly called. "We'll meet at dinner tonight, right, Aunt?" Li Gyung-hoa puffed her cheeks, turning back. "You said you trained till late, didn't you?" Li Chiol smiled sweetly. "Training's one thing, but studying with you is another. Learning from a world-renowned mana expert. How could I miss that?" His voice sincere, he added, "Sorry, Aunt, please wait just a bit longer." Li Chiol's honeyed words melted Li Gyung-hoa's heart. She puffed out her chest, laughing loudly. "No choice. I'm just too famous globally. Fine, I'll let you off this time." Turning to leave, she waved. "Since I'm so generous, I'm off. Not because my show's about to start, okay?" Li Chiol waved back, teasing, "Yes, see you, Aunt." As her figure disappeared, he sighed in relief, wiping sweat from his forehead. Finally, Aunt's gone. Li Myong-yung, holding his sword, turned, his voice serious. "Now we can really start training." Drawing the blade from its sheath, his eyes gleamed. "To fully meet Father's conditions, I'll train you rigorously." A week later, at the clan's training grounds, the practice room blazed with bursts of mana, showing no signs of stopping. Training in the fundamentals with his older brother, Li Myong-yung, seemed simple at first, but every movement and lesson passed in a flash, fraught with intensity. Brief moments of rest felt like a single breath before the brothers dove into near-combat sparring. After a fierce exchange of techniques, Li Chiol braced his hands on the ground, panting heavily, sweat streaming down his forehead. His muscles ached with exhaustion, but his eyes still gleamed with resolve. Li Myong-yung approached, offering an encouraging smile, his voice warm yet stern. "I believe engraving lessons directly onto the body holds more meaning than words alone. You're observing with your magic eyes, aren't you? Move properly." Catching his brother's taunt, Li Chiol gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. He pressed his hand into the ground, forcing himself to stand, his legs steady as stone pillars. But just as he rose, he stumbled, collapsing as his body failed to keep up with his will. Undeterred, he lunged at Li Myong-yung, unleashing a sharp slash. His brother easily dodged, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. In Li Chiol's mind, thoughts swirled. "I clearly read his mana flow with my magic eyes, yet my body can't keep up with my will." His sword veered off, its force weak. His muscles and joints seemed unable to withstand the strain, as if screaming in protest. Seeing Li Chiol's resolute gaze, Li Myong-yung spoke, his voice low. "You just try to move beyond your limits, didn't you?" Before his brother could respond, he accelerated, charging at Li Chiol, his sword flashing like lightning. "The body of the Sungmu lineage is tougher than you think," he shouted, his voice commanding. The terrifying speed stunned Li Chiol, the tip of his brother's sword mere inches from his face. In a life-or-death moment, he roared, leaning back, narrowly dodging the strike. Seeing his brother's clear progress, Lee Myung-young thought, filled with astonishment, he's already catching up? Such a solid foundation, absorbing so quickly. He recalled the old Lee Cheol, a boy who struggled with complex movements. Bloodless dream. Even I wasn't permitted to enter. Is this the insight he gained there? Shedding his cloak for easier combat, Lee Myung-young rolled up his sleeves, his eyes gleaming with excitement. All right, if you're keeping up, I'll raise the difficulty. Let's see how far you can go. Facing his brother, Lee Cheol's expression tensed, his body trembling under the pressure. He's getting serious? He thought, his heart pounding. A fierce exchange of blows followed, the clash of swords ringing like thunder. After a long bout, Lee Myung-young stopped, declaring, today's training ends here. He ruffled his brother's hair, his voice apologetic. Sorry, I might have gone a bit hard during practice. Looking at the ground, now riddled with deep cracks from their attacks, Lee Cheol scratched his head sheepishly. Though exhausted, he smiled, his voice hoarse. It's fine, that's what training's about. Lee Myung-young stepped forward, pulling his brother up, his eyes full of pride. Seems you've grasped the feeling to some extent. Lee Cheol nodded, his voice firm. Yes, didn't you say the Sungmu lineage's body is sturdy? He looked at his hands, sensing latent strength. The body of the Sungmu is tough as steel, flexible and resilient like rubber. With each training session, it grows stronger. Clenching his fist, his voice resolute, even with techniques that exert great strain, this body can endure. That's when I realized the fundamentals start here. Noticing his brother's quick comprehension, Lee Myung-young closed his eyes, nodding slightly, his voice low. You grasp things fast. You've even applied it to your movement techniques. Lee Cheol scratched his head, smiling shyly. It took me a week just to summarize that much. I'm still far off. His humility surprised Lee Myung-young. He thought, he says he's far off? Mastering the fundamentals usually takes months, yet he did it in a week. Picking up his cloak, he turned to leave, his voice warm. You're impressive. But visit the infirmary and treat your wounds carefully. Turning back, he patted Lee Cheol's shoulder, smiling. See you tomorrow. Lee Cheol nodded, his voice enthusiastic. Yes, I'll review what I learned today. Lee Myung-young walked away, adding, all right, but don't overdo it. As his brother's figure faded, Lee Cheol sighed, his gaze settling on his hands, his mind brimming with thoughts. The fundamentals of Bloodless Dream are a systematized theory of movement, based on wielding ever-changing mana. The clan's fundamentals rely on the body's nature, maximizing physical limits. They're strikingly similar. Clenching his fist, he muttered, the difference is that the fundamentals don't center on the body, while Bloodless Dream revolves around weapons. That made grasping the fundamentals easier. Could they share the same root? In his memories of Bloodless Dream, he glimpsed a figure with traits of the Sungmu lineage. Indeed, Bloodless Dream is deeply tied to our clan. His eyes blazed with determination. It feels like I've uncovered a secret no one expected. Time will pass quickly. Scene shift to the Council of Elders of the Sungmu clan. The elders were gathered, a heavy silence blanketing the room. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and an old man with white hair and beard entered, his voice resonant. Forgive my tardiness. He glanced at Lee Tae-hyung, who was frowning slightly, a spark of anger in his eyes. The old man spoke, his tone mocking. Well, a busy overseer like you deigns to attend? Lee Tae-hyung gave a faint smile, his voice calm but sharp. I often skip these with the excuse of work, so I thought I'd show up this time. The elder patriarch took his seat, sipped his tea, and spoke. Is that so? You must have heard about the martial journey of that secondary branch kid then? Immediately, an elder slammed the table, his voice furious. Of course, elder patriarch. A greenhorn brat allowed to undertake the martial journey? What's the propriety of that? And he's a filthy secondary branch child. Another elder pounded the table, his voice shrill. I heard that arrogant punk personally requested it from the clan head, claiming he returned from Tianwei Mountain and wants to surpass it. The elder patriarch set down his tea, calmly replying, You're mistaken. The clan head hasn't made a final decision. He said to let the council of elders discuss and decide. Hearing this, the elders sighed in relief, their eyes lighting up. A long-haired elder spoke, So the decision lies with us? Another elder clenched his fist, gleeful. At this point, we just reject it outright. The elder patriarch stroked his beard, chuckling, Haha, it's not that simple. The clan head said the boy has the martial prowess of a fifth-rank warrior and even passed Bloodless Dream. There's no legitimate reason to refuse. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. Faced with a secondary branch child disrupting tradition, we must provide a reasonable justification. Anyone thought of a countermeasure? As his words fell, a hand rose. Lee Tae-hyung stood, his voice steady. May I say a few words? Lee Tae-hyung had never taken sides in political matters. To the elders, he was a neutral figure, always maintaining an air of aloofness, as if shielding himself from the dirty entanglements of commitment. So, when they saw Lee Tae-hyung appear at this meeting, the elders exchanged quiet glances, sharing a fleeting thought. So he's here to support that boy. In their eyes, both were nobodies. Lee Tae-hyung's sharp gaze swept across the faces in the room. He gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, these old snakes' thoughts are as clear as day. He knew exactly what they were scheming, but his face betrayed no emotion. Inside, a storm raged, yet outwardly, he remained as calm as an unruffled lake. The three trials for those of the Sung-mu clan's direct lineage were grueling. The choice, the right of determination, and the warrior's journey. Only those who passed all three would be recognized as senior members of the clan, granted immense privileges, the right to attend, speak at major councils, and even be treated akin to a former elder. But to the elders obsessed with blood purity, accepting someone like the youngest was unthinkable. They saw him as a stain, an outsider daring to claim a place not his own. Lee Tae-hyung sat in contemplation, hands clasped tightly. Suddenly, he stirred, pulling a small, shimmering object from his sleeve. His eyes narrowed, a thought flashing. Don't tell me that kid brought this elixir just for this. He sighed softly, muttering inwardly. Lee Cheol, I really don't know if this is the right thing to do. But, spurred by a sudden resolve, he raised his hand decisively, his voice resounding in the silent room. May I share my opinion? His abrupt action stunned the hall. Elder Patriarch Lee Cheol-jung, seated at the head, raised an eyebrow, his eyes betraying surprise. Leaning forward, he said lightly, curiosity barely veiled. The overseer has something to say? Then, with a mocking smile, he added, I heard the overseer is quite close to that boy. Lee Cheol-jung's words cut like a sharp blade, striking at Lee Tae-hyung's pride. He cursed inwardly, this old man's vicious. But his face maintained a calm smile as he replied evenly. With such effort, how could I dislike the boy? However, he paused, his piercing gaze sweeping the room. I think things are going too far this time. Lee Cheol-jung raised an eyebrow, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. Too far, you say? Yes, Lee Tae-hyung replied, his voice steady and firm. The boy has sufficient proof, but we can't ignore tradition and protocol. The youngest needs to understand some things can't be done on a whim. Hearing this, Lee Cheol-jung let out a mocking chuckle, as if spotting a weakness to exploit. I thought the overseer didn't care for things like tradition or protocol. Lee Tae-hyung felt a surge of anger in his chest, but suppressed it, offering only a faint smile. It's not that I don't understand their importance. I just want to avoid unnecessary trouble. As a progressive, I believe rigid handling of issues only leads to bad outcomes. Lee Cheol-jung closed his eyes, pondering briefly. When he opened them, his sharp gaze locked onto Lee Tae-hyung. So, what's your proposal? Lee Tae-hyung answered promptly, his voice confident. If the council lacks a reason to refuse, we just create one. Honestly, this isn't complicated. The youngest hasn't fully proven himself. Lee Cheol-jung frowned, skeptical. Didn't the clan head acknowledge he has the strength of a heavy-class warrior? Lee Tae-hyung smiled, his eyes glinting with cunning. But can the clan head publicly declare that? The question made Lee Cheol-jung pause. His hands clenched, his gaze hardening as he stared at Lee Tae-hyung. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Then he spoke, his voice low, as if suppressing anger, and, in Lee Tae-hyung's mind, thoughts swirled chaotically. You cunning kid, doing whatever you want. After a moment's consideration, he declared boldly, I think we just need to give the boy a chance to prove himself. Lee Cheol-jung flinched at the idea. Turning to him, his voice doubtful. Give him a chance? You don't mean a duel, do you? Lee Tae-hyung nodded, his eyes fixed on Lee Cheol-jung. Exactly. With what he's done, he won't refuse. The statement sparked murmurs among the elders. Lee Cheol-jung looked at him, pressing, So who should he fight? Lee Tae-hyung replied calmly, his tone laced with intent. Isn't the most recent person to complete the warrior's journey the best fit? But 7th young master Lee Myong-young would never agree. He's not suited for this. He paused, a sly glint in his eyes. So, how about 6th young master Sela? Lee Cheoljung stroked his beard, pondering. Sela? If there's an issue, we could set limits for him. Lee Tae-hyung nodded, adding exactly. Lady Beck said the 6th young master holds a grudge against the boy. A duel would settle everything. After a moment's thought, Lee Cheoljung laughed, his eyes brightening. I think this approach isn't bad. What do the elders think? The crowd nodded in agreement. One said, I think it's a good plan. Another added, acceptable to me. Hearing this, Lee Cheoljung declared firmly, if the chief elder agrees, I have no objections. This meeting is adjourned. As Lee Tae-hyung turned to leave, a deep voice called from behind. You did well today, overseer. He turned to meet the gaze of Chief Elder Lee Cheoljung, who approached with a half-smile full of intent. Seems I misjudged you. What made you change so quickly? Lee Tae-hyung smiled lightly. As I said, I just want to avoid trouble. Lee Cheoljung nodded, but his eyes remained sharp. He slammed his staff on the floor, a loud thud echoing. Listen, overseer. In acting, the smallest details matter. He stepped closer, his voice lowering. The eyes, the voice, every word. You call him the youngest, while others call him that bastard. The words made Lee Tae-hyung's brow twitch, but he quickly regained composure, smiling faintly. Acting? I don't know what you mean. Lee Cheoljung passed by, leaving a cryptic remark. You know exactly what I mean, overseer. 3 weeks later, at the Sung Mu clan's training room. The ground beneath was shattered, dust swirling after an intense training session. Lee Cheol, drenched in sweat, drew his sword from its sheath, the steel glinting in the dim light. He exhaled, his voice resolute. Today, I might finish this training. Lee Myong-young, standing opposite, smirked. Really? Yesterday you got thrashed. Lee Cheol gripped his sword tightly, his eyes blazing. You feel it too, don't you, brother? Lee Myong-young assumed a stance, his gleaming sword in hand. Let's see, then. With that, he charged at Lee Cheol, his sword flashing like lightning. Boom. A powerful slash descended, but Lee Cheol, swift as a shadow, raised his sword to block. The blades clashed, sparks flying. The brothers launched into a fierce duel, exchanging relentless techniques. Lee Myong-young, with his seasoned experience, pressed forward, but Lee Cheol held his own. Each strike grew sharper, his movements smoother than ever. Lee Myong-young suddenly spoke, his voice full of admiration. Well done. That's the stance you need. Lee Cheol smiled, but a torrent of thoughts surged within. Sixth sense and mysterious eyes. Through relentless training, these skills allowed him to predict sword paths and block every attack. Suddenly, he leaped high, slashing down at Lee Myong-young. Boom. The ground shook, dust clouding the air. Lee Myong-young retreated a few meters, still steady. But Lee Cheol, after the fierce attack, was thrown back, rolling several times before stopping. Panting heavily, his eyes remained bright, unwavering. Lee Myong-young smiled faintly, scratching his head sheepishly. You've mastered the basics. It took me 3 months to grasp them, but you caught on in a week, internalized them in 2, and perfected them with mana in 33 days. Unbelievable. He extended a hand to Lee Cheol, his voice proud. You've never let me down. I officially acknowledge you've mastered the basics. And it seems you've realized something beyond that. Lee Cheol stood, grasping his brother's hand, beaming. He thought, can't hide anything from brother. Yes, he said firmly. I'm refining my movement. Lee Myong-young patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. Need any help? Lee Cheol nodded, his eyes sparkling with hope. I'd be grateful if you did. The scene shifts to a gloomy forest, where a heavy atmosphere looms. Thick fog clings to the trees, creating a misty white veil that obscures the sunlight. A cold wind blows through, carrying whispers like those of lost souls. Lee Sela strides forward, her eyes sharp and cold, her dagger flashing a silver arc as she swings it, cleaving a roaring monster in two. She smirks, her bored voice cutting through the silent air. Pathetic, useless creatures, acting all ferocious. So dull. At her feet lies the motionless corpse of a massive dragon, its black blood pooling and seeping into the forest floor. She continues walking, her boots crunching brittle leaves. Muttering under her breath, her voice drips with resentment. It's all because of that bastard. Stuck with these annoying tasks, and mother's still furious. All because of him. Wherever she passes, monster corpses pile up, each felled by her razor-sharp dagger, a testament to her uncontainable rage. Suddenly, a chill runs down her spine. Something is watching her from behind, like a silent specter. Lee Seela halts, her eyes narrowing, ears straining to listen. Abruptly, a deafening roar tears through the air. A colossal dragon, its jagged teeth like blades, charges toward her, its red eyes blazing through the fog. But Lee Seela doesn't flinch. She tilts her head slightly, her voice calm as if speaking to a child. So what? As her words fall, she spins, her dagger shooting out with terrifying speed, embedding itself in the dragon's forehead. A pained roar echoes, then the beast collapses, its red eyes dimming. Lee Seela glares at the dragon's corpse, her eyes flashing with anger mixed with disgust. I said it's dull, she growls, her voice suppressing a storm. She raises her hand, casting a spell, and the dagger in the beast's head glows with radiant gold. A powerful tremor ripples out, making the air seem to freeze. The dagger dislodges itself, flying back to her hand, gleaming like a challenge. Gripping the dagger tightly, Lee Seela's knuckles whiten. She thinks, this is the 21st task. All of them bothersome, like exterminating rampaging monsters. Normally, I'd do 4 or 5 a year. The final decision year has passed, and when I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will be back too. Suddenly, a dark figure darts from the fog, appearing before her. A man in a black cloak kneels on one knee, bowing respectfully. Greetings, 6th young lady, his voice low and deferential. Lee Seela, steeped in anger, spins around, her eyes sharp as knives. State your name. He replies without hesitation. I am Gaguk, from Team 12 of the Black Sword Corps. Black Sword Corps. Lee Seela frowns, her voice skeptical. What's the clan head's personal team doing here? Gaguk raises his head, his gaze steady. I bring a message from the clan head. He relays the message, each word clear, as if carved into the air. Upon hearing it, Lee Seela bursts into a cold, almost inhuman laugh. Her smile twists, her eyes gleaming with madness. She grips her dagger, slamming it into a nearby tree, the blade trembling violently. Her body shakes with fury, her voice hissing through clenched teeth. Haha, that arrogant bastard? Perfect timing. He's digging his own grave with my hands. The clan head's quite something. She glances at Gaguk, her eyes piercing. Tell him I received the message. Gaguk nods, responding respectfully. Yes, young lady. Instantly, he vanishes into the fog, as if he never existed. Lee Seela stands there, her hand still gripping the dagger, a fierce energy surging from it, making the air tremble. She mutters, her voice thick with murderous intent. I'm really looking forward to this, Lee Cheol. I'll crush you into the dirt. The scene shifts to the next day, at Lee Tae-hyung's office. The heavy wooden door creaks as Lee Cheol pushes it open, sweat still glistening on his forehead from an intense training session. He bows, his voice apologetic. Sorry for being late, uncle. Training went longer than expected. Lee Tae-hyung, seated in an armchair, looks up, a warm smile spreading across his face. You're here. I heard you've mastered all the basic techniques. What's left to train? Lee Cheol wipes his sweat with a cloth, smiling lightly. Yes, there are still a few things I want to experiment with. He walks to the chair opposite, sitting down, his posture relaxed but his eyes brimming with determination. Lee Tae-hyung nods, his voice serious. The official schedule's been announced, so I'm here to discuss. Lee Cheol smiles, his eyes gleaming with confidence. If it's official, I'd go meet them. Hearing this, Lee Tae-hyung sighs, turning to him, his voice lowering. Aren't you nervous? Lee Cheol shrugs, his voice calm. Why be nervous? Everything's going as I predicted. He pauses, his eyes sharpening as he mentions the plan. Father approved the warrior's journey, but set 2 conditions. First, mastering all basic martial techniques. Luckily, thanks to Big Brother and what I've learned, I did it quickly. The second condition. He hesitates, his gaze turning sharp. Convincing the Council of Elders. Lee Tae-hyung frowns, his hands clasping tightly. You can use any means, but if you don't convince them, the warrior's journey won't be approved. With your current status, interfering in the elder's affairs is tough. Li Chiol nods, his eyes glinting with cunning. That's why I decided to create the best opportunity. I arranged a duel with Sixth Sister. I asked Uncle to steer things in that direction. The Council of Elders will have no reason to refuse. He pauses, his gaze pensive, creating a situation to allow my journey. The ability to turn the tide is essential in politics. This is part of the test. Li Tae-hyung falls silent, a heavy quiet settling over the room. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter, breaking the stillness. Haha, I don't know how you can be so calm. Li Chiol smiles, his voice confident. Because I trust Uncle has arranged everything perfectly. Li Tae-hyung shakes his head, a hint of worry in his eyes. That's not what I mean. That girl, I heard you don't get along with her. With Lee Sila's personality, even if it's a test, it won't end peacefully. Why choose her in this situation? Li Chiol clenches his fist, his voice low but resolute. I owe Sixth Sister a debt. It must be repaid. His words make Li Tae-hyung slam his hand on the table, standing abruptly, his voice emotional. Exactly. Can't that wait? Why push yourself into this situation? He pauses, takes a deep breath, then sits, holding his face, his voice weary. I don't think you can't do it. I'm just worried you'll get hurt in some way. Li Chiol looks at him, his eyes softening at his uncle's concern. A warmth mixed with determination rises within him. Uncle truly cares for me. He smiles, his voice firm. Thank you for worrying, Uncle. Sixth Sister might beat me to a pulp, and the elders will have an excuse to bind me. But, he clenches his fist, his eyes blazing. This duel isn't just about the warrior's journey. Even if I lose, it'll be troublesome, but don't worry. In this fight, I will win. The Council of Elders swiftly issued an official announcement, pushing for the examination to proceed without delay. Soon, the venue was decided. The Central Training Arena, the largest battleground of the Sung-mu clan, where prestigious selection ceremonies had been held. The stands surrounding the arena were packed with spectators, their murmurs like crashing waves, all eager to witness this historic duel. A tense atmosphere enveloped the scene, as if the entire clan was holding its breath. In the waiting room, Li Chiol adjusted his attire, each movement slow but meticulous. His gaze swept the small room, his brows slightly furrowed. They're not letting this pass quietly, he thought, a bitter smile flickering across his face. He sighed, muttering, no doubt, this is the chief elder's scheme. The stands around the arena, all set up to publicly humiliate me, to crush my spirit. But then he clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with resolve. That's not the issue. What matters is. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed from the door. Lee Gyung-hoa entered, her small shoes clicking, her eyes filled with worry. Her face bore a somber expression, as if hiding a deep pain. Li Chiol looked at her, his heart twinging with pity. Aunt's had that look all day, he thought. Stepping closer, his voice gentle but tinged with frustration, he said, why do you keep looking at me like that, Aunt? It's really making me uneasy. Li Gyung-hoa rubbed her hands, sighing, her eyes downcast. It's nothing, she replied, her voice barely a whisper. Li Chiol frowned, stepping closer. You've been like this all day? How can you say it's nothing? She hesitated, her hands trembling slightly. After a moment, she looked up, her eyes filled with pain. Everything this clan decides on its own. I despise the whispers behind the scenes. She's a 4th-rank warrior, and you've only just reached 5th rank. The gap between 4th and 5th is vast. Li Chiol nodded, his voice calm. That's why Sixth Sister is restricted from using magic, secret techniques, or killing moves, right? Li Gyung-hoa nodded, but her hands still trembled. She stammered, her voice breaking. But what if you really lose? She clutched her head, her face radiating fear. If I had trained you harder, if I had revealed Mujin to the clan sooner. Her voice broke into a desperate wail. She bowed her head, tears welling, overwhelmed by helplessness. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke. Please stop, Elder Li Gyung-hoa. She flinched, turning around. Li Chiol's maid approached, placing a hand on her shoulder, offering a warm smile. The young master will win, as he always does. As his teacher, shouldn't you offer words of encouragement? But Li Gyung-hoa only sighed. her face still steeped in sorrow. Li Qiol looked at her, his heart aching. She's like a frightened cub, trembling in fear, he thought. Perhaps she lost something in this Sungmu clan. I don't know her past, though I could easily investigate. But I won't, because I believe one day she'll share her story herself. He stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder, his voice firm. This isn't the time for gloom. You should cheer up, Aunt. Li Gyunghua looked up, surprised. Cheer up. Li Qiol flashed a confident smile. Yes, Aunt. And besides, there's a surprise twist waiting. From outside, the maid's voice called. Young master, it's time to enter the arena. Li Qiol started, turning to Li Gyunghua, his eyes blazing. Aunt, watch closely. I won't lose. He gripped his sword tightly, his voice resolute. Cheer loudly from the stands. If it's too quiet, I'll be disappointed. With that, he turned and strode through the gate. As he walked, he thought, it's been a while since I passed through this corridor. Since birth, I've constantly proven myself. It's time to close that chapter. With unwavering eyes, he marched forward. As Li Qiol stepped into the arena, blinding sunlight illuminated his figure. Across from him, Li Sela stood ready, her eyes icy, her dagger gleaming in her hand. He glanced at the stands, where his father, Lady Beck, and the elders sat, their gazes fixed on the scene. Suddenly, a piercing shout cut through the air. Arrogant brat! Filthy bastard! Li Sela smirked, looking at him with contempt. That stiff, haughty neck of yours. I've never liked it. She spun her dagger, the motion fluid yet deadly. Just a bastard acting superior. It's an eyesore. She pointed the dagger at him, her voice cold as ice. Today, I'll break that neck. Get ready. Li Qiol merely nodded, his eyes calm. I'm looking forward to it, sixth sister. The referee raised a hand, his voice booming. The duel between the sixth young lady and the ninth young master officially begins. Prepare. As the command rang out, both gripped their weapons, the air seeming to freeze. Li Qiol closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When the referee shouted, "Begin," his eyes snapped open, glowing with brilliant gold, the sign of his demon eye skill activating. But in a flash, Li Siola vanished. Somehow, she appeared behind him, swift as a shadow. 3 gleaming throwing knives shot from behind, while 2 more aimed at him from the front. Li Qiol marveled inwardly. Since when was she behind me? It was her flying dagger technique, a unique skill she created, named Fire Dance, mana-infused daggers burning like falling flames. Their terrifying speed left Li Qiol no time to dodge. But he didn't falter. Gripping his sword, he poured a massive amount of mana into the blade, activating the extreme energy transformation skill. He swung, unleashing a burst of energy that formed a powerful vortex sweeping forward. Boom! The energy clashed with the throwing knives, flinging them away. Li Siola was pushed back a few steps, her eyes flashing with anger. She cursed inwardly, damn it. The arena was shrouded in dust. Li Qiol stood firm, smiling at her. I've heard much about your marvelous throwing dagger technique, sixth sister, he said, his voice calm but challenging. But it's not as impressive as I expected.
Clenching her teeth in fury, Li Sola drew 2 more daggers, her icy gaze locked on him as she shouted, "You are done for." With that, she lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks, aimed at Li Qiol. As she struck, she thought, this cocky little brat dares to talk big. I will crush him head-on. She employed her flying dagger technique, blades materializing densely around her, hurtling toward Li Qiol at breakneck speed. Facing the onslaught, Li Qiol remained composed. He thought, Sixth Sister's movements are like an acrobat's, wielding multiple blades simultaneously, striking from twisted, natural angles. It is a skill requiring exceptional reflexes and situational judgment. But that is exactly what I wanted to bait her into doing. With that, he leapt upward, charging straight at Li Sola to counterattack. He swung his sword, deflecting the incoming daggers, then slashed horizontally at her face. Li Sola's expression darkened, barely dodging the strike. Gripping his sword tightly, he executed Mujin Technique 1, Demon Pierce. A massive surge of energy erupted from the blade, accompanied by crackling lightning. He soared high, aiming a slash directly at Li Sola's head. Her eyes widened, thinking, this is dangerous, really dangerous. Hastily, she raised her daggers to block. When the sword met the daggers, a tremendous energy exploded, shaking the surrounding space violently. Dust clouded the air. As it cleared, Lee Sola stood, visibly shaken. She gritted her teeth, thinking, he reduced the force at the last second by pulling back as the sword connected. Staring at her chipped daggers, she cursed inwardly. That bastard used a sword technique like a clan secret. Determined not to lose, she discarded the damaged daggers, drew 2 new ones, stood up, and glared at Lee Chul, saying, "Not bad, huh? Too bad you should have saved that move for a more critical moment." With that, she charged again, preparing a new attack. Lee Chul, still calm, thought, faster than before, but charging straight again. Lee Sola thrust her daggers toward him. He swung his sword to parry, but with agile speed. She stomped the ground, spun mid-air, and dodged his strike. She appeared behind him, catching him off guard. Smirking, she taunted, "What is wrong? Speechless, say something." Reacting instantly, Lee Chul swung his sword backward to block her lethal strike. The two exchanged a flurry of fierce blows. He thought, her rapid, unpredictable combos, I can block them. But that speed makes countering tough. His eyes widened, muttering, "Sixth sister, I can see everything. My instincts sense the blades, and my demon eye tracks their every trajectory." He smiled, "The reason I insisted on fighting her is because my abilities are her perfect counter." Seeing Lee Chul's gleaming eyes, Lee Sola's widened, teeth grinding as she cursed inwardly, "Those damn eyes." The advantage of short daggers lies in their secrecy and flexibility. But if seen through, her fighting style is restricted. She fumed, "He dares suppress me with close combat strength and counter like that. Damn this mana limit, if I could unleash just 10% more. I could use the advanced outlaw skill." For a year, she would been consumed with revenge, wanting to crush him, destroy his pride, make him beg. But things had turned out like this. Just then, Lee Chul spoke, interrupting her thoughts. "You still have energy to think." Charging face to face, he said calmly, "Better focus, got it." With that, he swung his sword at her face, forcing her to block desperately. Her body trembled, teeth clenched, cursing silently. Suddenly, a fiery red energy erupted from Lee Sola's body. She muttered, "I did not want to use this." A terrifying pressure radiated from her, and a strange force surged toward Lee Chul's heart. The energy enveloped it, completely sealing his mana flow. He leapt back instantly. Seeing his quick reaction, she smirked, taunting, "So you can think too? Without mana, you are just a useless bug." Staring ahead, Lee Chul thought, she is using psychic power. Sixth sister's ability bends an opponent's mana flow, paralyzing their control. Stronger mana could resist. But without it, even knowing it is coming, you are bound. She glared, shouting, "This time, you are done." But within his body, a blue mana surged through his veins. He thought, there is something Sixth Sister does not know. Lee Sola's eyes widened, shouting, "Impossible. How is he still using mana?" His body radiated blue mana, enveloping him entirely. He thought, my mana technique is unlike anyone else's. Lee Gyung-hwa sat in the stands, her hands trembling, muttering, "It will be fine, it will be fine. My grandson is exceptional." Her gaze grew vacant as she thought. This time won't be like before. But if he ends up in that situation again, what do I do? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. He is still holding up. Two men nearby were discussing. I did not expect him to grow this much. His foundation is terrifyingly solid. Another chimed in. What technique is that? Isn't it one of Sung Mu clan's supreme mana skills? The other replied, they say that kid's an illegitimate child, only 15 this year. Hearing this, Lee Gyung-hwa snapped her eyes to the arena. At that moment, Lee Chul's gaze turned serious. He charged, unleashing thunder resistance, slashing straight at Lee Sola. With agile speed, she retreated, dodging the attack. Not giving her a chance to react, he activated Yama, releasing countless beams of energy toward the retreating Lee Sola. The beams instantly ensnared her, leaving her stunned. Without pausing, he followed with Tempest. Charging forward and slicing through the energy beams binding her. Seeing this, Lee Gyung-ho's eyes widened, thinking, he used Tempest to cut through Yama, Thunder. Yama, Tempest, these are the aura techniques we created together. Her tangled emotions washed away. Clenching her fists, she looked ahead, exclaiming, yes, you must win, because you are a genius. Lee Chul's relentless attacks shattered the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Lee Sola, dazed, thought, impossible. His mana was definitely sealed by my technique, how is he still using it? Li Chul met her gaze, muttering, "There is something sixth sister does not know. My mana technique is different, operating solely through mana channels." With that, he unleashed a massive surge of mana, declaring, "Here I come." He charged, closing in on Li Sola. Her eyes widening as she thought, "Too fast." He swung his sword in a direct strike. With quick reflexes, she sensed the danger, raising her daggers to block. But the force of the blow sent her sliding back dozens of meters. Regaining her stance, Li Sola's body trembled. She cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Before she could think, Li Chul dove from above, delivering a sky-splitting sword strike aimed at her head. She barely blocked it. Glaring ahead, she gritted her teeth, thinking, "No way, I can't be pushed back like this." Suddenly, her eyes widened, sweat pouring as she glanced at the stands, where her mother, Lady Beck, watched with intense tension. Despite her calm demeanor, it terrified Li Sola. Regaining her composure, a fiery red aura erupted from her. Staring at Li Chul, she roared, "All because of that damn illegitimate brat." Seeing the power before him, Li Chul muttered, "A terrifying amount of mana. She is forcibly unleashing it." Ignoring her injuries, Li Sola used her flying dagger tactics again. The daggers came alive, swirling around her fluidly, as if sentient. Raising her hand, she shouted, "Secret technique, meteor." Pointing at Li Chul, she screamed, "I will kill you." Li Gyunghua, in the stands, shot up, clenching her fists, yelling, "That is against the rules, stop." But it was too late. The daggers hurtled toward Li Chul at breakneck speed. He remained calm before the attack. His eyes blazed, hand gripping Black Knight tightly. A massive surge of mana swirled around the sword. He sighed softly, assuming a defensive stance. As the daggers flew, he swung, blocking each strike. Li Sola shouted, "What are you slashing at?" But her face froze, shifting dramatically. For Li Chul, each of her daggers slammed into the ground after being deflected. He thought, "There is an immutable truth. Mana dispersed into the air returns to nature. Mana is infinite and never truly vanishes. But my ancestor's sword, Black Knight, can cut and erase mana." After a few swings, all of Li Sola's daggers lay embedded in the ground around him. He looked ahead, flashing a confident smile. Feeling his arm tremble violently after blocking the recent attack, Li Chul thought, "I did not expect her to use meteor. Still, I succeeded. With my current strength, I could not fully block meteor, so I used Black Knight to sever the mana threads connected to her flying daggers. Thanks to Demon Eye, I could see the mana links. But both tasks demanded absolute focus." With that, he looked straight at Li Sola, stepping forward, saying, "Now it is my turn." Li Sola, dazed, thought, "Is he going to use that move again?" She quickly leapt back, maintaining distance, thinking, "If I keep my range, he can't execute it." But Li Chul was not fazed by the distance. He assumed a stance, preparing a supreme technique. Seeing this, Li Sola cursed inwardly, "What, he is still attacking from this range?" He smiled, saying, "Chiakma was created to counter monsters. Distance was never an issue." After preparing, he charged, swinging his sword down, shouting, "Eclipse Chiakma." The slash carried immense power, shattering the ground below, aimed directly at Li Sola. Facing the attack, her eyes widened as she cursed, "Damn it." A massive explosion rocked the arena. Debris flying, dust clouding the air. As it cleared, the arena revealed a massive crack, as if splitting the battlefield in half. After the strike, Li Chul covered one eye, muttering, "My eye hurts like this because I pushed Demon Eye to its limit." But he thought, "It is not over. Chiakma hit directly, but I need to end this fight." From within the explosion, a dagger suddenly shot toward Li Chul. Fortunately, it only grazed his thigh, startling him briefly. He lost his balance, nearly collapsing, but quickly regained composure, stomping the ground to stabilize. Suddenly, Li Sola burst from the smoke, her dagger aimed straight at him. He thought, "Sixth sister's too fast. This is dangerous." Reacting swiftly, he stomped and retreated to dodge. But Li Sola pursued. Both suddenly halted. Her dagger had pierced Li Chul's chest, blood seeping out. In turn, his sword pointed at her chest but did not strike. Li Sola pulled the dagger from his chest, then collapsed. Clutching his bleeding chest, Li Chul thought, "If I would been a second slower blocking with Black Knight, my heart would have been pierced." Looking at the unconscious Li Sola, he muttered, "Sixth sister must have passed out the moment Chiakma hit. My body reacted instinctively before her killing intent struck." Turning away, he sighed, saying, Her bloodline's terrifying. He glanced at the two assistants rushing to the arena, shouting, "What are you standing there for? Take sixth sister. If you leave her there, she will die from internal injuries." They nodded, yes, but seeing their hesitation, he pointed behind. Only then did they snap out of it, rushing to aid Lee Sola. After the battle, Lee Chol looked ahead, thinking, the clan's warriors, stubborn elders, and my half-siblings. For the first time, I have shown everyone who thought I would lose just because I am illegitimate. Clenching his fist, he raised it high, showing resolve. I have proven myself. A clap startled him. Looking at the stands, he saw his father applauding his performance. The entire crowd erupted in cheers for his victory. Lee Gyung-hwa, eyes wide with surprise, shouted, "My grandson's the best. You are Lee Chol, damn it. I knew you would do it, ha ha ha." Her enthusiasm prompted Gawa beside her to tug her arm, saying, "Elder, please calm down," but she ignored him, yelling, "My grandson's the best. He is Lee Chol." Her words made Lee Chol blush, covering his face in embarrassment. The clan leaders approached. Tae Shin led, praising, "Well done." But Lee Chol Yung behind him had a somber gaze, slightly downcast. Lee Chol looked at them, thinking, "Father does not seem happy. He has never praised a child publicly." Tae Shin met his eyes, thinking, this kid chose Lee Sola and set this stage. He picked sixth sister and steered the fight to his strengths, exploiting her greatest weakness. Sounds simple, but how many here could do that? He declared loudly, "You have proven yourself. Thus, I acknowledge your right to embark on warrior training." Hearing this, Lee Chol bowed, saying, "Thank you, father," but he paused, pensive. Noticing, Tae Shin asked, "You look like you have something to say, do not you?" Realizing his father saw through him, Lee Chol smiled, thinking, it is time. He looked up confidently, saying, "As you said, father, I can't hide anything from you." Tae Shin looked at him, his voice low but laden with meaning, as if sensing something hidden in the boy's heart. "Speak, my son," he said softly, his gaze sharp. Lee Chol glanced at Lady Beck. His eyes suddenly cold. In his mind, thoughts churned. Officially, the reward for this test is permission to join the warrior's path. I should not expect anything more from father. For him, that is enough. Clenching his fists, he suppressed the emotions surging within. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath, his voice resounding, firm yet fierce. "Then allow me to say one thing." All eyes in the room turned to him, the air frozen, awaiting the words of the young man. Lee Chol placed a hand on his chest, his voice rising and falling with strength. "I have reached a level worthy of graduating early from military training." Father himself witnessed it. He paused, his gaze sweeping the crowd, then continued, voice even more resolute, "I went to Heavenly Might Mountain and passed the blood dream test. If father decides before the Elder Council, then I must declare my reward before them too." He clenched his fist, his voice echoing through the room, "I have proven everything. Met every condition. Are the Elder Council so distrustful that they must test me without reason?" His words cut like a blade, aimed straight at the Grand Elder. The Elder's eyes widened, momentarily startled by the boy's audacity. Undeterred, Lee Chol continued, his voice lowering but heavy with pressure. "In this fight, sixth sister was gravely injured. Her standing this long was already an extraordinary effort." He stared at the Grand Elder, eyes serious, thinking, "I can't help but feel the elders are suppressing me. At 15, I am allowed to be a bit brash, even rude. If I do not speak now, when will I?" Tae Shin, sensing the rising tension, turned to Lee Chulung, his voice low but authoritative, "Chief Elder, can you answer this youngest one's question?" Lee Chulung, hands clasped, pondered briefly. Then, with a warm smile, he spoke gently but sharply, "There seems to be a misunderstanding. The warrior's path is always decided by the Elder Council. Clan rules are clear, no distinction between legitimate or illegitimate. Would the council deny its own laws?" Hearing this, Lee Chol muttered, voice tinged with disappointment, "Yet you deliberately mention illegitimate here. I never brought up my status." He took a deep breath, voice rising with anger. "Are the Elder Council themselves making a mockery of clan rules?" Lee Chulung stroked his beard, smiling, "Indeed. Joining the warrior's path so young could lead to unforeseen dangers." Before he could finish, Lee Chol cut in, voice sharp, "Then why sixth sister? Everyone saw she is far stronger and older than me." Without waiting for a reply, he pressed on, voice resolute, "I read the official notice. It clearly stated my tester must be someone fresh from the warrior's path. Shouldn't that have been seventh brother? If not him, there were plenty of other warriors to choose." Li Tae-hoon, standing on the sidelines, sighed, a subtle smile on his lips. He thought, this brazen kid, he set up this whole stage to corner the elder. Can't help but laugh. Well done, clever boy. Glancing at Lee Chulung, he mused, did he choose sixth sister from the start just for this moment? Facing the pressure, Lee Chulung replied calmly, we only thought sixth sister was more suitable for this test. Lee Chul clenched his fists, voice firm, if so, why make it so public? It should have been a private, discreet match. He paused, eyes icy, so I want to hear clearly why the Elder Council conducted such a test. His words were like a checkmate, making the Grand Elder's face tense. The air seemed to freeze. Tae Shin, seeing things escalating beyond control, stepped forward, voice stern, enough. He glanced at Lee Chulung, continuing, the chief elder is a senior of the clan. I understand you are riled up after the fight, but this is insolent. Lee Chul immediately placed a hand on his chest, bowing, voice low, yes, I apologize. But he quickly continued, unyielding, but ending it like this is not right. Tae Shin looked at Lee Chulung, voice heavy with meaning. Grand Elder, what do you think? Lee Chulung's face darkened, thinking, an illegitimate child has completely bested me. After a moment, he approached Lee Chul, voice rising and falling, I must admit. This test is hard to justify. The Elder Council should reward him. Lee Chul bowed, voice sincere but firm, I am sorry for my insolence. But I only did what was necessary. I do not seek excessive rewards. Just what I deserve. His words silenced the room, astonishing everyone, especially the Grand Elder. Scene shifts to a few days after the fight. Lee Chul lay in his room, hand on his forehead, eyes somber as he stared at the ceiling. He thought, I never thought I would miss Heavenly Might Mountain so much. He was forbidden from going out, and Lee Tae-hoon, voice full of anger, shouted, where do you think you are going? Kid, Lee Myong-young, smiling gently, said, you think you are fully healed? Gawa, eyes teary, added, no going anywhere until you are completely recovered. Looking at the ceiling, he thought, thanks to the healing elixir, I have recovered faster. A knock at the door sounded. He sat up, voice echoing, come in. A familiar voice startled him. Long time no see, young master. How've you been? It was his disciples. The long-haired youth continued, we wanted to visit right when you returned, but heard you were busy, so we came late. The short-haired one asked, voice concerned. How's your back? Lee Chul nodded, smiling, it is fine. You think I would not make time for you guys? He pointed to chairs nearby, voice friendly, grab a seat. He turned, asking, how about you all? Doing all right, they replied in unison. Of course, the long-haired youth added, some pointless scuffles, but we see it as being noticed, so it is not bad. The short-haired one, face beaming, said, more importantly. How you trained to get that strong in just a year? I watched that fight, it was unbelievable. He asked, we are heading to third year soon. You have got free time, right, young master? Lee Chul, as if ignited, replied coldly. No way, who'd want to miss a key moment with the young master? Turning to them, voice teasing, I bet everyone else watched the fight too, right? His two teammates just smiled. Silent. The green-haired youth spoke, sorry, young master, I meant to come after training but got delayed. The long-haired one added, Bozong's busy with his exam. Lee Chul smiled gently, no worries, no need to apologize. Then, serious, he asked, Kim Han, you have not been slacking just because I am gone, right? Kim Han waved his hands, no, never. Seeing his disciples more mature, Lee Chul sighed in relief. Thinking, they have grown so much. Bosung and Inha had been recruited as trainees for the Blood Guard and Sky Archer teams, the strongest units at Sungmu Academy. The four elite units were collectively called the Death Squad. Kim Han joined Yukmin, training in swordsmanship and stealth weapons at the Reflex Division. Mastering both was no easy feat. Half the fifth-year students were also recruited. Impressive. A proud smile curved Lee Chul's lips. Turning, voice encouraging, keep pushing, everyone, I will need your help a lot in the future. They placed hands on their chests. Replying in unison, leave it to us, we will get strong enough not to shame you. They returned the chairs, saying, we will head out now. Lee Chul stood to see them off, voice warm, it was great seeing you. Oh, right, Kim Han turned, asking, almost forgot, you're getting your reward today. Right, young master, Lee Chul took a deep breath, replying, I am the one getting it. Why are you so excited? Kim Han grinned, because it is great news for you, he asked. So, have you decided what to take? Li Chol's lips curled into a smile. He replied, voice brimming with confidence, of course. The next day, at the Sung Mu Vault, a car sped toward the gate from afar, halting with a soft screech of tires. Li Chol pushed the door open, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet distant scenery. A pang of nostalgia hit him as he thought, it has been 6 years since I last returned here. Seeing him, a guard exclaimed in surprise, isn't that the youngest master? Li Chol approached, presenting a verification document. The guard examined it, then spoke respectfully. May I ask the purpose of your visit, young master? He replied, voice low but clear. I have received permission to retrieve equipment from the vault. The guard checked the document, nodding, yes, I have verified it. You may proceed. They opened the gate, gesturing for him to enter. As Li Chol crossed the threshold, a voice startled him. Young master, the guard continued. Voice filled with emotion, your trial this time truly moved me. Another chimed in cheerfully. I will strive to be like you, young master. Both saluted, catching him off guard. A satisfied smile curved his lips as he thought, this is the first time in my life I have been greeted like this. Before, he would only faced scornful glances for his illegitimate status. Turning to the guards, he said sincerely, thank you for thinking so highly of me. I will keep striving to live up to that. He walked inside, a mix of pride and determination swelling in his chest. The vault was jointly managed by the Administrative Institute and the Elder Institute. The Administrative Institute handled maintenance, while the Elder Institute controlled equipment access. Thus, he would requested compensation from the Elder Institute's head. Recalling the arena, Li Chol had declared boldly, I only did what I had to, so I do not expect unreasonable rewards. I only want the items chosen during that selection ceremony. Li Cholung responded sharply. Didn't you already choose a weapon and carry it at your side? You received a single weapon then. Now you want ownership of everything. Unfazed, Li Chol's voice cut through. According to the rules, weapons chosen during the selection ceremony can all be claimed later. Is my understanding wrong, Chief Elder? His eyes darted to Li Taehung, standing behind, seeking support. Li Taehung smiled subtly, thinking, what a clever kid. He replied calmly, indeed, that is correct. Per tradition, others later claimed the remaining weapons. The clan leader said we would follow precedent. Li Cholung coughed, voice reluctant. HMPH, now that I recall, that is true. Li Chol thought, just pick a few items fitting my status to give me. Even if they hand over a few, it won't hurt the Elder Institute. That is what they think, right? He smiled discreetly. If the Elder Institute's head agrees to my request before the guests, the vault's weapons will rightfully be mine. Looking at Tai Shin, he spoke respectfully yet firmly. May I do so, father? Tai Shin pondered, then approached, voice rising and falling. I allow it. Those items would have been yours eventually. Overjoyed, Li Chol saluted. Thank you, father. Tai Shin continued, voice cryptic, of course. As long as you prove yourself a worthy master, the elders will hand over the weapons. Li Chol thought, as expected of father, even the Elder Institute's head did not see my plan, but he saw through it all. And he skillfully sided with them to wrap things up. Tai Shin added, decide which weapons to release and give to the youngest master. Back in the present, in the elevator to the vault, thoughts swirled in Li Chol's mind. I am allowed to take 4 renowned weapons. Normally, such generosity is unheard of. But with father backing me, they won't dare pull any tricks. He knew access was limited to floors 1 to 3. The first floor held common weapons, not worth his attention. I need to choose items truly useful for this journey. Entering the weapon-filled room, his eyes scanned each item, muttering, let us take my time and choose carefully. A strange black mist rose from his hand, as if guiding his decision. Scene shifts to Li Myong-young's office. After selecting his weapons, Li Chol visited his brother. Li Myong-young smiled, asking, ready to set off? He nodded firmly. Yes, everything's prepared. Li Myong-young chuckled, spring's nice weather. Perfect for a long journey. Then he asked, have you said your goodbyes? Li Chol replied, yes. I could not see uncle since he is away on duty. It took effort to calm aunt down. Li Myong-young laughed, haha, I can imagine. Then, serious, he asked, have you spoken to father? Li Chol smiled, voice playful, yes. He was intimidating as always. Li Myong-young raised an eyebrow, intimidating how? He replied, voice low, he said after causing such a stir, if I do not achieve results to his satisfaction, I will face punishment. Li Myong-young burst out laughing, haha, that does sound scary. Then, sighing, he asked, "Heard about sixth sister?" Lee Chol's face darkened, voice somber. "Yes, I heard she is in secluded training. Even while recovering, she caused a commotion after waking. Once healed, Lady Beck sent her to martial seclusion." Lee Myung-young nodded calmly. "No one can interfere with your warrior's path. At least, sixth sister can't seek revenge yet." Lee Chol pondered, hands clenching, showing unease. Looking up, voice sincere, "Brother, can I ask a favor? While I am on my journey, please look after those close to me. They may not target me directly, but targeting those around me is easy. In my past life, I lost my wet nurse that way." Lee Myung-young nodded immediately. "All right, I understand. Your mother will stay here, where I live. No one will dare touch her." Lee Chol stood, voice firm. "I will repay this debt." Lee Myung-young smiled. "As your elder brother, how could I not do this? I will await your return after this journey." Lee Chol clenched his fist. Smiling, "Yes, I will obey." 15 years after his return, the places to visit, items to obtain, people to meet all weighed heavily in his heart. For the first time, he could leave the clan, act freely, and claim time for himself. Slinging his travel bag over his shoulder, Lee Chol looked at the clear spring sky, a smile curving his lips. In his heart, he vowed, it all starts here. At the Sung Mu clan estate, Lady Beck lounged, sipping tea under the gentle weekend sunlight. She set the cup down, her eyes suddenly turning cold, her voice sharp as a blade. "Report." From the shadows of the nearby forest, a figure in a black cloak emerged, saluting with utmost respect. "My apologies, madam. I lost his trail." Lady Beck's face darkened, her eyes blazing. "Details," she commanded icily. The cloaked figure bowed, voice trembling. "I lost him in a crowded district. It seems he knew he was being followed from the start." Furious, Lady Beck slammed her hand on the table, voice seething. "Foolish reasoning. Even if his appearance changed, his mana signature should remain distinct." The figure replied hastily, voice anxious. "Among the items he received from the trial, there seems to be one that alters both appearance and mana signature. Tracking him is nearly impossible now." Lady Beck flinched, her eyes narrowing, voice low. "Just a 15-year-old illegitimate brat outwitting my personally trained shadow blade." Staring at the teacup, she snorted coldly, voice dripping with disdain. "If you can't even handle this, he clearly knew all along." Her icy gaze swept to the figure. "I want to anticipate his plans, yet you lost him in less than a day." Leaning forward, her eyes like frost, she ordered, "Monitor all information. If anything suspicious, follow it immediately." The figure saluted sharply. "Understood." He vanished into the night. Scene shifts to a tavern. In a raucous tavern, the shouts of drunken patrons filled the air. "You cheating bastard," one yelled, pointing at his opponent. "You hid cards up your sleeve." Another sneered, voice taunting. "What, wanna fight? I bet 100,000 on this guy." Amid the chaos, the tavern door swung open forcefully. A cloaked figure strode in, heading straight to the bar. His voice was low. "One beer." The bartender eyed the stranger, snorting, "Never seen you before." The figure slightly lowered his hood, revealing part of his face, voice calm. "Just came down from the north. Kowloon in China's a mess lately." The bartender slammed a beer on the counter. "Still suspicious, but your accent's soul. If you are Korean, why come from the north?" The figure chuckled faintly. "I fled back then, do not know much." The bartender pressed, eyes narrowed. "What is your name?" The figure shrugged, voice teasing. "People in this den use names." The bartender nodded, suspicion easing. "You do seem like a real drifter." Holding the beer, Lee Chol thought, lips curling slightly. "The more I look, the more perfect this is." He silently observed the mask in his mind, masterpiece mask of myriad faces. When infused with mana, it creates illusions. Consuming mana but incredibly versatile. It alters appearance, voice, even tone, hiding my identity. Sipping his beer, he mused, "It has been a while since I was here. I worried I would forget the way." This was Jagong province, one of the north's most dangerous regions. Monsters were cleared, but no one developed the land. Such places attracted darkness. A village formed by criminals using martial arts and magic, known as a drifter's den. Attempts to eradicate it sparked the Redfall Riot, a rebellion by drifters. Thus, governments and major powers ignored it. This was Korea's largest drifter den. A hub for criminals, and where there were criminals, there were secrets. Lee Chol thought, "In my past life, I hid here to escape the clan's eyes, though I was eventually found. I chose this as my first stop on the warrior's path because. Turning to the bartender, he asked calmly, a question. I was in Kowloon before. Who controls this place now? The bartender squinted, curious, why do you want to know? Lee Chul replied firmly, I do not want to die from ignorance here. I need to know the vibe to act right. The bartender smirked. Easy to say, but one beer won't cut it. Lee Chul slapped a stack of cash on the counter, voice resolute, here, 100,000 won. Bring snacks and more beer. The bartender laughed, pleased, haha, you know what is up. He brought out food, saying, this place has been run by boss Baek Chul Soo for 10 years. Even if you are from China. You have heard of him, right? Lee Chul nodded, voice calm, of course. Who has not? Inwardly, he thought, as expected. Baek Chul Soo, the butcher, once a legitimate martial artist, turned drifter after killing his master. Before my regression. He ruled Korea's underworld. In his 30s, he took over the Baekgol gang and started running the black market. And soon, the most valuable item will appear. Sipping his beer, his eyes grew sharp. But I am not here to meet Baek Chul Soo. An item the Lee clan claimed in my past life this time. I will get it first. Scene shifts to Baek Chul Soo's mansion. In his office, Baek Chul Soo reviewed ledgers, his sharp eyes scanning numbers. He nodded, voice satisfied. Indeed, the black market brings more profit than drug deals. Looking up at the man across, his voice carried hidden meaning. You have worked hard, Director Jung. I knew pulling you in was the right call. A sly smile curved his lips. Director Jung, or should I say Jung Jin Soo. Standing, his voice turned menacing. Watch that expression. I told you, I am not forcing you to stay. If you can handle it, leave anytime. Jung Jin Soo trembled, forcing a strained smile. I will be careful, sir. Baek Chul Soo laughed, turning with false concern. Good, you look better smiling, Director Jung. Top school, big money all thanks to me, right? Jung bowed, voice shaky. Yes, sir. Baek nodded, returning to business, voice low. Still, I am a bit worried. We issued too few tickets for the black market event. The elite love it. Why not increase the number? Jung replied cautiously. Limited tickets each quarter keep loyal clients hooked. Baek shrugged, smirking. Fine, I trust you will handle it, Director Jung. His voice turned icy. But remember, our goal is not this filthy underground hole, it is up there. Pointing to the ceiling, his eyes burned with ambition. You said it yourself. To step away from shady deals, the black market gives us money and connections. Use it as a springboard, and we will rise to the light.